as returning or presiding officers. Such actions were not only unlawful, but represented a blatant disregard for election-related laws and protocols, undermining the sanctity of our democratic process. Per Section 40 of Representation of the People's Act, there is an unequivocal position in the law. Quote, a person who willfully obstructs or interferes with an election officer in the execution of his duty commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 1 million cedis or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. The disturbing videos circulating publicly highlight the grave threat that these actions pose to our democracy. If approved, the nominee for Attorney General must ensure a thorough investigation and accountability for these violations, as no crime in pursuit of political power should go unpunished. Upholding justice and the rule of law requires that all, including NDC MPs, MPP MPs, and all loyalists of political parties who violate the law under the guise of protecting the ballot, face due consequences. This is about safeguarding Ghana's democratic integrity, not political partisanship. Mr. Chair, winning an election must not rest solely on the foundation of valid votes freely and lawfully cast in favor of a candidate, not on the degree of violence employed to intimidate or coerce those tasked with counting and tallying the results. Elections are the ultimate expression of the people's will, and any attempt to subvert this sacred process through intimidation or force undermines the very essence of democracy. Such actions cannot and must not be tolerated in a nation committed to justice, fairness, and the rule of law. Energy sector and the looming power crisis. Turning to the energy sector, it is deeply concerning to hear that the new administration attempting to shift blame for a so-called looming power crisis onto the previous government. Let the record clearly reflect that the outgoing government, despite certain challenges, managed to maintain a stable and reliable power supply. I have said this with utmost confidence and conviction, drawing from my experience and first-hand knowledge as chair of the ECG board. Contrast this with the Mahama administration's notorious doomsday era, which inflicted untold hardship on businesses, homes, and communities, stifling economic growth and eroding public confidence. The people of Ghana have entrusted this government with responsibility to lead, not to lament. We shall not tolerate any attempt to revisit the failures of the past and to excuse inaction with blame-shifting rhetoric. Accordingly, if approved by this House, the minister nominee for energy must return to the People's Chamber with a comprehensive, detailed, and sustainable plan to ensure uninterrupted power supply. What we expect is clear solutions and forward-looking strategies, not a file filled with excuses or blame games. The people of Ghana deserve leadership that prioritizes action over rhetoric, responsibility over deflection, and result over excuses. Another matter requiring urgent attention is the evolving language around campaign promises. The NDC and President Mahama campaigned on a commitment to scrap certain taxes deemed detrimental to the economy. These taxes include the so-called e-levy and the betting tax. Yet we are now hearing what appears to be a shift in tone from scrap to rationalize. Chairman, this is unacceptable. Campaign promises are not conditional. They are commitments that form the foundation of a social contract between leaders and the electorate. To appear to alter that commitment after assuming office is to betray the trust of the people. Let it be known to this House, particularly the minority side, will hold the government accountable to its promises. If the people were promised the abolition of burdensome taxes that promise must be fulfilled without equivocation or delay. Accordingly, if approved, nominee for finance must be prepared to take decisive and concrete steps to present Parliament with a comprehensive and actionable plan for removal of the said taxes without delay. These measures must be reflected in the President's first budget and economic policy statement to this House, or even before that document is presented. Let it be clear one more time that this House will not entertain any equivocation, delays, or excuses, fully and without hesitation. Now we go to the role of public participation. As we embark on this journey, Ghanaian public is being encouraged to fully participate, get involved, say something and do something. Appointment committee only serves as a conduit for the collective wisdom and vigilance of the citizenry. We urge members of the public, once again, to come forward with memos and any pertinent information regarding the nominees in the public interest. Concluding, Chairman, members, parliamentary press corps, and fellow citizens, the task before us demands clarity of purpose, intellectual rigor, and an unbending commitment to the principles of good governance. And as we begin this vetting process, let us remember that we do not, as representatives of the political parties, but as custodians of the public trust. Let us approach this sacred duty with diligence, integrity, and resolve to ensure that only those who meet the highest standards of competence and character are entrusted with the reins of our nation's governance. May our deliberations be guided by wisdom, fairness, and an unshakable commitment to the good of Ghana. Thank you very much indeed, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader, for the thesis. Honorable members, we all know that the tone of the communication under reference, comparatively to asking Parliament by way of communication from the President to desist and refrain from submitting a bill passed by the House to the President. I mean, Ghanaians are in to do comparison. Honorable members, it is stated in the case of Boyfio versus NTAC that in all these matters, it is the substance that matters, not the form. May I have the pleasure to invite the nominee to take his seat. Honorable members, I call upon the clerk of the committee to administer the oath.
I administer the oath to the nominee.
I, Kasiel Atoba Forsen,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honourable members, as tradition demands, can we proceed to do self-introduction? Starting from the chair, my name is Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South Constituency and the First Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament.
Honorable Emmanuel Makufibwa, Elembele.
Mahama Ayaruga, Boku Central.
Mahama Shaibu, Daboya Mankarago.
Agnes Namomulate, Kruo.
Comfort, do you could you, Ada?
Gideon Boako, I represent the people of the Tana North constituency.
Mahamang Tia Abdul Kabir, Wale constituency.
Koko Asante, Etiwa West constituency.
Shoneboa Kodia Foko, Manson Kwanta constituency.
Isaac Adongo, Bogatanga Central.
John Darko, Swami.
Dr. Steve Namwa, Nishiaso constituency in the Ashanti region.
Lawrence Sergeant Sam, Himalaya Wardenshire.
Michael Edu, Oforukroop constituency.
Samuel Kwekapem North constituency. Charles Forson, Tama Central.
Andrew Dachuite, Solatona Calvin.
Titus Bayo, Lambuse constituency.
Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Wejagbawi.
Al-Hassan Kobragansa, Esikmodo Bimbrakwa constituency.
Thomas Ampimnyako, Eso Jaman.
Richard Achampon, Bia East.
Al-Hassan Omar, Zabzugu.
Patrick Yabuamo, Kankri Central.
Kwame Abuja, MP for Adaklu.
Patricia Apieje, MP for Asqua.
Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin, MP for Efutu.
Honourable members, we have 11-member committee with 4 coming from the subject matter committees, and the rest are friends to the committee. Honourable members, may I ask the nominee to, you want the permanent?
Chairman, thank you. Just to make this point to the nominee, Dr. Forson, the practice of the House has always been that our leaders, because of the peculiar role they play, are treated in a certain way at vetting. Because you are going to hold the public purse, and you are going to be the most important person in this government, the face of all that has to be achieved in terms of fiscal policy, governance, spending, etc. Please bear with your colleagues for some specific matters of policy. I just want to assure you that this right of yours has not been waived, and I would want you to be assured over and over that that is what all leaders since 19 97. I've gone through, I watched the vetting of G.H. Mensah. I watched that of Alban Kingsford Man Ababin. I watched that of Honorable Meche Mensah Bonsu. I watched that of Honorable Harun Idrisu, Honorable Benjamin Kumbo. So yours will not be an exception, as in you being denying that. But there are some policy issues that the Ghanaian public will know because of the portfolio you are going to occupy. So please indulge us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. May we proceed? Nominee, may you tell us about yourself?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Dale Ato Forsen. I represent the good people of Ejumakon Enyan Esiam. In fact, I have represented them since 2009. So this is my 17th year in representing my constituents. I'm a third born from a family of my mother's side of 7. I have a wife, I have 4 children. I'm currently the leader of the majority side of NDC, majority side of Parliament. I'm also serving as the leader of government business as we speak. I have served in the past at the Finance Committee, of which I served last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Yeah, in the last 2 years. Thank you very much.
Leader, in your CV.
Honorable.
Thank you. Congratulations, Honorable. Chairman, I want to plead with you to make sure that those with you, especially the ranking or the leadership, will indeed catch your eye, as you said, because some of the interjections will not be helpful. For example, the Honorable Afenyon Markin, when he was introducing himself, mentioned his full name without the new addition he has brought on the floor. Or signing. We are not, nobody jumped to ask whether he has abandoned that name. So frankly, well, whatever it is, you should have added it. It's officially added. So the point I'm making is that, please, if you want to make interjections, please, leave certain things that you know are not necessary.
Chairman.
So we can move and make progress.
Chairman, the nominee is in the chair, please.
Honourable members, the nominee is in the chairs. And I will proceed to take a question from the subject matter committee members. I am guided by the minority leader and the ranking member that the first person to start questioning is Koko Asante. By the rules, you have to ask 3 questions. and supplementary question will be subject to the discretion of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you mean very well for the country, Ghanaians. You've been a deputy minister, so I know you come with a lot of experience. But honorable nominee, I'd like to just indicate that your answers here carry a lot of weight. The investor community, both local and international, are watching and listening to every statement that you make here today. So I just want to, I know that you'll be mindful. Of course, there's no pressure. My first question, Mr. Chairman.
Well, honorable members, when you are asked to ask question, proceed to ask the question and let's limit the commentaries.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman.
wait.
I just wanted to congratulate.
Wait. Please put off your mind. Chairman, with the greatest respect. Chairman, it's not just a guide. The member is a new member. We have all practiced at the bar. We know what some of these things do to a person on his or her feet. I beg of you one more time. We are here to cooperate with you. Let's be tolerant. You've been in the minority before. You know what it is. Because this vetting, although it is majority, minority, you know that the work itself is being done by the minority. So please allow members to flow. I beg of you. I want us to have a very decent engagement and be stable in all we're doing. I'm begging you.
Honorable Patrick Bowman.
Chairman, thank you very much. I think the finance minister's position, like Honorable Koko rightly said, is very, very important. We know what the leader is made of. But sometimes some foundations ought to be laid to guide the nominee in his answers. Because she said the investor community, both locally and internationally, will be watching and listening. And these are very important partners in our growth program. So if she's going to ask a question that the investor community will be interested in, please, she ought to be given the opportunity to lay some foundation to the question. It doesn't hurt anybody. Thank you.
Honorable Abuja.
Chairman, I just want to appeal to all colleagues, especially the respected minority leader. I've been around this table and I saw when Honorable Ato Forson was the ranking and Honorable Joe Wise was the chair. What I saw was I didn't see Honorable Ato Forson trying to be co-chair. At the moment, so far, people watching might think you are a co-chair. So I'm just appealing to you. Your role in this is very important, without a doubt. It's very important. So for the viewing public, we'll just plead that the two of you should manage such that the interaction between the two of you does not appear as if there's a struggle for power. So I don't have much to say that. We have started well, but if possible, let there be one chair which we all defer to, and then we can make progress. So we good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, we had a preliminary meeting, and we agreed on the roadmap. Therefore, I will not be happy where the committee will resume work and will be denigrating. So, honourable members, ask a question. Please, proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, as I've taken, I notified you.
Chairman, the ranking cannot interject anytime you speak. It's completely out of order. You cannot interject anytime the chairman speaks. You are not the chairman of this committee.
Chairman, thank you very much. I tapped you for your leave, and I didn't just get up to make an input. Chairman, also with the greatest respect to you, in all humility, please, this situation where you are more or less directing the member, please, I will not co-chair with you. I know my position. I'm the ranking. I'm pleading with you too. You and I are practitioners, and we know what some of these comments mean. So please allow the member to put her thought together. She's a new member, her first time in this exercise. She is a woman. Let us allow her to build her confidence. Let us allow her to flow. Let us allow her to lay the necessary foundation upon which the question will be mounted, so that the people watching and listening would appreciate, so that the member, the nominee himself, will also appreciate the question. So I am pleading with you. I would not co-chair with you. I have cooperated with you thus far. I will not stand in your way. We are in this together. But please tolerate the views we express, and we'll do so in utmost respect to you. Please. Thank you very much.
Please proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, you're on record, I believe on January 9th, it was reported by Reuters, that you're going to request additional financing from the IMF. What proposal do you intend to present to the IMF?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, inaccurate reportage. I did not say I am going to request for additional financing from the IMF. Inaccurate. What I said was we could request for additional finances if the need arises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
My second question, honorable nominee, is Ghana, like many other countries, depends on taxation as one of the major sources of revenue to fund development. As a matter of fact, one of the conditions of the IMF, the current arrangement with the IMF, is to enhance local revenue mobilization. The NDC party promised Ghanaians to scrap a number of taxes. So how do you intend, if you're given the nod as the Minister of Finance, to bridge the revenue gap?
Honorable nominee, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, let me say this is an excellent question. Mr. Chairman, Ghana currently collects approximately 13.8% of GDP in terms of tax revenue, according to the latest data I've cited as part of the transition. It is obvious that we can do better. I've studied the Ghana economy for some time, and I can say without mentioning a word that Ghana has huge potential when it comes to tax revenue mobilization. You don't necessarily have to increase taxes before you rake in revenue. We have the handles. What we need to do is to improve compliance. I will work with the JRA, the tax policy unit of the Ministry of Finance, to ensure that we increase compliance and to raise the revenue as much as we can. Yes, in the medium term, it is my vision, when approved, to increase the revenue from 13.8, tax revenue from 13.8% of GDP to about 16 to 18%. That will be able to compare ourselves to our peers. I believe the potentials are out there. It doesn't necessarily mean we should increase taxes. Yes, we have obviously announced that we are going to scrap certain taxes. We'll stick to just that. But it doesn't also mean that we don't care about the revenue. We care about the revenue. And we will have to do more on revenue. But it doesn't necessarily mean we should increase taxes. Some of the taxes out there are not bringing in the revenue that it should. For example, the betting tax is bringing in less than 50 million Ghana cedis a year. It's a nuisance tax. Scrapping 50 million Ghana cedis will not mean anything in a way that will affect the economy if you are to adjust, particularly from the expenditure side. I mean, the noise with the Benson tax and all does not comprehend the imposition of such a tax. And so I believe that scrapping such a tax will not necessarily affect the forward march of the Ghanaian economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Historically, there have been a lot of macroeconomic policy focus on inflation and exchange rates. Yet the AGI and others in the private sector still complain of high interest rates affecting their businesses. So what are you going to do, given a nod, differently? What are you going to do differently to ensure that our macroeconomic policies are more effective in lowering interest rates for the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you. I think government has a key role to play in this, particularly the fiscal authorities. I say this because if the country is actively in the market, borrowing every week, I mean, if you look at the T-bill market today, every single week we roll over 111 billion Ghana cedis. And if you were to roll over 111 billion Ghana cedis week in, week out, the exchange rate, the interest rate will certainly go up. And you should also understand that interest rate sometimes is a function of inflation. And that is why, personally, I believe there was the need for us to immediately work to bring inflation down. And then also work in such a way that we can stabilize inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and create jobs. Until we do such a thing, certainly the concerns you've raised will still be there. And there's a lot of work we have to do. It starts from the fiscal authorities. We need to cut expenditure. The time is now. We have to cut the waste. And if you cut the waste, certainly you'll be able to, you will not be able to, you will certainly go to the market in a careful way that you will not be borrowing as much as you are borrowing today. And that in itself, you won't crowd out the private sector and you will be bringing down the inflation in a way that interest rate will come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, the ranking member, has one follow-up question.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you said in a response to our respected colleague's question about tax revenue that as a nation, we don't need to necessarily raise revenue through taxes. I mean, then clarify so that I can lay the proper foundation, please.
Mr. Chairman, I did not say that.
I just want you to clarify the point then.
I said we do not necessarily have to raise tax revenue by increasing the tax rate. It doesn't mean the same.
So how do you juxtapose that within the context of your previous position in respect of incentives to the private sector?
Increasing the tax
We've
rate.
had a private sector policy by the previous government where the whole intent was to free the space for the private sector so that they can invest more, so that they can employ more. You held a position strongly against that incentive, that taxes be necessarily imposed on raw materials that are imported for manufacturing purposes in the country, on equipment that are imported for manufacturing in the country, and all others. How do you juxtapose that?
Mr. Chairman, my position.
Honorable nominee, before you come in. Honorable Mama Yarga is on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the nominee did not say that taxes should not be imposed on raw materials. The issue was whether or not taxes already imposed should be received or exempted by this House. So let's communicate accurately.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ayerga. The nominee is capable of answering the question, so proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my position on tax exemptions are well known. I do not intend to hide from that, and I won't hide from that. Mr. Chairman, tax exemption is gradually becoming a major source of tax expenditure in our fiscal framework. Unfortunately, it's not properly targeted, and so you see a situation where we exempt huge volumes of our taxes to particular companies. At the same time, because we are exempting those taxes, we end up increasing these tax rates for so many other people to pay. I believe everyone else must be given the opportunity to pay taxes. My concern, particularly with the one that you are making reference to, I'm sure it has to do with 1D, 1F. It is not transparent enough. I do not believe that certain individuals must be privileged enough to get tax exemptions, whilst others doing the same should not be given the opportunity to get tax exemption. And I have contended in the past that if the government insists on tax exemption for 1D, 1F, they should put it in the law and allow everyone else to benefit from such tax exemption. My main concern, particularly my criticism against the 1D, 1F, has to do with the opaque manner that it has been done in the past. And I still stand by that. If the government, or if this current government still believes that tax exemption 1D, 1F is irrelevant, then obviously my suggestion is put it in the law. Let everyone benefit from it, but don't pick and choose and decide who should benefit from such a tax exemption. I think it's wrong, and taxation must be fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you. Leader, I'm making this point as a result of what you just said. Yes, you complain of the lack of transparency. But for the records, and Honorable Yabuama is here, he chaired the committee. You may recall that as a result of those concerns, government at the time was able to meet those concerns to the extent that there was even a waiver on one item, raw materials. In fact, let me say not waiver, the raw materials component was taken out of the whole exemption. And through scrutiny, the request was very much reduced. Would you say that it was purely political because those concerns were addressed, but you still said no?
Mr. Chairman, I have no regrets for saying no. I have no regrets in the sense that, one, when these taxes were introduced, tax exemptions were introduced to us in this House, initially we were called upon to exempt approximately $458 million. Upon my insistence, the Minister of Finance went back to working together with the Minister for Trade and brought it down to about $100 million. So straight away, I saved the nation approximately $400 million, about $358 million, obviously because of my insistence. I still felt there was the need for us to do more. And that $100 million, I could still see things that I disagree. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have no regrets, and I think I did what is right for Ghana and for all of us. Because clearly, it wasn't right for us to grant some of those tax exemptions. I wasn't alone. Colleagues from the Finance Committee agreed with me, and together we fought it. But obviously, I did not champion this alone. Let me also use this platform to pay tribute to Honorable Kweku Kwati. Honorable Kweku Kwati was instrumental in the fight against this tax exemption because he agreed with me that these taxes were certainly not right, and we are working for Ghana. And if we can save $558 million, look at Accra Kumasi Road. We could use that money to fix the Accra Kumasi Road. I think it wasn't necessary for us to approve that tax and those concerns. It's not personal, it's not political, but we did it with the right intention, obviously for God and country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Foko Junibua.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Castle Atoban Forson, congratulations.
Thank you very
being
much.
Nominated as Minister Designate for Finance. I've got a few questions. The first one, can you tell us how you are going to fund the government machinery, given that now there is no appetite for lenders to give money on long term, and the money market segment is already crowded, as you initially alluded to. So how are you going to fund government machinery? Lenders are not ready to give long term. The money market end is already crowded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the short term, we need to, Mr. Chairman, in the short term, we need to bring confidence back. It's as important as anything. My proposal is for us to immediately introduce a very strong budget, signaling that we are ready to do the heavy liftings. That first budget will indeed send the right signal that Ghana is ready to open our doors for investors to come into the country. I believe if we are to introduce strong measures, particularly from the expenditure side, we will be able to bring inflation down to 8% plus or minus 2. In doing so, we'll be able to reopen the domestic bond market so that we can move away from the over-reliance of the treasury bill market. And so we'll be able to, at a minimum, smoothing the harms that has been created as a result of the domestic debt exchange and the Eurobond. And so we need to bring confidence back. But you know, if you are confronted with a situation where you do not have financing, then there's the need for you to look within. Let's deal with expenditure. Let's cut expenditure. Let us not pretend that there's money out there for us. Just like it has been done in somewhere, we can also do it here. My proposal is, let's look at the expenditure side as well. It shouldn't always be borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. It's time for us to cut the waste, and so I will lead the process to cut the waste. And I will need you, honorable members, to help me cut the waste so that we live and stay within the envelope that we can. But when push comes to shove, obviously, we will work with our development partners, such as the Africa Development Bank, the World Bank, the European Union, and other bilateral agencies, including the IMF, to raise cheaper sources of financing to finance government expenditure, particularly where expenditures that can lead to a proper growth and inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you, Minister Designate. My second question, you've already given a hint on it, which relates to tax exemptions. Particularly, what I want to hear from you, or what I would expect you to tell this committee, is that the Exemptions Act of 2022 at 1083 allows the states to take equity stake in entities that apply for tax exemptions. This has never been applied, though the Act allows it. Can you tell this committee that under your regime, you'll be bold enough to apply these aspects of the Act, the entities that come for tax exemptions, you'll be ready to go in for equity stake for this country? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's now great. We've done one, I think last year. Honorable Abina will bear me witness. Honorable Kweku Kouaten championed it. In fact, I seconded the motion for us to set the tone and allow to implement the Tax Exemption Act, particularly the portion that allows government of Ghana to take equity stake. So we've done once. And as a champion against tax exemptions, and someone who insists that tax exemption must also count, you can count on me that I will do whatever it takes, that when push comes to shove, that we have to grant tax exemption. The country must benefit. You can count on me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So everyone has heard and will be watching. My third question, you know, it is commonly known that we generate really nothing much from the informal sector when it comes to taxes. And if you look at the mid-year budget of 2024, if you look at page 107, you realize that tax from PAYE, if you look at the revised budget, it's about 21.113 billion cedis. Whereas taxes from self-employed for the same period, just about 1.572 billion cedis. So this is a ratio of 13 to 1. So the formal sector, PAYE, revenue from those taxes, is 13 times what we get from all the self-employed. So the gap is so big. What would you do practically to close this gap? A gap of 13 to 1. What would you do practically?
I remember this is a very valid question and very interesting one. I think there's a genuine concern. First, we need to formalize the informal sector. Second, we need to encourage them to formally register with the Revenue Authority. And third, we need to incentivize them. We can learn from Uganda. Uganda has been able to incentivize the informal sector. And as such, they are collecting more taxes from the informal sector than most of sub-Saharan African countries. The question is, what have they done? What Uganda did was to agree through tax education that a percentage of whatever you pay will be used as your pension contribution, even as the informal sector. And so my proposal is, why can't we encourage, or through taxes education, encourage the informal sector by instituting an informal sector pension scheme where you will plow back, let's say 30%. It doesn't mean quote me for 30%. Let's say 30% of whatever you pay as your contribution from your income tax, as your contribution to your to formalize the informal sector and to incentivize them to pay. The options are there. I'm open for advice. I will listen, and I'm ready, as when approved as minister, to work with all of you to see what we can do to allow the informal sector also to contribute their widow's mite towards the development of our dear country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then move to the majority side to take questions from the leaders of the Finance Committee. Starting from Honorable Azika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my honorable colleague with whom I have worked closely over the years, but also to thank His Excellency for the privilege to bring a thoroughbred finance person from this house who was involved in oversight for 6 years and practice in government for another 4 years. When I was invited, I asked myself, what questions are there to ask Honorable Afotu-Forse? Because we have always been on this side preparing solutions, and I have been in meetings where you and I have led conversations on the way forward to save our country.
Honorable Azika,
all I can say here is
the
that
commentary and go straight to the question.
I believe that my colleagues are better placed because I know your quality and what you bring on board. So I have nothing to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Adongo. It's now the turn of Richard Achampong.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, congratulations. I've worked with you since 2013 to date, so I know what you stand for. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have only one question for you. Mr. Nominee, how do you plan to address the country's fiscal challenges and ensure debt sustainability? Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, your answer.
Mr. Chairman, Ghana's debt management in the past few years has been a major cause of concern. It is sad to know that the country has gone through a very difficult debt exchange, domestic. It's also sad to note that we had to restructure our Eurobonds. In order to not to repeat the past mistakes, we intend to establish an independent debt management office. But in the meantime, we have a major hump that we have to deal with. For example, on the 18th of February, about 6.8 billion Ghana cedis will be due for payment. It is our responsibility to make sure we pay. And the Ministry of Finance, I believe, at this time are preparing to make that payment. My responsibility is to make sure what has happened in the past does not repeat. And so I will do just that. I will work with the Ministry of Finance, I will work with our development partners, and we'll do whatever it takes to avoid a second wave of the crisis we faced in 2022. That I can assure you.
Thank you very much. Any further question? In the absence of any further question, it's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namomo Latte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask the nominee. I will begin by congratulating the Honorable Leader for this high office being nominated to. I would want to find out from the Honorable nominee his general vision for revenue mobilization. We've heard bits and pieces, and it's exciting to hear more what your vision is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much. I worked under Honorable Setepe for 4 years, an astute tax practitioner. I learned under him. He used to meet the revenue authorities once every fortnight. As a result, we saw our revenue improving. What I can assure you is that learning from an Honorable Set and seeing the way our revenue increased in the shortest possible time, I'll go by the same approach. But aside that, I would dedicate considerable amount of my time towards revenue mobilization. Ministers of Finance often have not paid enough attention to revenue mobilization. I think we should not allow GRA alone to mobilize the revenue. The Ministers of Finance will have a role to play, and I'll play such a role. As I said, I will dedicate considerable amount of my attention towards revenue mobilization and to help improve the revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
I only want to wish the nominee very well.
Thank you. All members, it's now the turn of Honorable Abana Osei Asari to pose a question to the nominee. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I see you are smiling because I've been in your shoes before. And less than a year ago, I was sitting here and you were sitting there firing questions at me. But I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you. I think you have worked very hard. You put us on our toes when we were in government. And I hope to do the same constructively moving forward. So I wish you well. Just one or two questions, and that will be it, because you are now moving there. You've been there before. You were there as a deputy minister. You are now going as the finance minister yourself. And I know that a lot of decisions will rest or come from you. I remember that in 2023, during the budget, you mentioned the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would inherit a very difficult economy. This is in the Parliamentary Hansard, November 21st, 2023. That's the page 35. But at the end of 2024, and during the transition, we shared some economic data with you. You agree with me that we exceeded revenue. Same GRA exceeded revenue by, I think, 400 million to, it was 178 billion or so. They exceeded by 400 million Ghana cedis. The economy grew from 2.9% in 2023 to first half of the year to 5.8% in 2024. We managed to tame inflation down to 23.2% from 23.8% in December. The banking sector assets have also improved from 274 billion in 2023 to about 376 billion in 2024, October. The private sector credits increased by 28.8% from a negative of 7.5% in the same period last year. The primary balance has improved from a deficit to a surplus, and we live in a reserve of 7.7 billion, representing 3.5 months of import cover compared to the 2.7 months of import cover of about 5.9 billion in 2023. And you also talked about the debt restructuring. And in there, we also told you how far we have gotten with that. We have done over 90% of that. We are left with just the private sector, the private bits, and we will be done. So, my dear friend, we've known each other way back in our university days, so I can call him a friend. And so, my dear friend, with this data that you have been presented with, how would you describe the 2024 economy that you have inherited?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Nominee, over to you.
Mr. Chairman, it's early days yet to make a pronouncement on the 2024 outturns. As we speak, there's no outturn for 2024, because whatever you have is preliminary and cannot be said that is outturn. I say this because the transition numbers she's presenting, we did a transition between 9th to about 21st of December. It doesn't give you end-year numbers. Mr. Chairman, I heard her talk about revenue, but revenue alone will not give you a picture of the fiscal deficit. You will need to correspond it with expenditure. I'm also aware that between 30th to 31st, we saw the controller paying out about 18 billion cedis. So 18 billion cedis as against the 400 that you gained. There's a deficit. And so let's wait for end-year numbers. I don't want to speculate. I will wait for end-year numbers, and then I'll present so, if approved, to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I want to learn from the former president, Sikampedide. I will wait till then before I make those statements. And when the time comes, I will present the true picture of the economy. I don't want to speculate at this point. Let's wait for our turns, and the budget will be read maybe next month, so that we don't use this podium to create speculation. And to add to what the first questioner said, whatever we say here today, whatever we do here today has implication. And it's very sensitive to the market. And so let's be careful not to speculate. I don't want to be pushed to speculate. So
Honorable Nominee, you know the rules. What is the meaning of Sikampedide?
Mr. Chairman, the former president spoke in French and Cree. I don't understand. I'll wait for
that. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Mr.
you may
Chairman.
proceed with your next question.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad my friend has confirmed this, because in November 2023, the numbers presented were also provisional and yet he was able to make a declaration on it. And so in November 23, all that he said were speculation based on what he just told us, that he will not speculate, he rather wait for the outturn. But in November 23, the numbers based on which he made that statement were also provisional.
Honorable former minister, is that your next question?
Can I land, Your Excellency? And so, I mean, that's by way of just letting him know that today he's saying that he will wait and not speculate. But in November 2023, these were the same provisional numbers that we gave out, and yet he was able to make a declaration of the true state of the budget. Thank you, my brother. Okay, I move to my second question. And my second question is about resetting Ghana. That's you, yes. Resetting Ghana, and you are in the highest chair to push this agenda. There's a saying that once you first fix your macroeconomy, all other things will fall through. But in your own manifesto, you're saying that you want to shift from over-concentration on the macroeconomy and then prioritize microeconomy. Looking at the current macroeconomic situation, can you say, as you suggested, that it is going to remain the same, that we have fixed the macro such that you can start, you can start quickly with your macroeconomy agenda that you gave out in your manifesto? I just want you to share with us what you think you will do to hit the ground running, as you said in your manifesto, moving away from the macroeconomy because you think we have fixed that for you, and then you want to ride on the back of that to continue with your macroeconomy, as you stated in the manifesto.
Thank you very much. You
The
may
macro
proceed
is
to answer.
fixed. Mr. Chairman, I want to leave this with us. Ghana is not out of the woods yet. In fact, we are still in the woods. And there's a lot more work we have to do, as long as the macro is concerned. But it's important for us to understand that you don't only grow the economy from the macro, you grow the economy also from the micro. You don't necessarily create jobs only from the macro, you create jobs from the micro. You don't stabilize the city only from the micro, you stabilize the city also from the micro. Mr. Chairman, it is obvious that in the last many years, Ghana has overly concentrated on the macroeconomy. I think we need to get back to basics. If you want to fix the city and you fail to deal with the structural challenges you face as a country, you will firefight. In the end, it will be short-term. We need to deal with it. Yes, you can use the macro to deal with the short-term challenges. But what about the micro? Now your oil revenue is dwindling by 30%, in fact 37%. And you want cities. You have hydrocarbon asset sitting, becoming stranded. What are you doing at the micro side to make sure you can pump in the revenue, bring the oil out, and then get enough revenue to support the economy? What are you doing? You have a cocoa industry that is collapsing, moving from 968,000 metric tons per annum to less than 500,000. What are you doing? These are micro issues that we have to deal with. And I believe that ministers of finance should not only be at the ministry just to pay people. That is only a function of the Ministry of Finance. But ministers of finance must and will have to also pay attention to the economic development mandate of the ministry. So I can assure you, what we said in our manifesto, we stand by it. We will have to do something different. And when approved, with your help, I would dedicate once again a considerable amount of my attention towards the development of the microeconomy, the rest sectors of our economy, to help create jobs and stabilize our currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before your next question, Honorable Boa has a follow-up question. You are done. Okay.
Chairman, thank you. I think the question brought you to the city's stability. And you know the city has depreciated by over 30%. and it's really a matter of great concern. Can you outline some of the steps you take to stabilize the city?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Bank of Ghana alone cannot anchor the Ghana city. The Ministry of Finance will have to play a critical role in anchoring the Ghana city. Mr. Chairman, in the shortest possible time, it is our responsibility to make sure we reduce inflation to 8% plus or minus 2, the target band, in the shortest possible time. Inflation, 8% plus or minus 2. And we'll do that through a careful but strong front-loaded fiscal consolidation agenda, expenditure-based, let me put it this way. And when we're able to do that, it will help the central bank, the monetary authorities, to be able to save reserves and be able to protect the city or come in to intervene when the need arises. But let me also say that all said and done, that is the short-term measure. But in the long term, as a country, we need to sustainably anchor the Ghana city with a number of policies. And then NDC, through our manifesto, we've announced a number of them. First is the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board, so that we can use the gold in a way to bring in the forex, the needed forex, to support the city in the very short term. Second, as part of our manifesto, we said we are going to revitalize the palm industry and the cocoa industry. We're already in talks with the World Bank to have that and to make sure that happens. I believe the cocoa and the palm industry will also go a long way to support, bring in the needed forex to support. In fact, cocoa had been the mainstay of our economy over the years until recent that the forex is not coming in. We have to do some work, obviously, with the non-traditional export as well. And most importantly for me, we also need to deal with the hydrocarbons that over the last 8 years, Mr. Chairman, the questioner was a former minister for petroleum. He will agree with me that in the last 8 years, we've not been able to bring on stream any additional oil field. That is a major concern. It's not that we don't have the oil is there. It's not that we cannot get additional forex to support. But we need to be quick. And these are things that the Ministry of Finance will have to play a very critical role. So we will sustainably anchor the city by ensuring that these major policies are introduced in the shortest possible time to ensure that we can have a stable city. And that's my priority. As I've said, and I've said it so many times, my priority is stable city, low prices, and indeed job creation. That is a priority, and I'll work to make sure that happens. Thank you. Billions of dollars. This year already we've paid about $364 million US, and others that are coming up. From next year, you'll be compelled to pay every year $1 billion US from the Eurobond market. From the bilateral official creditors, we don't know yet because they've not signed the MOU and all. I recognize the challenges that we have to face as a country. I'm familiar with it. What I can say is that we need to urgently go back to the drawing board to see what we can refinance and what we cannot refinance, and build buffers to take those ones that we cannot refinance. Currently, we do not have buffers to take off some of this debt as an outside. No buffers. We have to learn from the past. We have to learn from our mistakes as a country. Rambo Setepe once taught me how to build buffers, and his famous sinking fund. When you have the need to save for during good times to take care of eventualities or during bad times. We did the same. To the extent that when we were leaving office, there was enough buffers for the incoming administration to repay the maturing Eurobond. We did just that. Today, it is obvious that we do not have buffers for the external side. For the domestic side, I don't know of any buffer. But nevertheless, and as I've said, don't be despaired. We will manage this debt. His Excellency, the former president, in his last State of the Nation address said that he did not expect the incoming finance minister to default. I want to use this podium to assure the former president that we will not default. We are very much aware of the harms that has been created. It's not palatable. It's worrying. For example, you need to always, every week, week in, week out, go into the T-bill market and refinance it, 111 billion Ghana cedis. Week in, week out. 91 days, you have to refinance 51.6. 182 days, you have to refinance 24.6 billion. And 364 days, you have to refinance 34.9 billion. So together, you are talking of 111 billion Ghana cedis in T-bills that you have to refinance. Or probably roll over. Aside the domestic payment debt that I spoke about. But we will implement an effective debt management program, and we will establish an independent debt management office. I think I said it earlier. And this independent debt management office will manage our debt better. And going forward, avoid past mistakes. I think that is very important. I think we don't have to dwell too much with the past. The past is behind us. We have a country to take care of. We have citizens that are struggling. And so we'll focus on the way forward and forward march of our people and do what is right. But be assured, we'll manage the debt better.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from Omar? Honorable members, against the ground rules, I've exercised my discretion as the chairman of the committee to welcome a question from Sami Auku, a friend to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to just ask a follow-up question, if it pleases Mr. Chairman, and then I can go on to my substantive. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee.
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, we had an understanding. The leader of the minority made a valid point to allow a question from a non-member of the committee. Against the existing protocol, the chairman agreed for the person to answer, to ask a question. It is not appropriate for that person to now say you want to ask a follow-up question before his substantive question. That is not allowed. So go on and answer your question. That is I think the point I'm making to chairman, that he is allowed to
Honorable Samia Okume, you do exactly the same.
Mr. Chairman, basically it had to do with...
Chairman, today is Monday morning. Over and over again, I want to assure colleagues in the majority of our fullest cooperation. I am pleading with all of you in the majority. No attempt should be made to intimidate my members, especially the new ones. Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja, you are an experienced legislator. What you just did, you knew the effect of what you just did. When I pinch you guys a bit, then you're all crying, Afenyo, Afenyo, Afenyo. You do that to my members. I've been calm, I'm watching. You try to take the power from. Don't let us go there. We have started a good morning. Tolerate us enough. Be patient. So far, your side have not done the scrutiny. And we understand you are in government. Scrutiny would largely be done by the minority and the opposition. So please, in all humility, if you will be... There's no problem. Let me finish. Let me finish. Vice Chair, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I need to finish. I allowed Honorable Govins Agboja to finish.
Chairman, point of order.
Even when I had a point of order, I allowed him to finish. The rule of this game is tolerance. And if you are in government and you still act as though you are in opposition, would have it. Would have it. If your style would be to be attacking me, you would have it. You would have it.
Point of order. Chairman,
if you think that you are still
on our side, you've been asking very good questions.
I'm on my chairman. You know you never gave him. Mr. Chairman, you never gave your vice.
He's completely out of order.
Chairman, you never gave him the floor. Chairman,
should never allow any friend of this committee to ask questions. Now, the former chairman never allowed any friend to ask a question.
Honorable Boa, you don't have the floor. You don't have the floor.
Chairman, I would accord every member of this committee utmost respect. And our side will continue to treat all of us here with utmost respect. Colleagues, I'm compelled to make this point. We are here in good faith. The minority has cooperated with chairman for us to get here in good faith. The letter got to us in Parliament. An advert was done. We cooperated for the advert to be placed in the paper same day. We were supposed to start this vetting tomorrow. Chairman reached out to me regarding some exigencies. I convinced my side that there is a need for the new government to proceed to form a government. The president needs his team. So let us not obstruct. Let's cooperate. I still have communications asking me, leader, why are you changing from Tuesday to Monday? I am here to do the people's work with my team. This posture of attack on me, colleagues, chairman, with the greatest respect, I will not take it anymore. Even my opening remarks had to receive interjections and point of order. When go and watch Bagwin as minority leader, his opening remarks, let's watch the videos. Let's watch Harun Idrisu. Guys, I don't want a situation where it will be like Markin wants to do this and that. I understand governance. I know governance. And I will support you to form your government. But nobody should make an attempt to use some attacks to frustrate. It won't work. And we are not going to boycott proceedings. As Honorable Governor Agboja once said on the floor, even laying paper, even for him to oppose, he says that there will be chaos. That was his threat. We know what he did to my vice chair. No, it's not payback. I will never do that. I'm not petty. I know what they did to this 67-year-old woman who was then the chair of the appointment committee, our mother. We know what happened. The cameras watched it. So, colleagues, you are now in government. Your duty is tolerance. Tolerance. If you don't want to tolerate us and you don't want to accommodate and you are talking about rules, then we'll also go by the rules strictly. I would end here. Chairman, thank you. And
thank you very much, Honorable
Minority
Leader.
Again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. The presidents are there. We all know that Honorable Joseph Osei Osu, sitting as the chairman of the appointment committee, will never welcome a question from a non-member of the committee. I am using my discretion to allow a non-member to ask a question. I am asking you to ask a question. And to ask a question does not give you room to ask supplementary question before the main question. It's an abuse of the opportunity being given to you. May you proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, wait. No, wait. Chairman, with the greatest respect, I know you are an advocate, you do a lot of cross-examination. You cannot raise your voice on a member. He's a first timer. When he makes a mistake, let's correct him in a manner that would encourage him to enjoy Parliament. He's a new member. Please, with the greatest respect, I know it was not your intention, but knowing you, when you get your client in a tight corner, how you deal with them, I beg you, this is not your client. I beg you. Neither is he. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Honourable member, ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. But first of all, I did not even make a mistake in the first place. Just for the records, I did seek leave.
Go ahead and
Chairman.
ask the question,
and
please.
Once it wasn't approved, then I proceed to my substantive. That's all, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the clarity. And I will proceed. Honourable nominee, I would like to refer you to a publication on the 15th of March 2021. And I want to paraphrase because I don't want to miss any word. And I quote, Ghana today, we are complaining that this gambling is destroying our youth. I've read a number of articles on this. I would have thought that the government will come out with a policy to restrict gambling and to even ban it, he said. And this was a quotation attributed to you, Honourable Nominee. I want to ask and proceed on this. Do you still stand by this position of banning gambling and banning betting and all that in its entirety, or now your position has changed? That's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a very good question, and it's an opportunity for me to clarify. Mr. Chairman, I was on a show with the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, and the contest must come out. The Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, at the time a Minister for Information, I'm sure, had the responsibility to sell a government policy on betting. And he said, I'm surprised you are not bringing that portion. He said that betting tax is being implemented because it is destroying our youth, and that the government is introducing this betting tax he said the government is introducing this betting tax to deter them, equivalent to a sin tax, so that they will not be staking the bet. I retorted on a show being hosted by Evans Mensah on Joy FM PM Express. I retorted by saying that will not solve the problem. That will not solve the problem because I've read a number of articles, and the article presupposes or suggests that it is destroying our youth. And so if you want to introduce a tax, you have to first look at the elasticities, and as to whether the elasticities will mean that imposing such a tax will prevent the individual or the people concerned from the staking of the VAT, of the betting or not. But I doubt that that will. And so if you intend doing that, the best option is to ban it and not to introduce a tax. And I said the tax will not solve the problem. Here we are today. I've been vindicated. Has the tax solved the problem as intended by the government? Big no. I insist that that tax must be abolished. And as Minister of Finance, my first budget, I will abolish the betting tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We don't do that in Parliament. We say here, here.
No, but they are not.
The next person is Honorable Mama Elga.
We're done.
Mama Elga.
I thought somebody was my friend until I was given an opportunity to ask a question. And she started heckling me even before I've asked the question. Congratulations, my leader. My real question was to ask you how prepared you are to deal with the multitude of economic challenges confronting Ghana. But after listening to you within these few minutes, I thought it wise to abandon my question. Because even before asking, you have made a case demonstrating your readiness and preparedness to confront the problems of Ghana with greater expertise and finesse than we have seen in the past. So I have a few questions focusing on what my brother and former majority leader and now minority leader raised in his thesis that he read before we started. Oh, it's very beautiful. Thesis.
Honourable Member, continue. Proceed.
Number one, will you abolish the e-levy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my position on the e-levy is well known. I do not intend to run from it. I've written articles against the e-levy. I championed opposition against the e-levy. I still stand by them. Mr. Chairman, the e-levy is neither a direct tax, indirect tax, or an excise tax. I don't know how to classify the e-levy as a tax practitioner. Mr. Chairman, it doesn't mean that I do not recognize that the e-levy brings in certain revenue. But the fact remains that the e-levy retards our progress towards a cash-light economy and the fintech. We need to abolish the e-levy. I have said, and I'm on record to have said, that given the opportunity to abolish the e-levy, I want to restate that position, that if approved as part of the first budget, I'll be privileged and I will announce that we will abolish the e-levy as part of our first budget, recognizing my earlier stance and the commitment that His Excellency the President Mahama said that as part of our 120 days agenda, we will abolish the e-levy. We stand by that, and I can assure you the e-levy will go within the 120 days calendar that we've announced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mama Ayarga. the minority leader and the ranking member wants to do a follow-up on the question relating to abolishing e-levy.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, my respected colleague and leader tells us that he's aware that abolishing the e-levy would amount to government losing revenue. How does he make up for the loss in revenue?
Thank you very much. Your answer to the question, please.
Mr. Chairman, it shouldn't always be revenue, revenue, revenue. But why are we not paying attention to expenditure? I think you have a choice of both. Remove the e-levy and replace it. Or remove the e-levy, don't replace it, and cut corresponding expenditure. The option is on the table. As minister, I will obviously consider the e-levy holistically and the fact that it's going, and look at its impact and assess it appropriately. But my commitment will not change. The e-levy has to go, and it will go immediately.
Thank you very much. He intimated he has a further supplementary question.
Chair, my respected colleague and leader has introduced an important point, and I find a very intelligent one. He says that it's not always about revenue, but expenditure. We are aware of several expenditure lines. These are largely social intervention programs. Is he saying that he's going to do away with some of the social intervention programs to enable him succeed? Or has he been able to identify a particular expenditure line to be able to deal with? Because to say you are going to abolish it on good authority and you are not going to look for another source of revenue to replace it, but you're going to cut on expenditure, it so suggests that you've identified one. Have you been able to identify one?
Mr. Chairman, the quality of expenditure matters. I have said here, and I'm on record to have said that as part of our short-term measures, we will indeed implement a careful but a strong expenditure-based front-loaded fiscal consolidation agenda without hurting growth and the vulnerable. The vulnerable obviously means protecting social protection. Mr. Chairman, I'm a social democrat. My party, the NDC, is a social democratic party. We stand by our ideals. We will not be the ones to hurt the vulnerable. We will protect the vulnerable in our society. Our expenditure cut will be careful, will be done in a way where the vulnerable will be protected. And I've said the quality of expenditure matters. It matters in the sense that expenditure must drive inclusive growth. And so if the expenditure is wasteful and it's not properly targeted and it's not achieving the desired outcome, then you have to relook at it. So we'll be guided. Remember, aside my professional expertise, I'm also a politician. I have won a mandate, and my constituency is a rural constituency. I understand the people of Ghana. I understand the needs of the vulnerable. I understand the dynamics of the political economy. I have monitored Ghana's economy for close to 20 years, 2 decades. I understand its trends, and I can assure you that whatever policy that we will introduce it in such a way that it will drive inclusive growth and help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ranking member is really enjoying the answers to the question. We may now move on with Honorable Mahama Ayarga.
Honorable Matufosun, you have been talking about cutting down on expenditure. You've repeated that several times this morning, is the reduction in the number of ministers and the reduction in the number of existing ministries. Is that part of the measures being taken at the highest levels to cut down on expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, the size of government matter. It feeds into the expenditure framework. Reducing government ministries from 30 to 23 gives you a savings of 7. 7 bureaucratic agencies. 7 bureaucratic agencies comes with its own cost. Therefore, it is part of the envelope. So straight away you can see the envelope. Today, the Ministry of Finance will have to populate the budget as approved by Parliament for expenditure in advance of appropriations. It has, as part of it, 30 ministries. Immediately, they have to realign to 23. So straight away, you have cost centers of 27 that you have to eliminate. Some are fixed, but they are variable costs that you immediately cut. And so you can understand that as part of the government's policy to cut down expenditure, we have already begun. And I'm sure in the next budget, you'll be very impressed with us, what some of the things we'll do. I don't want to preempt it. I'm not a minister yet. I'll count on you to approve me very fast so that I can start the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last question. My last question is, do you have any doubts about any of our commitments to abolish any of the taxes? Are we reneging? Is there any conversation in the circles of government? Is there any doubt in our mind about any of the taxes that we said we will abolish?
Mr. Chairman, certainly no. Certainly no.
Thank you very much. I will take a question from Honorable Ampimnyako.
Thank you, Chairman. And congratulations to Honorable Dr. Ato Forson. But I am impressed with your responses so far, a clear indication that you are ready to help reset Ghana. But I have a quick question. The previous government, in the process of introducing e-levy, abolished road tolls. As you have committed to remove e-levy, would you consider to bring back road toll collections? And what is your take on property rate collections as well? Because they attempted to centralize it and they reversed it with the previous government attempted centralization of property rate collections, and they reversed it with the explanation that there were some challenges. What is your take on road toll and property rate?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the previous government indeed removed the road toll. But getting to the end, they signaled that road toll is coming back. Mr. Chairman, they submitted to Parliament, it was not late, a concession agreement with a company to reintroduce the road tolls. I have a copy. Mr. Chairman, the NDC indicated from day one that the road toll will come back. We are not running away from it. In fact, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, at the time, the minority leader, said that the NDC promises to bring back the road toll. The Hansard will bear us out. We have not run away from that fact. So I can assure you, we are a party that sticks to our promises. And whatever we have promised to do, we'll do just that. If the road toll is a way to raise revenue, will raise the revenue. And the road toll, if you use the road, you have to pay a toll. And it's all over the world. Ghana won't be the first country, won't be the last one. You have to contribute towards the road maintenance. And so the only thing is we have to collect the revenue effectively and efficiently so that that we can plow it towards the maintenance of those roads.
Thank you very much. I will take a question from Gideon Buako. Dr. Gideon Buako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable nominee per his CV is affiliated to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Business School. In fact, he signed up for the program at the time I was seconded to the office of the Vice President. So as a lecturer of the business school, I think it is appropriate that on behalf of the KNUST Business School, I congratulate you. And I can see my colleague, Professor Jonathan Annan, sitting behind you to show moral support. Mr. Honorable Nominee, on 3rd April 2019, Ghana's economic management team held a public lecture at the College of Physicians and Surgeons. And this lecture was led by the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. The lecture was themed, Our Progress, Our Status, Our Future. A day after that lecture, there was another public lecture organized by the Coalition for Restoration that is affiliated to your party on 4th April 2019, and you spoke at that public lecture, which was themed The State of the Ghanaian Economy, Myths and Truths. In your presentation, you put out some data, among which I found a highly misleading data that you put out. And to quote you verbatim, you said, and I quote, Mr. Chairman, the official data from the Ministry of Finance indicates clearly that overall deficit by end year 2016 was 7.8% of GDP, into brackets, 6.1% of new rebase GDP. But the figure you put out, Honorable Nominee, was utterly untrue. And to back this with evidence, if you read the budget statements of 2017, the mid-year budget statement of 2018, and the mid-year budget statement of 2019, the full budget, you will see that page 7, paragraph 14 of the 2017 mid-year budget put that figure at 9.3% of GDP, and not what you quoted. Again, page 12, paragraph 45 of the 2018 mid-year budget put the figure again at 9.3%, and not what you quoted. Lastly, page 3, paragraph 14 of the 2019 full budget statement puts the figure at 9.3%, and not what you quoted. Where did you get that figure you quoted from? Would you consider apologizing to the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and Honorable Nominee, former Vice President?
Honorable Dr. Gideon Buako, it doesn't lie in your mouth to ask the nominee to consider apologizing. So withdraw that from your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submit to your guidance on this. Honorable Nominee, my question is, you know the enviable office of the Finance Minister that potentially you're going to occupy should come with utmost integrity, honesty, backed by meticulousness, profundity, and analytical precision. In your capacity as minority spokesperson, you misled the public with wrong public data. Can you assure this committee that you are not going to sleep on the job and make some of these data presentational errors that we have even experienced in the past, for which Ghana was charged for some misreporting by the IMF? That's my question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this.
Before you answer the question, the questioner, I will want you to consider withdrawing, going to the office with a degree of honesty, integrity. I mean, it's against our rules. So expunge that from your question. Then I can ask the nominee to answer the
Mr. Chairman,
question.
if you can guide me.
I think what the chairman is saying is that the aspect where you delved into his personality. So just say that that bit is deemed withdrawn. Then we make...
Mr. Chairman, duly acknowledge.
Thank you very much. Nominee, you may proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Gideon Boakon has got it very wrong. Very wrong in the sense that he's not privy to the IMF data. And I want to refer him to the IMF staff report for 2018 and 2019. And if he can check now, I want to take him into it. Mr. Chairman, he's wrong. In fact, the very 7.8 fiscal deficit for 2016 was reported by the IMF. And Mr. Chairman, the IMF has subsequently even revised the fiscal deficit for 2016 down on cash basis to 6.3%. 6.3%. Mr. Chairman, you know me in this house. I don't just speak. I speak with data. I research before I speak. I use data from independent sources. Ghana was in an IMF program at the time. 2017, the Ministry of Finance presented a budget. They quoted the numbers he's making reference to. I challenged the numbers. In fact, my former boss also challenged the numbers because I was a deputy minister at the time. 2018, they repeated the same inaccurate numbers, and it had become the order of the day.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
I have a responsibility.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
I have a responsibility to defend our legacy. And I had a responsibility to defend our legacy. And in defending the legacy, I actually decided to use data from independent sources, the International Monetary Fund. And in doing so, the IMF presented this data. Mr. Chairman, I'll give you this. This is a dashboard I asked the Ministry of Finance to tabulate for me. Ministry of Finance's own data. I did not compute this data. It's coming from Ministry of Finance. According to the same Ministry of Finance, the fiscal deficit, cash basis for 2016, was 6.3% of GDP. Mr. Chairman, this is not coming from me. So the 7.8%, I was extremely charitable, extremely charitable, because I've weighed off 1.5% of GDP. Because that was what the Ministry of Finance has reported. They gave it to me this morning when I asked for it. This is coming from the Ministry of Finance. So there's no basis for me to apologize. I stated a fact. I stated what is coming from the IMF, what I had earlier on objected to, and I've asked the government to consider relook at the numbers again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. We indicated earlier that he doesn't have the power to ask any nominee to apologize. He doesn't lie in his mouth. And it was withdrawn. So I will move to the next questioner, member of the committee, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, I'll seek your leave for a point of order. My brother and
you are
nominee,
taking the point of order on who? Which matter are you taking the point of order on?
On the matter he just put on the table that consistently Ministry of Finance presented wrong data to
Under what order are you coming?
Mr. Chairman, I have to put this on record that he's saying that consistently for 2 years, Ministry of Finance presented wrong data. You were a member of parliament at that time. We were all members of parliament at that time. And then he comes back to tell us that today he's gone back to that same Ministry of Finance to get accurate data because he's the one going to, lead or chair, lead the ministry. I don't think it is proper. I don't think this is how we should treat ourselves. If for one reason you have found out another data that is maybe contrary to what we presented, definitely there will be explanations. Definitely there will be, reasons why it is so. But to say that consistently we presented wrong data to Parliament consistently for 2 years, Mr. Chairman, this is Ghana. And like my neighbor in Etiwa West said, whatever we say here, the international investors are listening and watching, and to have repercussions on this economy. So let's manage what we say. We are not saying don't speak the truth, but you cannot say that consistently for 2 years, Ministry of Finance presented a wrong data here. Mr. Chairman, I expect you to do something about it. Thank you very much.
I will not allow the nominee to answer. That is not a question. It's a commentary. May we proceed? Honorable
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, you have to do something about it because you were a member of Parliament at that time, and they are saying that we, members of Parliament, watched while wrong data was being presented.
Honorable Patrick Obama, Honorable Abna Useasari, you are out of order.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, you have
Put your
to do
microphone off. Honorable Patrick Obama, it's now your turn.
Chairman, you have female members on this committee, and I believe you must protect the ladies on the committee, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Abna is your colleague and a female member on the committee, so we must do some. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to ask some questions. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my good friend, Honorable Kasiel Atoba Forsen, for his nomination as Finance Minister Designate. Sometime in 2022, you alluded to the fact that the central bank had printed over 22 billion cedis ostensibly to inject into the economy some funds. I would want to find out from you if you still stand by that comment or those comments, given the fact that the central bank came out with a statement explaining what they did, which was in line with the fund program and also some borrowing from the secondary market. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've not changed my position. Ghana was not in an IMF program in 2022, and it cannot be in line with the IMF program.
I didn't get an answer correctly from my good friend.
Honorable nominee, can you repeat your answer?
Mr. Chairman, he said what the central bank did was in line with an IMF program. Ghana was not in an IMF program, and I stand my position that the central bank indeed engaged in monetary financing, in other words known as money printing.
Much for repeating your answer. Your second question.
Ato, I know Honorable Ato Forsen. Sorry for calling you Ato. I'm used to calling you Ato. You are someone who loves to read a debt report. And you've always engaged me on the debt report from the Ministry of Finance. May I know your thoughts on the debt report, particularly 2022? Reading from the previous debt report, the public debt, as it stands now, increases with the depreciation of the cedi. About 90% of the increase in our external debt was due to the cedi's depreciation, which is mainly outside the purview of the central bank or the Ministry of Finance. What are you going to do differently to ensure that exchange rate depreciation do not have a very negative effect on our balance of payments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Nominee, your answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, yes, this House always considers the debt report. The Finance Committee always considers the debt report. We started raising the red flags and asked the minister to act far back 2020. In fact, we deepened our call in 2021 and asked the government to act immediately. Our major concern at the time had to do with the exclusion of certain lines. ESLA bond, Sino-Hydro loan, Dache bond, and many others. And we said, what they are doing is wrong. And that as long as you are going to use government revenue, public revenue to repay this debt or service the debt, you should count it as part of the debt. So the debt that they were reporting excludes some of this debt that I've mentioned. We were ignored. But in the end, when Ghana went into the IMF program, we were compelled to add Sino-Hydro loan to the public debt. We were compelled to add ESLA bond to the public debt. We were compelled once again to add Dache bond to the public debt. So we came back to the basics. We in the NDC felt vindicated, but we don't seek that. We think it provides a very excellent lesson for all of us in the way we report our debt. Fast forward, that is why the NDC, we've pledged in our manifesto to establish an independent debt management office so that we can report our debt in a very transparent manner to avoid past mistakes and to move on. The exchange rate issues you've mentioned are very genuine and very germane. Yes, as long as you borrow in another country's currency, foreign currency, when the cedi depreciates as against those currencies, because you express it as, in your currency, it will have an impact, and so your debt will be going up. But remember, it's also your responsibility to manage the currency, and it's not someone else's responsibility. And Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, has a role to play in the management. In fact, they have to manage the currency and stabilize the currency. But the Ministry of Finance has a role to play. So the behavior of the fiscal authorities will have some positive or negative transmissions at the monetary side. And so together, we have to do it. When approved as minister, I will work or coordinate effectively with the central bank for us to be able to anchor the cedi together, so that between the Ministry of Finance and the central bank, we can anchor the currency. That must be done. I strongly also believe that monetary finance must be eliminated. We've done it in the past in 2016, and monetary financing has a role to play in the inflation that we saw in 2016, and the cedi that we saw depreciating to a level that you are talking about. So we need to work together and find a way to deal with the concerns that we've raised. I'm committed to that, and we'll work to do that.
Thank you. Minister, there's just a question to the chairman, to the nominee. I know there are some cocoa farmers in and around Ejumako and Yanesiam. Asin area, Denchira, Ashanti, Western North. They are all listening to you. And they would want to know from you as Minister of Finance, because under the previous administration, Cocoa Board was moved from the Ministry of Finance to Ministry of Agric. People had issues with it. They want to know from you, from a cocoa growing area, whether you are immediately going to increase, as promised, the producer price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag, as promised. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best, Ato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as we speak, the chairman of the Producer Price Review Committee is the Minister for Agriculture and not the Minister for Finance. The government changed the position. In fact, President Akufo-Addo brought a bill to the House for us to consider and change it. Until that changes, I will not be the chair of the Producer Price Review Committee for me to commit. But what I can say is that, you know my passion with cocoa. I do not have a cocoa farm myself, but I recognize the work of the cocoa farmer. And I have fondly spoken about cocoa, and everyone knows that. I think the cocoa farmer must be prioritized. One of the reasons why our cocoa is going down is that we are not paying the cocoa farmer a fair price. As a result, there are no incentives for the cocoa farmer to cultivate cocoa. And our volumes are dwindling from almost 1 million metric ton to 400 and something thousand metric ton. Today, we are second largest producer of cocoa. Ecuador is fast approaching, and if care is not taken, Ecuador will overtake us. Cocoa has supported Ghana's economy over the years. I think it's about time that we pay attention to the cocoa sector by giving fair price to the cocoa farmer and revamp the industry. As minister, obviously, as Minister of Finance, when approved, I will work with the Ghana Cocoa Board as a rare sector active player to revitalize the cocoa sector, but at the same time paying attention to what the cocoa farmer gets, because we need to incentivize them, we need to encourage them for them to be able to cultivate the cocoa, and for them to be able to also be encouraged to stay within the sector. Remember, the cocoa industry is more or less the largest single employer of Ghana's economy. And it cuts across how many regions in our country. Almost half of this country produces cocoa. So don't overlook cocoa, and we will not overlook cocoa.
Minister,
thank you very much.
Just to give you some information,
yes.
that committee is co-chaired by the Minister of Finance and the Minister. So you have a voice. Right from the word go, you have a voice.
So that even empowers me stronger.
Thank you very much.
And my passion will always come to play.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Governor Kwame Abuja, the Majority Chief Whip.
Chairman, thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate my boss, the Majority Leader, Honorable Kesel Atoba Forson. Working with you as your whip, I have no doubt you are cut for this job. You are a personality determined to achieve results, and you are selfless, and you love your country. I believe with you in the chair, you will be able to drive, on behalf of the President, the economic reset that we all desire as a people of this country. Chair, I have an observation. I haven't served long enough on this committee, but I have this to say. This is the longest vetting of a leader since I entered Parliament. Though my very good friend, the respected Minority Leader, made the point that there's a convention that leaders are vetted differently, and I was here when even the Deputy Majority Whip at the time, Honorable Lydia Alassane, was vetted. That rule even applied to her as a Deputy Whip. We are approaching 3 hours of vetting. There's a perception that these things only apply when our colleague NPP are at the receiving end, i.e., when they need to benefit, these rules apply. And we on the NDC side follow through. Let this just be on the record that one day, if a leader gets vetted 3 hours, 4 hours, it wouldn't be that, oh, because it's NPP or NDC, but you have actually set the precedent. Let me go to another observation. My very respected leader, I know he knows his numbers, and he actually goes not only read Hansard, but actually watch videos of proceedings in Parliament. And we all learn from him sometimes, though I came to Parliament with him. His premium on details are correct. In his, what I call the press, using this platform for a press conference initially, he spoke about a lot of things. One of the important things he spoke about was the communication from His Excellency the President to this House, where he suggested that at Order 65-1 says that that type of letter should be signed by the President, Vice President, or a minister designated by the President. And he took issues with Dr. Kalisu signing that letter. I have here in my hands a letter dated 21st January 2021. And this letter communicates President Akufo-Addo's nominees for ministerial and regional ministerial designate. And guess what? The person who signed this letter is not even the President's Executive Secretary, but somebody called Honorable Eugene Ahin, Acting Director of Communication, Office of the President. So whilst I agree with you that, yes, address to the Speaker, the thing says, it's all here, I'll hand it over to you. So what I'm saying is that I agree with him that Order 65-1 should be adhered to. But the point is that this is nothing new in this House. Indeed, the Executive Secretary of the President has communicated to this House appointing people to authority under that same thing. So just for the records. Honorable Dr. Ato Forson, I have just one question for you. And this question is regarding a payment of $53 million towards a supposed cathedral project, which was a commitment of the former president to his God. As we speak, the $53 million has been paid. The result is a big hole not far from here. We also know that the payment was made through the Ministry of Finance. My question to you is, having knowledge that the $53 million could have paid for 3 completed Agenda 111 district hospitals, could have paid for 1,220 6-unit classroom blocks, could have paid for 1,050 chip compounds, could have paid at least 299,000 teachers, and actually could have bought 9,000 cutlasses for farmers. Will you promise that when you are approved by this House and then subsequently by the House, you would set up an investigation as to whether this payment was legitimate, and if possible, retrieve this money so that we can buy the 9,000 cutlasses for the farmers, actually build 1,050 chip compounds and 1,200 6-unit classroom blocks. Hopefully, Adaklu will get some of the 6-unit classroom blocks because we still have schools under tree. Will you make a commitment to make sure that this $53 million, which many Ghanaians believe was a waste, would become something that can benefit the ordinary people of this country?
Thank you very much. Before you proceed to answer the question, let me reiterate the fact that regarding the form of the communication to Parliament, I indicated quoting a decided case to support. As a matter of fact, it's not about the form but the substance. So let's leave it there. You may proceed to provide an answer to the question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this takes me back to what I started earlier. The quality of expenditure matter. You see, and I've said earlier on that there was the need for us to cut the waste. This is one of the wastes that I refer to. And learning from past mistakes, we don't need to repeat this. As to whether we'll investigate it or not, the Ministry of Finance do not have investigative power. It is the government, and based on the government agenda to investigate. I attend the Office of the Attorney General and the newly established ORA. So, Mr. Chairman, let for me, let me put it this way. There are bitter lessons we have to learn from some of these expenditures and what it has done to all of us as a country and what we have gone through together, because in the end, we ended up borrowing, and we borrowed into an unsustainable pit to the extent that we had to give domestic bondholders haircuts, including Euro bondholders. So we have to learn from it. And I've said that we need to identify some of these kind of expenditures. You are now aware of this one, but maybe there are a lot more that we are not aware of. Can we identify some of them? Can we pledge together, the political class, the governing class, not to continue some of these things and allow the private sector to deal with some of these things concerned? So I'll leave that here and urge you that I will work with yourselves to identify some of these wasteful expenditures and cut them appropriately. Let's cut the waste together.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Chairman, my respected colleague Kwame Agboja made reference to an earlier observation made by me in respect of the communication from the Secretary to the President to the House. He did suggest that there is precedence and that in January 2021, specifically 21st of January 2021, a communication from the Presidency was signed by Eugene Ahin, Acting Director of Communication, informing the Speaker of some nominees, and that to him is a precedence. I humbly beg to disagree with him on his own evidence. The letter he referred to is rather a press release, not a letter to the Speaker. And for his own record, is titled "For Immediate Release, President Akufo-Addo's nominees for ministerial and regional ministers designate." The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has submitted to Parliament for prior approval through the Speaker, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, the names of the following persons for appointments as ministers in his new government. So, just for the record, my respected colleague, please, my respected colleague, Eugene Ahin has never written on behalf of the President to the Speaker. This is a press release. And if you want me to read the conclusion, I will. President Akufo-Addo is hopeful that Parliament will see to the prompt approval of his nominees so that they can assist in the delivery of his mandate for his second term in office. This is the press release. And in fact, our colleague, Ufosu Kwachi, as the acting spokesperson for the President, has actually also released a statement in respect of the nominees that got to Parliament. So I'm saying that, get the fact right, Eugene Ahin, for records, never wrote to Parliament. And that was not what I was referring to. I referred to the letter from the Secretary. In any event, I relied on the rules of the House. So please, Eugene never wrote to us, and I did not mislead the public, neither did I quote the wrong law, or neither was I suggesting that there was no such precedent and that this is something that, I got wrong. I couldn't have gotten it wrong, with respect, sir.
Leader, the point well noted. Do you have a further question?
Yes, I think I was just reinforcing the point he made because the orders are clear that such communication should be signed by the President, the Vice President, and I agree with you. So I'm just saying that because I know that the President's Executive Secretary have communicated to this House on a number of occasions, but as the Chair directed, we'll leave it there. Leader, the people of Adaklu have heard a lot about the debt of this country We have heard you say sometimes if we were to share the debt, my auntie Peace, would have to pay 20,000 Ghana cedi as part of our debt. But so far, I've not heard you speak about, in your view, going through the transition, how much does this country owe now? What was it in 2016? And what is it now? And how much my auntie is supposed to pay? If we're asked to pay that money, everybody is supposed to pay today.
Thank you very much for your question. How much do we owe now? What was it in 2016?
Mr. Chairman,
please go ahead with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, the NDR debt numbers has not been finalized. And I would wish to wait for us to finalize NDR numbers. And then as part of the budget, we can announce same. And maybe His Excellency the President, during his State of the Nation address, will have to announce those accurate data. For now, I will urge that we wait until they finalize NDR numbers because the fiscal fits into the debt, and so we'll be able to know exactly what is Ghana's public debt. I don't want to say something and change my position tomorrow, so I beg that you leave that to the NDR numbers. Thank you.
Honorable, it's now the turn of the Deputy Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Leader, that's my favorite leader. Having been here for all this while, I've been wondering how many sins this committee has committed to fast-track your vetting today. I've been wondering how many sins we have committed, and I've been wondering whether Ghana, Banana Republic, has been transported back to Ghana. So that's my first question.
Should I treat it as a comment or a question to the nominee?
I've been wondering, and I need an answer from my leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I remember enumerating the number of sins she's committed as the vice chair of our appointment committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a member of the appointment committee. I cannot be too sure the sins they have committed. That one is between you and your God.
I think you mean you don't know the sins we've committed as a committee for fast-tracking your vetting today, a vetting that was supposed to be held tomorrow and is being held today? And we were even expecting it to be held in the next 2 weeks. Anyway, I like your answer. Honorable Leader, on behalf of the cocoa farmers across the country and on my own behalf, I'd like to congratulate you for your appointment as the Minister Designate for Finance. Honorable Leader, the current cocoa price, producer price of cocoa, is 49,600 per ton. That is 3,100 for 64 kg bag. Over the past 1 year.
Are you talking in terms of dollars or cedis? I want to be clear.
Over the past 1 year, you've been advocating for higher producer price for our cocoa farmers. And you know they are very happy that given the nod, you are going to be on the seat. Should you get the nod from this House, what reasonable and fair producer price must our cocoa farmers expect from the new administration? And when will this review take place? I would like to mention specifically the figure you mentioned, 6,000 per bag of cocoa. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, without a doubt, I'm a biggest advocate for cocoa farmers. I've done that in the last 8 years, and I've fought for the cocoa farmer, year in, year out. I will not change that. I will work to improve the lot of the cocoa farmer, recognizing their contribution to the economy, recognizing that the cocoa sector has been the mainstay of Ghana's economy for years. My concern, and I've always raised these concerns, has to do with the fact that the sector is collapsing and dwindling at a very fast rate, in fact, at an exponential rate. I think we need to do something, including the farm gate price and revamping the sector itself. I've said that the Ghana Cocoa Board is currently under the Ministry of Agriculture. It is not under the Ministry of Finance, unless there's a policy change. But let me speak to what is before us now. It is not under the Ministry of Finance. So I do not have the sole power, prerogative, to announce cocoa price today. But obviously, as a minister, I'll be the champion for cocoa farmers, and I'll make sure that they get a fair price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, this will be a follow-up because I remember vividly on the floor of Parliament, the minister indicated that he is going to advocate for 6,000 a bag for cocoa farmers. And I'm surprised that you are now saying that it doesn't lie within your sole prerogative to do that. You were emphatic to do that. So should we demand that from you, that farmers are listening?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I don't think this is one of the sins that I enumerated, but I said I will advocate, and I've said that I will not change my position. I can certainly change.
Thank you very much. Another question, please.
Right. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, with the growing population of young people entering the workforce each year, what is your plan to address youth unemployment? And may I continue by asking if you could outline any specific programs to support entrepreneurship, skills training, or expansion of industries that have high job creation potential? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any program to support
Mr.
entrepreneurship
Chairman,
and innovation?
As a government, our job creation measures have been announced as part of our manifesto. As a minister, my responsibility is to mobilize the needed resources. In consultation with Cabinet, I will have to allocate them effectively to the sectors that will create employment and for them to be able to create jobs. When we talk about jobs, Mr. Chairman, and what you said, we've announced our 24-hour economy. And I strongly believe that Ghana has the huge potential of increasing our GDP with the same resources and the same human resource. That in itself will create enough jobs. Jobs that will be able to cater for our teeming youth. But in the meantime, what you said about skill training and all, His Excellency the President, President Mahama, and the manifesto of the NDC has not minced words on this. We are going to set up a structure to train skills, give them access to the required training, and give them the tools for them to be able to learn the trade. I'll fund it as a minister, if approved, or when approved, in such a way that the skills that we lack as a country, we can train them locally and give them employment. Today, most of us, anytime you want to get good artisans, you go to our neighboring countries and bring them in. But we have the youth here. Why don't we give them the training? I think we need to revisit that. And I'll work with the sector ministers and be able to allocate the needed resources to them. And as I've said, that is my role as a minister responsible for finance. So we'll allocate the revenue, the resources to them for them to be able to. Then I will mobilize the resources and be able to allocate them effectively and efficiently.
Thank you very much.
Any further question?
Yes, I'm very much interested in your answer to my last question. But I'm looking at the development of women, and I'm highly interested in your manifesto promise to set up a women development bank, and then free tertiary education. And I know all these things are going to be of a prime benefit for our ladies or our women in the country. With a proposed reduction in taxes, is fiscal consolidation a priority for the government in the near term, taking into account government's manifesto? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Thank you. Chairman, fiscal consolidation is not only a priority, but we will front load it. We will front load it carefully. At the same time, we'll signal to the investor community strongly that fiscal consolidation is not only a priority. Preliminary until finally determined at the end of the year. And that's why I've been careful not to announce any NDR numbers. But that is what it is. And you know, in Parliament, you have to debate. You have to debate data, and you debate that appropriately.
Thank you very much. The question well answered. Any more questions? We'll now...
Just to wish the honorable member, my favorite friend, very well.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Gideon Buako, you are not even a member of the committee. So why are you raising your hand? It appears I'm overindulging you. Honorable Boa, your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Chairman,
Chairman, thank you very much.
Chairman, with respect. I have
Chairman,
your
let me
permission.
say that
Chairman,
you have.
with the greatest respect.
Chairman,
No, don't.
I think
let
that
me. Chairman, I need to come in on this.
But the chairman has recognized me
Chairman,
unless he changes his mind.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize Honorable Boa.
Chairman, I'm in for a point of
Thank you,
order. Chairman,
thank you, Chairman.
point of order.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, let's deal with this before.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, let's deal with this.
Honorable Afenyomakin,
Chairman, let's
you
deal
have to
with this.
respect the
Chairman,
chair.
let's deal with this before we
Respect the chair.
Chairman, let's deal with
Please
this. Please
respect the chair.
Leader, I have recognized
Chairman,
Amaboa.
and I have noted
Thereafter,
that.
I can give you the floor.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have recognized Honorable Amaboa, the Deputy Majority Leader. I will give you the floor thereafter.
Chairman, with the greatest respect.
Chairman, let me go ahead.
Chairman, with the greatest respect.
Honorable Kesel,
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you.
Congratulations.
Please, let's deal with this
Very,
thing
very proud
so
of you.
that after that.
We entered
You consistently raise your voice
2009.
on my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, you consistently raise your voice on my colleagues. The way you address them, the way you address my colleagues,
respect the chair, please.
Respect the chair. Does not go in accord with what we all have agreed on, to extend to each other that this is my fourth time of humbly pleading with you and craving your indulgence. I understand that you may have a high-pitched voice. However, I will plead with you. The way you came across as shouting on him, it happened in Honorable Abina Osaya Sari. You did it to Honorable Samia Wuku, and it's happening. I'm only pleading with you that in all humility, please, perhaps you did not intend that. And I'm here. If you feel that any of my colleagues is doing something or there's something that is not acceptable, we can work together. But the way
Very well.
you did it, I'm pleading with you.
Point
sir.
well made.
Please, Chair.
But, Honorable Leader, with all due respect, I indulge non-members of the committee to ask a question contrary to the practice and the procedure of this particular committee. Therefore, I do not expect any non-member, after exhausting that right, to be craving to ask more questions. I think we should conduct the business in a very orderly manner. So, Honorable Amaboa, your turn.
Chairman, let me say that the only reason why I yielded to Honorable Afenyomakin is not because he's macho than anybody here, but because I respect this parliament and I respect the chair.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, proceed to ask your question.
I respect the chair.
Proceed to ask
Chairman,
your question.
I'm going to ask my question. Let me put it on record that, Chairman, you've been very kind to the minority today. And I've been here for a long time. And, Chairman, this extension of courtesies never happened when we were in the minority. Under the former chairman of the appointment committee, Honorable Ose Owusu. It never happened. And we have to make it clear that you are the only chairman that can allow anybody to speak. Honorable Afenyomakin is the ranking member, but you have to give him the right to speak. Anyway, congratulations, Honorable Kesel Atufosin. I entered Parliament with you in 2009. I know that we were about 42 on our side, and then the other side also had a number. We were all together about 92. Today, after 16 years, well, we are only 4 left. That speaks volumes about the attrition of Parliament. But I am very, very, very proud of you. So if I say I know you very well, I know you very well. You are a man of complete integrity, and you speak with data and facts. And I am very, very confident that that's exactly what you do. I'm very proud of your performance today, and I think you've calmed the nerves of the people of Ghana and given them the assurance that you are going to really the finance ministry to success. So, my respected leader, I must also congratulate you on behalf of our colleague. You, as minority leader, will be remembered as the leader that in the last 2 years led the minority from 137 to 188 seats. Congratulations. So I'll go straight to my question. Ghana's economy, Honorable, is grappling with serious challenges. I think you've talked a lot about them. There to GDP issues, inflation, and high unemployment. And so my question is, as the Minister of Finance, what will be your top priorities to address these challenges?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, let me also thank His Excellency the President for the honor done me, and my party, the NDC, again, for giving me such an opportunity to serve Ghana in such a high position, in a position of trust. I come to this position very well prepared. I have 16 years experience in public service after some years in the private sector. The Chairman, in politics, you are aware that I've served, one as a Deputy Minister of Finance, and on the side when my minority spokesperson for 6 years. During this period, I have carefully studied the trends of Ghana's economy and monitored the behavior of how our economy behaves. I think I'm in a better place to move our country from these uncharted waters to a calm place. I'm determined. I'll do that for God and country. I do not think I have a room to misbehave. I've said so much in opposition. I'm minded by some of the things that I've said, and I cannot say one thing and go and do the other. Whatever it takes, I will be reminded and remember some of the things that I've said. And the criticisms, constructively. And I urge my colleagues also to do the same. I will do whatever it takes to move this economy from the crisis that we are in today to where we have to be. My priority as a minister will be low prices, stable city, and jobs. Low prices in the sense that today inflation is 28.3, food inflation is 27.8, and we know the inflation we see today is anchored, is largely driven with food inflation. What do we do? As a minister, I will allocate resources in consultation with Cabinet to government policy of agriculture for economic transformation to make food cheaper. And we'll work with the minister responsible for agric to make food cheaper. That in itself will help make food available and protect food security. From the price side, you can't talk about price without inflation. I mean, inflation needs to be tamed. It has been stubborn. I've said it earlier. It has, in the last 8 months, you can see that we are still seeing some uptick, even though not too steep. But it has been 23.8. Today, that's the inflation rate. What do we do together to reduce this inflation? Yes, I've said it here and I want to say it again. We will work with the Bank of Ghana to reduce inflation to 8% plus or minus 2 in the shortest possible time. And how do we do this? From the fiscal side, we will front-load fiscal consolidation in the shortest possible time so that we can get inflation down. And in doing so, we'll see prices stabilizing. The city needs to be anchored and has to be anchored from the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana. You can't leave the Bank of Ghana alone to anchor the city. The fiscal authorities has a role to play. I'll work with them I will work and coordinate effectively with the central bank, the monetary authorities, so that together we can anchor the currency. Monetary financing must be eliminated. I will work to eliminate it. I'm on record to have spoken against monetary financing. My position has not changed. It's economist, and it still remains economist. And I will do exactly what it is to make sure we anchor the currency. On jobs, I've said it all. I've said it here that my responsibility as a minister responsible for finance is to raise the required revenue and to allocate it in consultation with cabinet to sectors that will create the jobs. And so we will do just that. And I want to repeat that. These are my priorities as a minister, and we'll work to achieve that in the shortest possible time. I want to be remembered as the one who helped to reduce prices and stabilize the currency and create jobs. That is what I ask God to help me to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Shama, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked a lot about the cost of living crisis, food inflation. Obviously, you can only do this with other sectors, other ministries, to address these, what we call the inefficiencies in the agriculture value chain. Can you outline some of the strategies that you do, working with other structures to address these inefficiencies in the agriculture value chain?
Honorable nominee, your answer, please.
Mr. Chairman, my passion is agric and agribusiness. And that's why I'm sure you've seen questions coming from Coco, left, right, and center. Why is it that food inflation is 27.8? I think it speaks volume. It speaks volume. And what are the staples? Ghana staples. Why are we not taking hard decision to invest in the agriculture sector? I think the time has come for us to pay attention to agriculture sector. I will wait for the nomination of the minister responsible for agriculture and his subsequent approval. I hope to work with the minister concerned, and we will work together to implement the government policy to make food cheaper. We have to mechanize agriculture. We have to improve and enhance productivity, and we have to modernize the agri sector and make it encouraging for young people to enter the sector. And in the process, you cannot ignore agribusiness. As I've said, that's my passion, and I intend to work with the minister responsible for agriculture to ensure food security and cheaper foods.
Honorable Minister, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. I may allow questions from the ranking member, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Martins. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Honorable Deputy Ranking and Minority. Ranking Member and Minority Leader.
request, and when it gets your turn, you will be honored. Don't punch above your weight, else you get crushed. Having said this, I shall proceed with some few questions. In your earlier submission, you had said that you will not hurt the vulnerable. And if I quote you further, you also said that I am from a rural constituency. Therefore, I will champion policies that would benefit the poor. Currently, we have some social intervention programs rolling. One, free SHS, boarding, free, tuition, free, feeding, free. Would you sustain the free SHS program in its current form and shape, and even improve upon the quality? Thank you.
Thank you very much, nominee, your answer to the question, whether you will sustain and improve upon the free senior high school program.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, myself and the minority leader has a history. We plan to enter this chamber together. Unfortunately, in his first attempt, he couldn't make it, and I made it. Mr. Chairman, he lost that primaries, and I won. And today, I'm one term older than him. Mr. Chairman, I'm his senior. He's older than me just 4 months, same year. We are 2 constituencies apart. We used to do private sector business even before we all entered here, and we've known ourselves growing up. Everyone knows the relationship between us. But working with him didn't stop me from doing my work, and it didn't stop him from also doing his work. And so, to add to colleagues, we may have relationships, but it should not stop you from doing your work. You should work for God and country, and you have to do it with the best of intention to help our country grow. We did just that. We've had a moment. We fought. We united ourselves. Today, the tables have turned. He's now the minority leader. Kwamina, learn from me and be good. Be good.
That's a good one.
Be good. Be good. Mr. Chairman, I want to say this. My party's position on free senior high school has been well articulated by His Excellency the President. We do not intend to cancel the free SHS. In fact, President Mahama has said that the free SHS has come to stay. I don't think you need any further assurance. The President of the Republic of Ghana has made this statement. Who am I? As a minister that he has appointed. So you have the assurance from the highest level of government to preserve the policy. I don't think I have what it takes to give you additional assurance. It's done. And he will be coming to this house as part of his State of the Nation address. I'm sure he will re-echo that position. I'm only a servant. My responsibility, if approved, will be to allocate resources to his priorities, or to the priorities of the government. And I'll do that. So, my brother and my friend, be assured that free SHS has come to stay. And if there is anything, we'll come to this house for us to work together. But the President has said it. The budget will be presented to this house for us to peruse, consider it, and approve it. So let's not jump the gun, but I'm sure you are very sure, you are very much aware of what His Excellency, his pronouncement in the last few years.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Chairman, I would like to know from our leader, as the holder of the purse, whether the school feeding program will be sustained.
Thank you very much. School feeding program.
Mr. Chairman, I said earlier that I come from a rural constituency. And I know the impact of school feeding program. My concern is that the amount you give today per child as the cost you pay to the caterer is not enough to pay to feed the child well. In fact, it is not enough even to buy egg. That's what it is. It's not enough to buy egg. And so we will not only sustain it, but we'll make it better. We will make it better. Because as I've said, our policies will be designed in such a way that those strong will preserve growth and protect the vulnerable. And the vulnerable is what we are talking about. Remember, the school feeding is not in Achimota. It's not in Achimota school. It's somewhere in the village. And for them, this 1 square meal or twice is enough.
Right. So Chairman, just for clarity and for the records, the caterers out there listening to you should take it that the current amount being paid to them is going to increase once you take over. With that assurance, what percentage should they expect? 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%? Because you say that the amount being paid is woefully inadequate. You didn't just say inadequate, you say woefully inadequate. So please let the caterers know, as the holder of the purse, the percentage you are going to increase their costs.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much. But
Chairman,
before you provide your answer,
the minority leader is putting words in my mouth.
yes, but before you provide your answer, can you state how much is it now? Well,
Mr. Chairman, I never said we are going to increase. I never used that word. I said that we will sustain it and improve on it, and made reference to the amount we pay and said it's not enough, because I've heard the caterers complain. So, Chairman, this is a house of records. Whatever we say here goes into the Hansard. I never said that. And so, Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much.
You don't just increase. You need to engage the sector. And so it will be difficult for me to sit here and just announce. I don't work like that, arbitrary. What is the basis of just announcing 20%? I don't work like that. I'm a careful person. So I cannot announce things that I don't know.
Chairman, the honorable nominee said that he's aware that the caterers have been complaining. That is a fact that is coming from him. 2, he says that they are not being paid enough, considering even the cost of an egg. He referred to that. And he's going to improve upon it. Now, what is the definition of improvement? This is a matter of cost. If you say the amount is not enough, even the cost of an egg, and looking at how much they are being paid. So obviously, you are suggesting to them that you are going to increase the amount they are being paid. And if you cannot give us a percentage, that's fine. I won't push. But I want you to be on record that upon assumption of office, the caterers should expect an increase in the amount being paid as compared to the current payment they are receiving. Just for the record.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable member, I think from your answer, the indication is clear that the amount is woefully inadequate and it will be improved. He attests to the fact that sitting there, you will not be able to indicate the percentage improvement. So the answer is already per the record.
Mr. Chairman, just to also add that we have to first pay the caterers, because I know not long ago, last week, they were picketing and demanding their payment. And so the first attention is to make sure you pay them, the caterers, because some of them had to borrow before they engage in such a business. So let's pay them first and settle with them. I don't know the quantum of arrest. We need to know the arrest, the amount of money the government of Ghana owes these caterers. We ascertain it, pay them, make them happy, and then we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, as for this, I know it as a fact. So I will give a voluntary answer. Honorable leader and my respected colleague, government paid all caterers, and I want you to quote me. The last term, it's only this term that is, which has just begun, that government does not owe, that perhaps government owes, because the term would have to end. But I want you to know that I am aware that government paid all outstandings to caterers. The MPP government, at the time of leaving office, had paid every single caterer. Every single caterer was paid. There is no outstanding. And that it is this current term which has just begun, that upon completion, they will send their invoices for validation. So just for the records, and I pray that with assurance that there's going to be improvement in the amount being paid. You are saying that you won't use the word increase, but you will use the word improvement. Well, it means the same. So they expect that this current term, God willing, as you take over as a fresh ATO, they are going to enjoy an improved payment. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, having put that on record, let me go back to the issue of cocoa price per bag. In an earlier response to questions that came from the floor, my respected colleague indicated that, well, the cocoa sector is under the Ministry of Agri, and that if there is any policy realignment, he will look at it. He also indicated that he's a key advocate for cocoa farmers. He did also indicate that he would advocate for the cocoa farmer. Now, the issue is beyond advocacy. You are now the man in charge of the press, and you know the pressure on cocoa farmers. The 6,000 Ghana cedi per bag that you committed, would it be your benchmark in your advocacy and eventual decision for the cocoa farmer? Because they are listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. You may ask another question.
Mr. Chairman, cocoa money does not come to the the consolidated fund. Cocoa money is outside the consolidated fund. It stays with the Ghana Cocoa Board. Ghana Cocoa Board uses this money part to buy cocoa, part to buy fertilizers and other inputs. I don't know what Cocoa Board is leaving behind. I don't know the extent of arrests they are leaving behind. I don't know the extent of debt that the Ghana Cocoa Board is leaving behind. I will not do this committee any good if I sit here and announce cocoa price. But as I've said, I remain a key advocate for the cocoa farmer. I will do so with the best of intention for the cocoa farmer. I recognize their sacrifices. I've spoke for them in the last 8 years, and I will continue to speak for the cocoa farmer. That I can assure you. But let's get to the cocoa board first and see what they have to do. I still maintain that the price they are paying the cocoa farmer is inadequate. I maintain that it's inadequate.
Thank you.
And there is more room for improvement.
Thank you. Further question?
Chairman, is a nominee conceding that the 6,000 per bag he quoted on the floor of the House was a mere political statement?
Mr. Chairman, the 6,000 Ghana cedi per bag should have been paid in the last crop year. Mr. Chairman, I say this because Cocoa Board is gradually turning themselves into a procurement agent just to procure inputs and denying the cocoa farmer. So they could have adjusted their formula to benefit the cocoa farmer. Very soon, the minister responsible for agric will be in place. I commit to work with him to give the cocoa farmer a fair price. And I believe the cocoa farmer deserves a fair price. And I know His Excellency the former president quoted me previously that I had said the cocoa farmer deserves 6,100. I'm not running away from that fact. I said it on the floor, and I backed it with the world market price in the city at the time, and still maintain that the cocoa farmer deserves 6,100. I've not run away from that position.
Thank you. You've been consistent in your answer on this. Any further question?
Rightly so, sir. Chairman, the nominee is being vetted as Minister of Finance. I want to ask I want to ask him whether economic planning will be part of his responsibilities.
Thank you very much. Though the instrument is very clear, you may proceed to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, the instrument said Ministry of Finance. We are aware that the National Development Planning Commission deals with economic planning, but they interface with the Ministry of Finance. Fiscal policy in itself includes economic planning. And so there's an interface and coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the National Development Planning Commission. We will accordingly do so.
Very much. More question?
Chairman, the instrument titled Executive Instrument EI1, Civil Service Instrument 2025, dated the 9th of January 2025, state the following: Ministries of the Civil Service. The following ministries in the civil service are hereby established. A, Ministry of Finance. If you go to the unreferenced letter from the Office of the President, signed by Callistius Mahama, PhD. No, he put Callistius Mahama, PhD. My colleagues like to heckle me. When I give them a small dose, then they'll be crying. Anyway, signed by Callistius Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President. Which letter? The unreferenced letter, dated the 9th of January 2025, states as follows: in accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I hereby, on behalf of His Excellency John Mahama, submit for consideration and approval of Parliament the following nominees for ministerial appointment. 1. Dr. Kasiel Atoba Forsen, MP, Minister Designate, Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. I'm staying a bit longer on this because the instrument is dated 9th. The letter, communication to us, is also dated 9th. Which is which?
Honorable nominee, before you come in, leader, you know that the EI will take precedence over the letter.
Chairman, does that mean that we should put the nominees' vetting on hold and expect the presidency to communicate the correct designation to us? Because what you are saying, which I agree, that the instrument which comes under constitutional provision, Article 11, if we go to Article 11, for the avoidance of doubt, may we go to Article 11 of the Constitution, the hierarchy of laws. Give me your Constitution. No, but there are instruments. No, they don't need to be. 11.7. Any other order or regulation made by a person or authority under the power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall be, Mr. Chair, I agree therefore that the instrument takes precedence over the letter. If that is so, I believe that the right thing to do will then be that we receive another communication from the presidency stating the correct office you are going to hold. Because that contradiction can only be cured by a letter. In any event, the instrument is not formally before the House. You see, we are concerned because we thought the NDC, having had an experience in government before, was fully prepared for this term. So with 8 quality men and women in charge of governance, we were expecting this to have been done. But I will not hold back your vetting. I am bringing this to attention of Chair to ferry these concerns to the presidency so that we get a new letter. And I pray that that letter comes before we take the report on the floor. That said, let me move to my next question.
Honorable Leader, I pleaded with you that let's concentrate on the substance, but not the form. Before you proceed, I recognize the Chief Whip.
Chairman, I sympathize with the minority leader. He raised this point earlier, and you rightly said, our committee had a pre-sitting meeting. All these issues were taken into consideration, and we came to a conclusion that we will do the vetting today. And I mean, we all commended them for this kindness. So going to bring back this thing and suggesting that somebody should have known something, I think these were the issues we discussed. Otherwise, what is the point of having pre-sitting meetings and then to decide on the path to take? And then in the public, we are making it look as if these issues were not addressed. So I'm pleading with you. You have your right as the leader of the opposition to bring forth your point. But you are taking us back a bit, and unfortunately, the majority of the people watching us did not benefit from the pre-meeting arrangement. So I'm pleading with you once again. I just want to remind you, once again, the shortest vetting we've had in this parliament since I entered was the vetting of Honorable Che Mensah Bonsu, leader of the majority, leader of the House. The shortest. The opposite happening today is the longest. Just that on record again. And you were the one who actually brought this up and reminded us. And you are participating in the longest ever vetting As for Parliament and Ghana, it will continue to exist. We just hope one day nobody will insist that vetting of another leader should be the shortest.
Mr. Chairman, the shortest vetting we've ever had was with Honorable Alban Suman Akinford Bagbin. Let the records be perused. It's not Chairman Sabonsu, so you check it. That said, I do not want to believe that Honorable Member Govin Agboja is trying to frustrate the process here. Fortunately, Honorable Roxanne Eche Defiamapo is right here with us. We have had him on record, including Honorable Govin Agboja, interrogating phrases used, sentences used, grammar, and paragraphs contained in a letter from Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo to the House. So please, if I'm just clarifying, just for the record, and don't, unduly come in. I beg you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's make progress.
So,
the point well noted. So proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, we assume without any doubt that the President has serious confidence in you, your capacity to help finance his flagship projects, and obviously values your insight and contributions in crafting policy. May you share with us if there is any planning and modeling to guide the development of the 24-hour economy policy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency the President has appointed the Honorable Guzitando as the Special Advisor for 24 Hours Economy. His office, prior to his nomination, have worked extensively on a policy, a 24-hour economic policy. In the coming days, we will make those policies public, working with the Ministry of Finance when approved. We'll work with them to implement the 24-hour economy. But as I've said earlier, I strongly believe that we can increase our GDP or double our GDP with the same capital and the same resources, with the same labor. I think it is up to us to work closely with the Office of the Special Advisor to the President of the 24-hour economy and this House, so that together we can twerk it. Look, let me say that if Ghana succeeds, we all succeed. And so we'll have to work together. I don't have the full details of the work they've done. And as I said, the work didn't just start. They've been working in the last 2 years to develop a program towards this 24-hour economy agenda. No wonder the Honorable Guzitando was nominated to lead it, because he has been leading it since opposition. Thank you.
So, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Chairman, so just for the ordinary Ghanaian, what is a 24-hour economy? Just for the ordinary Ghanaian to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He needs the explanation of 24-hour economy from you.
Mr. Chairman, simple put, a 24-hour economy is an economy where the rare sectors of the economy doesn't sleep. The rare sectors of the economy doesn't sleep. For example, we have a mining sector, don't we? We want to see where the mining sector does not sleep, as against a situation where the mining sector, for example, does 12 hours and go to bed. The benefits of light electricity, they should be able to work 24 hours. And many other sectors. You have the hydrocarbon sector. You have the entire agriculture value chain. It's not just going to farm, but after farm, the produce must go to a warehouse. And you have to, obviously, process it into agribusiness. And so we don't want the value chain to go to sleep. We believe that if implemented properly, we'll be able to increase the workforce. And we've said, just like we have now, can end up employing 3. So 24-hour economy is a structure where we'll end up implementing a 3 shift for the economy and going forward, bring out productivity.
With the explanation of 24-hour economy.
Chairman, stay out of this matter. Honorable nominee, are you suggesting, therefore, that the structure of our economy as it stands now has no such input as 24-hour economy already subsisting?
There's some semblance of 24
Please,
hour.
go ahead with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you talk about the rest sector, no. You see, the rest sector are the core sectors of the economy that drives inclusive growth, proper growth, and create jobs. You have health, where hospitals operate 24 hours. You have the police, some police stations, work 24 hours and all, some restaurants and all. But that's not what we are talking about. That's not what we're talking about. We are talking of the real sector, where jobs are created. For example, we have Takrady Port, my birthplace, where I grew up, secondly, Takrady Port. And you have mines, where you used to work, the Awaso area. Going all the way to Yini. With a proper railway line, you can get the Yini mines to produce bauxite within the same 24 hours as what has been produced. You can haul it to Takrady Port and ship them or process it. The whole process is what we are talking about, 24-hour economy. So it's the rest that we are talking about. Investment in the rail sector, deliberate government policy targeting the rail sector, where you can use the 24-hour economic policy to drive growth. That's what we are talking about, not chop bars. We are not talking of chop bars. We are not talking of pharmacy shop. That's not what we are talking about, rail sector growth.
So are you therefore saying that you've done some costing, and having done some costing, you have an approach in terms of this model? Because from your answer, you are suggesting that you are going to target certain sectors. And if you are targeting these sectors and you really want to fuel economic growth, it means that you need to inject some funding. So let us know what funding arrangement you have in place to back this policy.
Mr. Chairman, sir, to the President, responsible for 24-hour economy. I know they're almost done, and because the work started 2 years ago whilst we were in opposition. Today he's in office. He will need to tweak it and present same to Parliament. Obviously, what will be presented to Parliament will come from either the Ministry of Finance together with the Ministry of Trade. So let's wait for that. The President has appointed someone responsible for 24-hour economy. Let's wait for the person to provide us a proper blueprint, then we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Any further question, Leader?
Yes, please.
You have a long way to go.
Chairman, we have a 10 billion public infrastructure investment plan proposed by the NDC. At the same time, the NDC in government seeks to introduce the sinking fund and cap government borrowing. This is a manifesto promise. First, I want to know whether you pledge your support for this manifesto promise. And if so, walk us through the numbers and demonstrate how it fits into the IMF framework for 2025 to 2028.
Mr. Chairman, I subscribe to the tenets of our manifesto because I was part in formulating that manifesto. Mr. Chairman, yes, we promised to set up a sinking fund. It's necessary. It is required. If we had single fund today, I wouldn't be sitting here lamenting that there are debts that will fall due, yet we do not have buffers. We need to establish that sinking fund. We've done it in the past, and we'll do it again. I've said that it is only right for you to save during good times to take off bad times. So we'll save when it's good, and when it's bad, we'll have buffers to be able to deal with the challenges. There's the need for us to cap borrowing. We have to cap borrowing. You can't borrow into an unsustainable pit. We've seen it in the past. Can we continue the same way? Can we continue giving bondholders haircuts? No. You know the consequences of the haircuts that we went through. The banking sector today is limping, and we'll have to borrow to support the banking sector as a result of the haircuts that the country went through. And many others. Pensioners have to suffer. Individual bondholders have to lose their capital, some their medication and all. We need to cap the borrowing. We need to have a plan to cap those borrowings. And so we commit to that. Aside what you mentioned, the 10 billion big push policy, the economy must grow in spite of all of this. Ghana's economy must grow. 10 billion over 4 years gives you 2.5 billion. The outgoing government, the immediate past government, Agenda 111, has left behind 1.5 billion for us to complete Agenda 111. We know all of that. But I can assure you that in spite of the challenges, we have to carefully invest in the rare sector. And you know my biases already. Hydrocarbons, mining, infrastructure, agric and agribusiness, and SMEs. We need to finance these sectors. And the rare sector development is key. So 10 billion US dollars, we can fund it over the medium term, over a 4-year period. And I've said here, the quality of expenditure matters. You have a choice to take 58 million US dollars to build National Cathedral. In the same vein, you have a choice to use 4 times that amount to be able to construct a proper highway between Accra and Kumasi. What would that do for you? It will increase productivity. So it's a matter of the quality of expenditure. We will do it. And we have to do it to move this country forward.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Is that the end, or you have more questions?
I learned something from Dr. Forsen. I'm not an economist. Mine is law, but we are learning. He once said there's a difference between releases and payments. So government will release to controller, and then controller would have to effect the payment. So when the actual, you can talk about actual payment when you are in receipt of your payment. Are you correct? Very well. So I would want to use that to clarify an earlier point that I made from the school feeding secretariat, that government released the entire 72 days owed the caterers to controller. And the actual payment received out of those release letters, the letter that goes to controller, payment received by the caterers was for 42 days. And that the 32 days outstanding is yet to be received by the caterers. So I just wanted that on record. And that becomes your first responsibility, to ensure that the controller complies with the releases. Are you ready to ensure that the controller complies with the releases?
Mr. Chairman, you are aware that...
Well, before coming to answer the question, I thought you said they have fully paid. But now that you are admitting that payment has not been paid and they are agitating...
Chairman, with respect...
I would ask the nominee to respond to your clarification.
No. Chairman, we are politicians and I understand languages when they are coded to mean something. I've been in this business with you, so wait. I've noted that since it got to my turn, all my questions, you find a way of repeating. We've been doing this. I was playing number 6 when I was on government side, so I understand the game you want, but wait. No. Chairman, I was doing...
Which number am I playing?
I don't know, but it's for you to determine the number you are playing. But let's get back. We all learn. And when you're learning, you don't have to be worried about mistakes. So you learn. I'm saying that government released all outstandings. And through the warrant that government communicated to the controller, it was for the full amount owed the caterers, the 72 days. So government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, at the time of leaving office, released the entire of December 2024. The controller had only paid 42 days out of what he was directed to pay, and that we have some days outstanding in releases yet to be paid. Do we have your commitment to ensure that the controller complies with this?
Honorable nominee, your comment.
Mr. Chairman, I keep guiding the committee that let's be careful not to speculate, because we don't have the full picture yet. You may think it's 30-something days left, but you will end up seeing worse. So I urge that let's take our time, get to the ministry, do a proper assessment as to the arrest due, and have a plan to repay. Mr. Chairman, today, the government pays 1 cedi 50 pesos for a child to be fed. 1 cedi 50 pesos. Okay? And I've said that it is not enough even to buy egg. I've also said that there are some arrests we need to pay. Let's get to the ministry. And when we get there, we'll work to make sure these caterers are paid first. And then we can look into the future, what we can do for the school feeding.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Chairman, now back to the issue of your 10 billion Public Infrastructure Investment Fund. I want to know from you, Honorable Nominee, how much of the 10 billion shall be raised in each year, and how will that fit under the debt ceiling manifesto, the debt ceiling in your manifesto? Because you are proposing a certain debt ceiling. You are also talking about raising this 10 billion. I want to know how you intend to go about it and how much of same each year. Thank you.
Nominee.
So, Chairman, the policy will be submitted to Parliament for approval. The big push policy will be submitted to Parliament for approval.
Thank you very much.
In it, we'll give you the breakdown, how it's done, how we are going to raise money, and when we are going to start, and how much goes into each year. So the details will be provided to this House.
Thanks. Any further question?
Chairman, the nominee has two major interventions to make to meet a policy initiative of the government. And because you hold the purse, it would squarely come to you. One, the free university tuition for first year. Second, the extra costs to be incurred under free SHS to cover private schools. So these are two main expenditure lines to look out for. So let me start with the first one. With the free university tuition for first years, I understand the university students are starting their semester 1 now. Are you going to implement it now, the free first year tuition for university students? Are you going to implement it this academic year, which has just begun, and would you factor it in your budget, which you are going to present? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, proceed with the answer.
Mr. Chairman, first, I'm not yet the Minister of Finance. Second, Mr. Chairman, I have to be at the ministry to assess the situation and introduce government policies accordingly. My responsibility as Minister of Finance will include mobilizing domestic revenue to fund government projects or government flagships. I will do that not alone, but working with Cabinet. I'm mindful of our manifesto promises, and I should be the one to be able to recommend same to government if we can afford it. And as long as it's in government manifesto and there are timelines to it, I commit to it. I commit to it, and we'll do just that. But let me get to the ministry first, and let's see what we can do.
Thank you.
So, Chair, Honorable Nominee, are you suggesting that you have not considered the costing of this policy, the free tuition for first-year university students?
Chairman, that is very wrong. I've never said that. It doesn't matter the costing. It must fit into a framework. And I have to get into the ministry first. I can't pretend to use this podium to read the national budget. This is not a budget. Let me get there so that I can present the budget to you, and some of these policies will be appropriately.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, I would want a further clarity on this all-important policy. Your manifesto talks about tertiary. Tertiary is not only the universities, but post-secondary institutions that award diplomas, certificates, in my view, are tertiary institutions. So you have nursing training institutions, nursing, you have the colleges of education. Are they all going to be factored in the free first-year tuition to avoid discrimination?
Mr. Chairman, I think I've made this point already. I'm not yet in a position to make policy pronouncement on behalf of the government. I'm only a designate, a nominee. And you need to approve me first. Give me the power to be able to make policies and announce to you policies. Mr. Chairman, you may ask the Honorable Minority Leader to file a question so that I can come and answer when I become the minister.
Thank you very much. You have to file a question.
Chairman,
after approval.
No worries at all. But you see, a distinction must be made. There are matters that you need to get to the ministry to enable you have it handy. And those are not the ones I'm asking you. These are policies. And being part of a political party leadership, I know what goes into manifesto pledges. We had hints many months, or if not a year or two ago, that you were leading the economic team of your party. We know. Therefore, you've always known about this policy. It didn't just get into your manifesto. What I want to know from you are facts within your domain, whether colleges of education, colleges of agriculture, colleges of nursing, and other institutions that are tertiary institutions are part of this free first-year tuition. That is what I want to know from you, because you know what is tertiary when you were drafting the policy. That's what I want you to tell me, not something that you will get to know upon arriving at the ministry.
Leader, with all due respect, the word tertiary is unambiguous. You are just calling on the nominee to give you an interpretation of tertiary. I think we should give the word tertiary its ordinary meaning, and then we can proceed.
Chairman, thank you very much. I can understand where you are coming from. But you see, we are a political class, and we are dealing with a social intervention deliverables. Those watching us would want clarity, and that is all I seek to do, so that somebody at Legon would not assume that university is university and that he or she will benefit. But somebody at the nursing college in Winneba who is doing a diploma in nursing would think that because they did not explain it, he or she will not benefit. So I know you had the benefit of knowing what tertiary means at the time you were drafting this policy, when you said you would give first-year tertiary students free tuition. You pay for them. Government will pay. So parents would not need to pay at all. You know? So I just want the clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's unambiguous in our manifesto what we said. I do not seek to reinterpret what is in the manifesto. And it's as clear as possible. In the next budget, if you have any doubt, we can clarify those in the next budget. Thank you.
Fair enough, Chairman, fair enough. So let me come to the next leg of this social intervention, the free SHS. So you have promised that you will extend it to the private secondary schools. You are going to be a major advisor to government. Have you planned, do you have a plan as to the number of students in the private secondary schools? And if so, have you looked at the cost?
Mr. Chairman, the number of students in the private school as at yesterday cannot be the same as today. It moves. So whatever target or whatever costing that was done was done with the data as at the time they did assessment. I was not part of the group that did assessment. Today, we are in office. You need to look at the data, the number of people concerned, and how much you are paying. Let's get to office. The president is only 2 weeks, it's less than 2 weeks old, it's 1 week old. Let's get to the office, and then we can start work. There's no minister at post as we speak. And so you need to help the president to constitute his cabinet as soon as possible so that they can advise him for him to come to Parliament to deliver his State of the Nation address. Thank you.
So the private secondary schools that you propose to extend free SHS to is going to include Ghana International School, Lincoln, Association, because all these are private schools, secondary schools. Are you going to include them?
Well, the nominee is capable of answering the question. Other than that, private school is private school.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware that Ghana International Lincoln undertakes WASI. They don't write WASI. I'm not aware. I'm not aware that Ghana International School goes through West Africa Examination Council. They do GCSEs and A-levels and others. I'm not aware that you can equate Lincoln with a school fees of $30,000 to Achimota School. I'm not aware of that. The Chairman, let's get to work. And when we get there, we'll present to this House a comprehensive program. The Chairman, the previous administration was unable to pass the free SHS bill. You are aware of that. And, Mr. Chairman, we will regulate this free senior high school policy properly to make it sustainable, so that it becomes part of our nation's development. I think His Excellency the President has made this pronouncement, and so we'll do what we have to do. The Honorable Minority Leader knows me well, that I'm a man of my word, and I can give him that assurance that whatever it takes, we'll come to this House and seek your approval.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Is the nominee fully aware that in respect of the promises by his party in the health sector, the party engaged an independent body, which body gave it a minimum cost of 18 billion? Are you aware of this? And do you agree to that? The health sector promises that your party
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. The only thing I'm aware of is during the transition, I was told that Agenda 111 would take $1.5 billion to complete. But I'm not aware of this 18 billion. I don't know.
Are you committed to completing the Agenda 111 with that amount? Are you committed to that?
Mr. Chairman, the immediate past government was in office for 8 years. They announced the Agenda 111 in 2020. We were told they were going to complete it within a year and two. The Chairman, this is 4 years. They have not been able to complete Agenda 111. We have huge debt awaiting the next government. What we know is that His Excellency the President has committed that he is going to complete all ongoing projects. I'm a servant of the President. I'll be his minister if approved. And so when you approve me as minister, I'll assess the situation. I'll find out what you are leaving behind and be able to advise the President appropriately. But at the moment, I'm not in a position to advise him because I do not have the full data of what is the true state of Ghanaian economy.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have the last two for my respected brother and colleague, and I'll call it a day. Leader, your government has indicated that its financing needs will be alleviated from second quarter in 2025 as debt service payment to bondholders resume. Considering that T-bills will not be sustainable to meet the financing needs, tell us what strategies you intend to pursue to meet the high financing needs without jeopardizing debt sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, financing is a function of the budget. If you throw out a huge deficit, you have to finance it. So you have to throw out the deficit first. We don't intend to throw out an unsustainable financing, where the gross financing needs is in a way that if you go to the market, you will not be able to finance and put further pressure on the market. So, as I've said, we'll front load the fiscal consolidation on expenditure base. So let's introduce the budget, and when we introduce the budget, we'll know the financing needs, and we'll make sure that we'll be able to finance our budget. But there are options. There are options. We'll work with our development partners. There's World Bank, there's IMF, there is EU and all. So if there's any financing need, aside the market, both domestic and external, we'll be able to tap into the financing, our financing request from the development partners. So these are options that we can do.
Now, as a follow-up on that, I'm quite curious. So how would you raise this 10 billion without borrowing? This 10 billion, you had indicated to me earlier that you will present your plan to Parliament, and in that we'll know as a House how much you intend to raise each year. Now, you are so sensitive to your debt servicing strategy. Now, how do you intend to still achieve this without borrowing?
Mr. Chairman, I've never said we are not going to borrow. I've said that financing needs are a function of the budget. And it depends on the fiscal deficit you throw out. If you throw out a fiscal deficit of 10% of GDP, you have to finance the 10%. Why are you financing the 10% of your GDP? Are you financing it from debt? And if it's debt, what kind of debt? Is it domestic, T-bills, or long-dated? Is it external or kind of? So I'm saying that your concern will be dealt with the kind of financing we throw out. If we throw out 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, and the market can accommodate it, so be it. So let's look at the options available. But all of this will depend on your financing needs. So for us, fiscal discipline will be the anchor. And we'll be mindful of the market needs and what the market can accommodate.
Thank you.
Chairman.
I thought you said two questions.
No, there was a follow-up. Chairman,
so is that the last question?
The nominee has addressed us on some key issues, and I'm happy with his approach thus far. I would want to ask him, he's aware that a key development partner, the IMF, entered into some agreement with us. And in that agreement, they required of us to put in place certain measures. He is aware that the e-levy and the betting tax and other taxes he considers are nuisance taxes have been captured as part of our revenue sources in this agreement with the IMF. So government really has no unfettered discretion. How do you justify the repealing of these tax laws without hurting the very agreement that you have with the IMF? You think, in other words, you think that you can freely repeal these tax laws and without introducing a new revenue measure, the fund will be happy with you and will not see that your repealing of these tax laws amount to breaching an existing agreement with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the IMF did not ask the former government to introduce e-levy. The e-levy was introduced before the IMF program. And so the IMF did not ask you to introduce e-levy. The betting tax was also introduced by yourselves, not the IMF, not an IMF prescription. The IMF will give you a fiscal deficit to achieve. It is up to you how you achieve it, and we'll do just that.
Yeah,
but
Chairman,
let me say this.
Okay, sure.
But let me say this, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the NDC government recognizes that there is an IMF program. We are committed to implement the IMF program. we're also committed to achieve the objectives of the IMF program. We are not going to jettison the IMF program. We'll implement it. It is an agreement between the Republic of Ghana and the International Monetary Fund. Today, we are in government. We have a responsibility to implement it. I'm on record to have said that we will implement the IMF program. And so we'll implement the IMF program. We are not running away from that. And so whatever it takes, we will not run away from the implementation of the IMF program. And we'll implement it to the latter and achieve the objectives of the IMF program.
So, Chair, is the nominee therefore suggesting to us that repealing these tax laws, these taxes that he considers them nuisance, repealing them without introducing new taxes or other forms of taxes in their place will not amount to breaching the IMF agreement?
Mr. Chairman, you can rake in other form of revenue through compliance. You can use compliance measures to bring in additional revenue to replace these taxes you are removing.
Finally, Leader, your government is proposing overhauling the existing foreign exchange regime. As Finance Minister, what is the alternative? Have you any comprehensive foreign exchange policy you will pursue? Because it's not just enough to say that you will depart from the existing foreign exchange regime. The country would like to know how you intend to come up with an alternative policy. Which policy will help to address the currency depreciation and build more foreign exchange buffers? We would want to know from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Bank of Ghana has the mandate to deal with our foreign exchange regime. I'm not being vetted as a governor of the Republic of Ghana or the Bank of Ghana. I'm being vetted as a minister responsible for finance. I don't want to make policies or policy proposals that will tie the monetary policy regime. I think we should leave that to the central bank and the governor or the next governor to be able to have the power to deal with the monetary policy, particularly the management of our foreign exchange. But I'm on record to have said that the Bank of Ghana alone cannot be left to anchor the currency. It doesn't mean we are going to micromanage the foreign exchange regime. It means we are going to coordinate with the Bank of Ghana. So we'll coordinate effectively with the central bank to be able to manage Ghana's foreign exchange regime. That I know we will do.
Chairman, just a follow-up. You see, Leader, your manifesto did not say that this is a mandate of the central bank. You will come up with a lead policy, which policy have a far-reaching consequences on the economy. The central bank would only look at you as an arrowhead and implement in a direction that the government policy so directs or chooses. So I think that to run away from it may be a bit unfortunate. It cannot be said by you as the holder of the purse that this is a matter for the central bank. Please, at the time you crafted this and engraved same in your policy, you knew what you wanted to achieve. The people of Ghana do not want to get the impression that you did matricle, because you said it on good authority that this is what you are going to do. So I want to know from you, whether indeed, as the head of the Exchequer, you are committed to this, and not to say that it's a duty of the central bank.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to refer you to the constitutional provision of the Bank of Ghana. And we all know that the Constitution mandates the central bank to manage the central, our foreign exchange. Mr. Chairman, our manifesto did not say the Minister of Finance would be the one to manage the foreign exchange regime. No. We announced our economic policies. And you know that it takes both monetary and fiscal to manage the economy. It's not only the Ministry of Finance that manages the economy. And so it's the two of us. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to jealously guard the independence of the central bank when it comes to monetary policy formulation. Monetary policy formulation and the management of the foreign exchange. That is in their purview. Let's respect it. Allow the next governor or the governor to deal with it. Mr. Chairman, I so submit.
Thank you for your question. I am told.
Chairman.
Oh, do you have a further question? Leader, you said 2 more.
Chairman.
And you've asked 3. You have a further question.
Chairman, since the nominee has referred us to the Constitution, and we also have the manifesto promise of his party, it is important we reconcile. If at all material times the nominee knew that the foreign exchange regime, the policy is squarely under Article 183 of the Constitution, and that is under the control of Bank of Ghana, then why did his party commit to this in a manifesto? Because the manifesto did not make that reference, and you introduce it as a government policy to be led by the finance minister. And you're on record to have chastised the former finance minister, Mr. Kenuforiata, when we had issues with our currency. The blame was on him as a finance minister. I remember the famous Ken Must Go. I remember. Oh, can I finish? Oh, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? The duty, a certain British politician once said, the duty of His Majesty's opposition leader is to oppose. Rather, and we are opposing with all the energy in us, and we are being reasonable.
Let's take the last question.
Please, let's finish. But if the heckling is coming from the majority, then we have every cause to be concerned. Please, let's finish this.
Nobody is talking. You have the microphone.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. So my question to you is this. When we had the depreciation of the cedi, your side in Parliament chastised the finance minister for not showing leadership in managing the cedi. To you, it wasn't about Bank of Ghana. And I'm saying that today, in your manifesto, you have re-echoed that same policy. And if you are now going to quote the Constitution to say that that is going to be the responsibility of central bank, then my question to you is that, did you mislead the Ghanaian people when you engraved that in your manifesto?
Mr. Chairman, That is inaccurate. Mr. Chairman, let me also refer you to the same Constitution, Article 184, 183, 1834. Mr. Chairman, it says the following shall apply to the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. He shall be appointed by the President, acting in consultation with the Council of State for a period of 4 years. Mr. Chairman, the Governor will have to be appointed by the President. The Governor will have to subscribe to the ideals and the vision of the President in foreign exchange, the foreign exchange management. The President has a social contract. He signed a social contract with the people of Ghana. His appointment or his appointee must reflect exactly that. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have not heard the same Constitution talking about the mandate of the central bank says that the President must appoint the Governor. And so you have to appoint someone who subscribes to your ideals, someone who buys into your vision. And so he's going to appoint someone he believes will do what it takes. And so that will be done. That will be done.
Thank you very much.
You are going to, Chairman, he's introduced an important matter. There's a central bank governor. We have a governor of the central bank.
Who has mismanaged the bank? Yes. He's going home. Central mismanaged the mismanager of the bank, not the manager.
When is his tenure coming to an end?
Mr. Chairman, you should be telling us, but I know he has had his 2 terms, 2 maximum terms, and he has some months to go. So certainly within the next 4 years, the President will have the opportunity to appoint a governor.
I mean, after he has retired?
I am not the appointing authority.
Pardon? No. Mr. Chairman, we need some protection here. The majority, exactly. Honorable nominee, honorable nominee, you are telling the committee that the governor has some few months to go. I want to ask you that this new appointment you are referring to, would it be after his retirement?
Honorable members, the Constitution states clearly the tenure of office of the governor. So definitely what the nominee is saying is that within a period, it will come to an end and the President will have the opportunity. This issue as whether when exactly it will end is not a question for the nominee to be asked.
Chairman, I think your ranking member is done.
Yes.
So if you raise new issues, you may invite him again.
Yeah, so honourable members, it's now my turn to answer a question, to ask a question, but I have no question for the nominee. I will use the period to acknowledge the presence of some guests in our midst who are here to give moral support to the nominee. They are Nana Efua Esiwa II, Paramount Queen Mother, Ejumako, Ama Forsen, sister to the nominee, Kwesi Forsen, Kojo Forsen, brothers to the nominee, Sechiwa Claudia, sister, Reverend Pa Kojo, brother, Mr. Afrifa, brother, Professor Ferdinand Ahiakpo, staff, James Ajenim Boatin, staff, and Professor Jonathan Annan, Jumako Enyen, SCM constituency chairman. May I have the privilege to say you are most welcome. Honourable members, let me use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee. Honourable Minister Designate, you are discharged, but you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say a word. Chairman, today you did not treat me like the majority leader of the Ghana's parliament, but I recognize that this had to happen because I'm going to serve
Sensitive
in a
position.
very sensitive position. I recognize that. Thank you.
Yeah. Honourable members, we'll have 30 minutes break to ourselves. We'll resume. Yes. Yes, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay, let's make it.
borrowing as much as you're borrowing today. And that in itself, you will crowd out the private sector, you will be bringing down inflation in a way that interest rate will come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, the ranking member, has one follow-up question.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you said in a response to our respected colleague's question about tax revenue that as a nation, we don't need to necessarily raise revenue through taxes. I mean, then clarify so that I can lay the proper foundation, please.
Mr. Chairman, I did not say that.
I just want you to clarify the point then.
I said we do not necessarily have to raise tax revenue by increasing the tax rate. It doesn't mean the same.
So how do you juxtapose that within the context of your...
But then if it should be removed, I think there should be a proper civil way to get it removed.
Incentives to the private sector.
Increasing the tax
We've
rate.
had a private sector policy by the previous government where the whole intent was to free
supported by them.
the space
Have
for
to be an
the
intentional
private
thing to
sector
also
so that they can invest more, so that they can employ more. You held a position strongly against that incentive, that taxes be necessarily imposed on raw materials that are imported for manufacturing purposes in the country, on equipment that are imported for manufacturing in the country, and all others. How do you juxtapose that?
Mr. Chairman, my position...
Honorable nominee, before you come in. Honorable Mama Yarga is on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the nominee did not say that taxes should not be imposed on raw materials. The issue was whether or not taxes already imposed should be received or exempted by this House. So let's communicate accurately.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ayarga. The nominee is capable of answering the question, so proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my position on tax exemptions are well known. I do not intend to hide from that, and I won't hide from that. Mr. Chairman, tax exemption is gradually becoming a major source of tax expenditure in our fiscal framework. Unfortunately, it's not properly targeted, and so you see a situation where we exempt huge volumes of our taxes to particular companies. At the same time, because we are exempting those taxes, we end up increasing these tax rates for so many other people to pay. I believe everyone else must be given the opportunity to pay taxes. My concern, particularly with the one that you are making reference to, I'm sure it has to do with 1D, 1F. It is not transparent enough. I do not believe that certain individuals must be privileged enough to get tax exemptions, whilst others doing the same should not be given the opportunity to get tax exemption. And I have contended in the past that if the government insists on tax exemption for 1D, 1F, they should put it in the law and allow everyone else to benefit from such tax exemption. My main concern, particularly my criticism against the 1D, 1F, has to do with the opaque manner that it has been done in the past. And I still stand by that. If the government, or if this current government still believes that tax exemption 1D, 1F is irrelevant, then obviously my suggestion is put it in the law. Let everyone benefit from it, but don't pick and choose and decide who should benefit from such a tax exemption. I think it's wrong, and taxation must be fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you. Leader, I'm making this point as a result of what you just said. Yes, you complain of the lack of transparency. But for the records, an honorable Yabuama is here. He chaired the committee. You may recall that as a result of those concerns, government at the time was able to meet those concerns to the extent that there was even a waiver on one item, raw materials. In fact, let me say not waiver, the raw materials component was taken out of the whole exemption. And through scrutiny, the request was very much reduced. Would you say that it was purely political because those concerns were addressed, but you still said no?
Mr. Chairman, I have no regrets for saying no. I have no regrets in the sense that when these taxes were introduced, tax exemptions were introduced to us in this House, initially we were called upon to exempt approximately $458 million. Upon my insistence, the Minister of Finance went back to working together with the Minister for Trade and brought it down to about $100 million. So straight away, I saved the nation approximately $400 million, about $358 million, obviously because of my insistence. I still felt there was the need for us to do more. And that $100 million, I could still see things that I disagree. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have no regrets, and I think I did what is right for Ghana and for all of us. Because clearly, it wasn't right for us to grant some of those tax exemptions. I wasn't alone. Colleagues from the Finance Committee agreed with me, and together we fought it. But obviously, I did not champion this alone. Let me also use this platform to pay tribute to Honorable Kweku Kwati. Honorable Kweku Kwati was instrumental in the fight against this tax exemption because he agreed with me that these taxes were certainly not right, and we are working for Ghana. And if we can save $558 million, look at Accra Kumasi Road. We could use that money to fix the Accra Kumasi Road. I think it wasn't necessary for us to approve that tax and those concerns. It's not personal, it's not political, but we did it with the right intention, obviously for God and country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Foku Junibua.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Get closer to your mic.
Honorable Cassil Atoban Forson, congratulations.
Thank you very
being
much.
Nominated as Minister Designate for Finance. I've got a few questions. The first one, can you tell us how you are going to fund the government machinery, given that now there is no appetite for lenders to give money on long term, and the money market segment is already crowded, as you initially alluded to? So how are you going to fund government machinery? Lenders are not ready to give long term. The money market end is already crowded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the short term, we need to, Mr. Chairman, in the short term, we need to bring confidence back. It's as important as anything. My proposal is for us to immediately introduce a very strong budget, signaling that we are ready to do the heavy liftings. That first budget will indeed send the right signal that Ghana is ready to open our doors for investors to come into the country. I believe if we are to introduce strong measures, particularly from the expenditure side, we will be able to bring inflation down to 8% plus or minus 2. In doing so, we'll be able to reopen the domestic bond market so that we can move away from the over-reliance of the treasury bill market. And so we'll be able to, at a minimum, smoothing the harms that has been created as a result of the domestic debt exchange and the Eurobond. And so we need to bring confidence back. But you know, if you are confronted with a situation where you do not have financing, then there's the need for you to look within. Let's deal with expenditure. Let's cut expenditure. Let us not pretend that there's money out there for us. Just like it has been done in somewhere, we can also do it here. My proposal is, let's look at the expenditure side as well. It shouldn't always be borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. It's time for us to cut the waste, and so I will lead the process to cut the waste. And I will need you, honorable members, to help me cut the waste so that we live and stay within the envelope that we can. But when push comes to shove, obviously, we will work with our development partners, such as the Africa Development Bank, the World Bank, the European Union, and other bilateral agencies, including the IMF, to raise cheaper sources of financing to finance government expenditure, particularly where expenditures that can lead to a proper growth and inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Thank you, Minister Designate. My second question, you've already given a hint on it, which relates to tax exemptions. Particularly, what I want to hear from you, or what I would expect you to tell this committee, is that the Exemptions Act of 2022, Act 1083, allows the states to take equity stake in entities that apply for tax exemptions. This has never been applied, though the Act allows it. Can you tell this committee that under your regime, you'll be bold enough to apply these aspects of the Act, the entities that come for tax exemptions, you'll be ready to go in for equity stake for this country? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's now great. We've done one, I think last year. Honorable Abina will bear me witness. Honorable Kweku Kwarteng championed it. In fact, I seconded the motion for us to set the tone and allow to implement the Tax Exemption Act, particularly the portion that allows government of Ghana to take equity stake. So we've done once, and as a champion against tax exemptions, and someone who insists that tax exemption must also count, you can count on me that I will do whatever it takes, that when push comes to shove, that we have to grant tax exemption. The country must benefit. You can count on me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So everyone has heard and will be watching. My third question. You know, it is commonly known that we generate really nothing much from the informal sector when it comes to taxes. And if you look at the mid-year budget of 2024, if you look at page 107, you realize that tax from PAYE, if you look at the revised budget, it's about 21.113 billion cedis. Whereas taxes from self-employed for the same period, just about 1.572 billion cedis. So this is a ratio of 13 to 1. So the formal sector, PAYE, revenue from those taxes, is 13 times what we get from all the self-employed. So the gap is so big. What would you do practically to close this gap? A gap of 13 to 1. What would you do practically?
Remember, this is a very valid question and very interesting one. I think there's a genuine concern. First, we need to formalize the informal sector. Second, we need to encourage them to formally register with the Revenue Authority. And third, we need to incentivize them. We can learn from Uganda. Uganda has been able to incentivize the informal sector. And as such, they are collecting more taxes from the informal sector than most of sub-Saharan African countries. The question is, what have they done? What Uganda did was to agree through tax education that a percentage of whatever you pay will be used as your pension contribution, even as the informal sector. And so my proposal is, why can't we encourage, or through taxes education, encourage the informal sector by instituting an informal sector pension scheme where you will plow back, let's say 30%. It doesn't mean quote me for 30%. Let's say 30% of whatever you pay as your contribution from your income tax, as your contribution to your to formalize the informal sector and to incentivize them to pay. The options are there. I'm open for advice. I will listen, and I'm ready, as when approved as minister, to work with all of you to see what we can do to allow the informal sector also to contribute their widow's mite towards the development of our dear country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then move to the majority side to take questions from the leaders of the Finance Committee. Starting from Honorable Azika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my honorable colleague with whom I have worked closely over the years, but also to thank His Excellency for the privilege to bring a thoroughbred finance person from this house who was involved in oversight for 6 years and practice in government for another 4 years. When I was invited, I asked myself, what questions are there to ask Honorable Afotu-Forson? Because we have always been on this side preparing solutions, and I have been in meetings where you and I have led conversations on the way forward to save our country.
Honorable Azika,
all I can say here is
the
that
commentary and go straight to the question.
I believe that my colleagues are better placed because I know your quality and what you bring on board. So I have nothing to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Adongo. It's now the turn of Richard Achampong.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, congratulations. I've worked with you since 2013 to date, so I know what you stand for. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have only one question for you. Mr. Nominee, how do you plan to address the country's fiscal challenges and ensure debt sustainability? Thank you very much.
Honorable Nominee, your answer.
Mr. Chairman, Ghana's debt management in the past few years has been a major cause of concern. It is sad to know that the country has gone through a very difficult debt exchange, domestic. It's also sad to note that we had to restructure our Eurobonds. In order to not to repeat the past mistakes, we intend to establish an independent debt management office. But in the meantime, we have a major hump that we have to deal with. For example, on the 18th of February, about 6.8 billion Ghana cedis will be due for payment. It is our responsibility to make sure we pay. And the Ministry of Finance, I believe, at this time are preparing to make that payment. My responsibility is to make sure what has happened in the past does not repeat. And so I will do just that. I will work with the Ministry of Finance, I will work with our development partners, and we'll do whatever it takes to avoid a second wave of the crisis we faced in 2022. That I can assure you.
Thank you very much. Any further question? In the absence of any further question, it's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namomo Latte.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask the nominee. I will begin by congratulating the Honorable Leader for this high office being nominated to. I would want to find out from the Honorable nominee his general vision for revenue mobilization. We've heard bits and pieces, and it's exciting to hear more what your vision is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much. I worked under Honorable Setepe for 4 years, an astute tax practitioner. I learned under him. He used to meet the revenue authorities once every fortnight. As a result, we saw our revenue improving. What I can assure you is that learning from an Honorable Set and seeing the way our revenue increased in the shortest possible time, I'll go by the same approach. But aside that, I would dedicate considerable amount of my time towards revenue mobilization. Ministers of Finance often have not paid enough attention to revenue mobilization. I think we should not allow GRA alone to mobilize the revenue. The Ministers of Finance will have a role to play, and I'll play such a role. As I said, I will dedicate considerable amount of my attention towards revenue mobilization and to help improve the revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
I only want to wish the nominee very well.
Thank you. All members, it's now the turn of Honorable Abana Osei Asari to pose a question to the nominee. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I see you are smiling because I've been in your shoes before. And less than a year ago, I was sitting here and you were sitting there firing questions at me. But I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you. I think you have worked very hard. You put us on our toes when we were in government. And I hope to do the same constructively moving forward. So I wish you well. Just 1 or 2 questions, and that will be it, because you are now moving there. You've been there before. You were there as a deputy minister. You are now going as the finance minister yourself. And I know that a lot of decisions will rest or come from you. I remember that in 2023, during the budget, you mentioned the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would inherit a very difficult economy. This is in the Parliamentary Hansard, November 21st, 2023. That's the page 35. But at the end of 2024, and during the transition, we shared some economic data with you. You agree with me that we exceeded revenue. Same GRA exceeded revenue by, I think, 400 million to, it was 178 billion or so. They exceeded by 400 million Ghana cedis. The economy grew from 2.9% in 2023 to first half of the year to 5.8% in 2024. We managed to tame inflation down to 23.2% from 23.8% in December. The banking sector assets have also improved from 274 billion in 2023 to about 376 billion in 2024, October. The private sector credits increased by 28.8% from a negative of 7.5% in the same period last year. The primary balance has improved from a deficit to a surplus, and we live in a reserve of 7.7 billion, representing 3.5 months of import cover compared to the 2.7 months of import cover of about 5.9 billion in 2023. And you also talked about the debt restructuring. And in there, we also told you how far we have gotten with that. We have done over 90% of that. We are left with just the private sector, the private bits, and we will be done. So, my dear friend, we've known each other way back in our university days, so I can call him a friend. And so, my dear friend, with this data that you have been presented with, how would you describe the 2024 economy that you have inherited?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Nominee, over to you.
Mr. Chairman, it's early days yet to make a pronouncement on the 2024 outturns. As we speak, there's no outturn for 2024 because whatever you have is preliminary and cannot be said that is outturn. I say this because the transition numbers she's presenting, we did a transition between 9th to about 21st of December. It doesn't give you end year numbers. Mr. Chairman, I heard her talk about revenue, but revenue alone will not give you a picture of the fiscal deficit. You will need to correspond it with expenditure. I'm also aware that between 30th to 31st, we saw the controller paying out about 18 billion cedis. So 18 billion cedis as against the 400 that you gained. There's a deficit. And so let's wait for end year numbers. I don't want to speculate. I will wait for end year numbers, and then I'll present so, if approved, to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I want to learn from the former president, I will wait till then before I make those statements. And when the time comes, I will present the true picture of the economy. I don't want to speculate at this point. Let's wait for our turns, and the budget will be read maybe next month, so that we don't
2 billion to 2.1 billion. So let me put on record that as at this time when the debt was validated, the debt was 2.1 billion. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I'm happy this question has come up because I've heard some people bundling figures of $5 billion. That is inaccurate. This public record is before Parliament and can be verified. Currently, I had the opportunity to chair the Energy Subcommittee of the transition team. At the last meeting, it came to light that the debt had ballooned to 2.5 billion as of 30th September 2024. Yesterday, we had a final meeting, and the reconciled figures, as I had it, was $3 billion. And so, as we speak today, the official figure I got from the Ministry of Energy, the Energy Commission, and ECG indicates that the debt has ballooned to $3 billion. But let me quickly add that the Energy Sector Levies Act raked in about 45 billion cedis. And so that paid part of the interest on the principal of 9.4 billion. But then it comes to that.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes he uses dollars and cedis. Can you be very consistent so that when you say 9, we know you are talking about either $9 billion or cedis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, when we're leaving office, as at 31st August 2017, the debt in dollars was 2.1 billion. As at yesterday, the outstanding debt is a little over $3 billion. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know from the Honorable Nominee what he considers to be the implications for signing PPAs, and whether at the time he was at the Ministry of Energy, they signed PPAs, which happens to be a take or pay, and whether the Honorable Nominee is aware that these agreements, which were signed under his regime, is the reason why the debt for the energy sector has ballooned to this level.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is true that some PPAs were signed during our time. It has some take-or-pay clauses. Even under the MPP, they've signed about 6 PPAs. All of them with take-or-pay clauses. AXA 370, AXA 370, AXA 900, Senate 110, Tema LNG, which is the most expensive LNG, all of them under the MPP regime, just like the NDC regime, has take-or-pay. And take-or-pay in the energy language is what we call capital recovery. The developer would have borrowed money to set up the plant. And so every financial institution would require some element of guarantee. And so that is a fact, it's not an opinion. 2, as to whether these take-or-pays contributed to these debts, I've done a careful analysis of the debt. If you take the gas debt, for instance, our contractual volume with ENI is 270 MMscf. For 4 years now, they've been supplying 340 MMscf. So we are consuming way and above our contractual volumes. So take-or-pay couldn't have been an issue. If you take most of the debts, a chunk of them are power delivered, sold, but revenues not collected. When we're leaving office, what you call the ATC&C, that's the aggregate technical collection and commercial loss, was 22%. At the transition committee, it came to light that it's ballooned to 40%. And so out of every 100 CD you sell, 40 CD is unaccounted for. And that is largely due, or that's what largely accounts for this huge debt. In fact, I'm leaving Accra today as part of the technical team to meet Letasco. Letasco supplied heavy fuel oil between 2017 to 2021. All that money has not been paid. And so there's a debt of 270 million on account of some of these fuels and guarantees. If you consume fuel, it means that it's not take or pay. It means the plant is running. So yes, Some element of capacity charge will contribute to your debt, but the chunk and the bulk of the debt is on account of power produced and consumed, but not paid for. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you spoke about ENI. Would you say that the negotiated price at the time of negotiation...
Is that your last question?
Last but one, Mr. Chairman.
No, you are entitled to only 3 questions. You've asked 2 so far, so that is the last question. Please.
But you will allow me to bring some small one after this one.
You are entitled to 3 questions. Please go ahead and ask your last question.
Okay. So my question was whether you believe that the negotiated price at the time was good for the country. And before you answer that, I would also want you to have a look at your CV. On your CV, you say that you were the general manager of a company. Well, it's all over the place. I mean, it's not numbered. What I have is not numbered, but it's on his professional resume, non-political experience. The general manager of Sophie Fisheries Limited. And I don't know whether it's a mistake, because you say that you were from 2005 to 2000. And so if you can have a look at that and see if you intended to actually tell us that was a typo. And then the same on the CV, when you look at the leadership position held and membership of professional bodies, you say you were chairman, Nuclear Energy Program, implementing organizations at the Ministry of Energy until 2017. So I want to know whether you want to confirm to the committee that at 2017, when Anadu was the president, you were the chairman of this committee. So those are there.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I left office on the 6th of January 2017.
Okay.
So 2017, I would have been in office, except that I left on the 6th of January 2017. The other one is 2008. So I guess when they were typing the 8, they made that 0. So thank you very much for that observation. I'm grateful. I guess your question is on whether the ENI price is not too expensive.
Yes, in your view.
Okay, I have in my hand what you call the weighted average cost of gas, which we in the industry call WACOG. And I have the latest of them. If you take the price, which is the cost, so you have what you call the commodity cost, the transportation, and everything, which then becomes commingled gas and is piped. But then you can get the individual prices. So if you take ENI, which is Sankofa, you have the cost to be 6, 10 to be 5, and gas is 7.2. And gas is 7.2. Tema LNG, which was signed by the MPP, is 8.3. So I am of the view Ghana Gas is 0 because Jubilee was 0 rated for a period of time. So I am of the view that the Sankofa price of 6 is not the most expensive. That is 1. 2 is that you just don't look at the price of a field. Is it associated gas? Is it mainly crude oil production or mainly gas? If it's mainly gas, then the gas has to compensate for the cost of the development. And if you read the 2022-2023 reports by the upstream players, they confirm that in 2022 alone, we consumed 107 BCF of gas from our fields. If you did not consume that gas, you'd have consumed 20 million barrels of light crude oil. If you do what we call import substitution or parity, this country saved $1.2 billion from consuming that gas. So I hold the view that you might have an opinion that the gas is expensive. Another one might have an opinion that it's not expensive. But if you are saving $1.2 billion from import substitution from light crude when using gas, I hold the view that that gas is competitive. It came before this House. This House debated it and approved it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Dr. Kabiru Wale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would just, before I start, congratulate my senior brother and alumni of University for Development Studies for such an achievement. That said, I would also want to seek the guidance of the chair, as you stated. That the decision to have a private sector participation wasn't what was good for ECG. However, you were of the candid and considered opinion that the interference by politicians and the fact that we need to weed off political interference was the way to go. Fast forward on the 17th, on or around the 17th of the 7th of January, you were heard again on radio stating that you think that the only way forward was to have private sector participation, especially in the metering and collection sector of Ghana Electricity Company. Now, my question to you is, and you back this particular position with the fact that ATC and C, which you just alluded for, and for the benefit of Hansard, we are talking of aggregate, technical, commercial, and collection losses, was 40%. Could you please give this committee the breakdown of these 40% losses in terms of A, T, C, and C in the various sectors of that particular aggregate figure?
I'll do that. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'm surprised that this allegation has been leveled against me, because I've remained consistent that there should be a private sector participant in the distribution, especially, like you said, billing and collection. When I was Deputy Minister, I led the process. When Honorable Sekwe became my supervising minister, he made me lead the process of privatization. I led the team to India, I led the team to Uganda, I led the team to Kenya to learn from best practices. And so I'm surprised. And let me put on record that I've been very consistent that we need private sector participation at the distribution level, except that I disagreed with the format of the PDS, and I maintain that we can do it better. The ATC and C, I think it's about 23% for the technical, and the remaining is the commercial, which sums it up to the 40%. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mr.
you said you have a follow-up.
Yes, a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
During transition, you were handed over with a KPMG report of the audit of the operations of ECG, and that report puts the figure at 37.7%. And if the committee will be guided, it is the product of the billing efficiency and the collection efficiency. Can you confirm that to the committee?
I was not handed over a KPMG report, but 37 and 40, the difference is not that much. But I wasn't handed over a KPMG report. I asked a direct question as co-chair to ECG, and they told me that the losses was around 40%. But if you have a KPMG report, I would like to read it to enrich my knowledge. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader has a follow-up question on that.
Honorable Nominee, listening to your answer to Dr. Kabiru's question, the impression you create on our minds is that you are not against the privatization of ECG. From what you said, you are against the PDS in terms of the approach. So can you tell us then whether your government is for the privatization, the full privatization of ECG?
We believe that there should
Honorable
be.
Nominee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. We believe there should be private sector participation. What we intend to do is to form a 7-member committee chaired by technical experts, legal experts, financial experts, and some industry players, and even somebody from the consumer side. What we want them to do is to get us a framework, looking at best practices. Would the concession approach work, or a full privatization work? We will stay off as politicians, let them get the framework in a more transparent, open, frank manner. Then, when we get the buy-in of Ghanaians, then we can set the standards using an RFQ, an RFP, and then a competitive tender process. Let me make this clear. When it comes to the ECG private sector participation, competitive tender process with some element of private sector participation using local content, and then we set the KPIs so we make progress. And so we are clear in our minds what we intend to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you too. He has a further follow-up question.
Honorable nominee, so can you let us know the time frame for this engagement? You know, because Ghanaians will be anxious to know. What's the time frame you are looking at?
The preliminary work we have done is that my target is to push for 6 months, but I do not want to stampede the committee if I'm fortunate to get your approval. But give and take within, we should be able to do that, because there are lessons that we've learned from the previous concession. And so that will be the building block. But like I said, we want to do that in a very transparent, open manner, and get the best for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Azika Dongo.
Mr. Speaker, I've not. Okay.
Any questions? It's now the turn of Honorable Azika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my younger brother and to commend him for the speed with which he supported the president to resolve this issue. I have heard you mention some numbers. You said the bill we left was about $2.1 billion, and you translated that to about 9 billion Ghana cedis. But you said today it's about 3 billion. Can you situate that in our reporting currency? What does that mean? $3 billion means what in cedis?
Mr. Chairman, when you use an exchange rate of, say, 15, that's 45 billion. So in Ghana cedi, we've moved from about 9 billion to 45 billion. It would have been worse. What is even kept it at the 45 billion is that another 45 billion has been collected on account of the Energy Sector Levies Act. So, but for the 45 billion that has accrued to the President Akufo-Addo government, the debt would have compounded, and that would have been much, much higher. But despite that, the debt today is about 45 billion Ghana cedi.
So in addition to the 45 billion cedis,
you are entitled to a question. I'm sorry. May I give the floor to Roxanne Nelson Dapamapom?
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my brother. We entered Parliament together. We worked together. And we constituted the famous 7. And I know that he will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Give the floor to Ajin Sam. One question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, JJ. I come from a rural area. Till date, there are communities that do not have meters. And therefore, I want to find out from you, what will you do to improve ECG revenue collection? And will you support a proposal to phase out all postpaid meters to prepaid ones?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ideal way, like you said, is to get prepayment meters, especially smart meters that can mimic all the requirements that you need. My meeting with ECG indicates that they have about 5.2 million meters. 4.8 are active. About 3 million of them are not working properly. So of the 4.8, 3 million meters are not working properly. So they will need to change a minimum of 2.9 million meters in order to satisfy the market. Two, like you said, people want meters. They are unable to get the meters. Technology is advancing. So we are exploring the possibility of selling the meters. Let people buy the meters. But through smart technology, we will license some people to install the meters. But you will need to send a code. Once you send a code in with mobile money, it's activated. And automatically, you are registered onto the system. Because sometimes it costs people more than 4 or 5 times to spend money to get a meter. So if we make it readily available and use economies of scale, I'm sure the price will come down. So it's something we are working on, and that we intend to roll that out as soon as we get your nod. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namumulate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me take the opportunity to also congratulate the honorable member on his nomination. There's something that is on the hearts and minds of most Ghanaians. And if we all have a way, we'll contribute to ensuring that it doesn't become a headache again. The issue of the inconsistency in the power supply, given the nod, what are you going to do? I have seen you do take some pragmatic steps to aid the president. In the long term, what will you do to ensure that our power and our electricity supply stays on? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, what will you do to ensure our power stays on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, we have a current installed capacity of about 5,260 megawatts, a dependable capacity of about 4,800 megawatts. We've just hit a new peak demand of 4,100 megawatts. Our grid system is very, very resilient. We've upgraded a lot of our lines from 161 to 330 and 331 kVA lines. So they are quite robust with a lot of injection of primary substations. The first problem we need to address is the issue of fuel. Fuel supply is a major, major problem confronting the sector. Currently, we have a deficit of about 40 to 60 mm-scarf of gas. If you take the gas from ENI, gas from Jubilee 10, and then gas from N-gas, and you put all together, you still have a deficit. And so you've had to be depending on some level of light crude oil, some level of heavy fuel oil, and some level of distillate fuel oil. Our immediate objective will be to bridge that gap. We've met Jubilee partners, we've spoken to the partners and the operators, Talo. We've also spoken to Ghana Gas. They are currently doing 100 mm-scarf. We are confident that if they do some reconditioning, they can increase it to about 35 more. And that will give us a lot of buffer. So once we solve the fuel situation, and we have some liquid fuel reserves as a backup, we should be okay. The next one will be to deal with the financial challenges. I've gotten a letter from Car Power. We owe them $377 million. They are threatening to shut down. Talo over 100 million, they are threatening to cut back. ENI is threatening. So we need to deal with the financial challenge. So these two, if we can get them right, we should be home and dry. Last year alone, Ministry of Finance spent about 28 billion on energy sector related payments. That's more than your capital expenditure, including even your goods and services. So we have to look at how to drill down and bring about efficiency and be able to pay for what we consume. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, have a follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, though on the letter was Minister of Energy. But if you look at the executive instrument, it's adding something to your portfolio. You are aware of that?
Leader, with the greatest respect, I've seen it, but I'm only a nominee.
No, I'm saying whether you are aware.
I'm aware. respectfully make a copy available to the distillate fuel oil enough to cater for 1.5 days. Now the HFO. On the 8th of January, AXA, 440 meter cube, enough to cover for only 6 hours. So officially, I wasn't aware that some so-called 40,000 has been deposited. But let me be quick to say that the next day, I got to know that...
I don't want to take back. Please, can you avoid the use of the word so-called? I mean, just not to
I'm sorry,
cause
Leader,
controversy.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the guidance.
You know, you've done well so far.
Leader, thank you, thank you. So on the 9th of January, I got information that some people were discharging some heavy fuel oil into the tanks at AXA. And already the Chief of Staff had tasked me to lead a technical team to avoid this looming challenge in respect of these shortages of fuel. And like I told you, on the 8th of January, we had only 6 hours. In fact, they said that taking even the minimum requirement, it could last for only 5 hours. When I heard of it, I inquired. And then the AXA MD told me that some people had come to deliver HFO. I asked him on whose authority. Leader, with the greatest of respect, I do not want to mention people's name here, and you know why. I made it clear to them that those people were no longer in office, and they had no mandate on the 9th of January to issue orders to him to receive those fuels. I called ECG, ECG was not aware. I called VRA, they were not aware. I called the ministry, Solomon is here, they are not aware. I called GMPC, they are not aware. So I advised the chief director to ask for a cessation of the delivery. And we report to Chief of Staff. It's a matter of further investigation. On an assumption of office, with your kind leave, we shall investigate that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So they delivered it or they couldn't deliver at all? Are we in receipt of that at the time you became aware?
As far as I'm concerned, officially, government is not in receipt of any such delivery. They were in the process of delivery, but without any authorization to deliver, we thought that they should hold on and let's do what is right and proper. Thank you.
So the 5 hours that you put out, as compared to the 23 days that you initially... No, I won't ask you.
Okay. Leader, take the floor, take the floor.
So the 5 days that was originally out, you know, when the inauguration took place at the Independence Square, the media reported that you had alleged or you had said that we had only some 5 days of fuel. 5 hours, yes, 5 hours. Considering the fact that in your answer to me, you had indicated that SemPower had fuel that could last us for 23 days. Would you want to reconcile the 5 hours and the 23 days, or would you want to shed some more light on it for clarity's sake?
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing to reconcile. I was specific. I said we have 5 hours of HFO, and it's true. We had 5 hours of HFO. I said we had 0 hours of DFO for Sidona Sogli, and it's true. I gave a breakdown, but I don't develop the headlines. I don't write the stories. The recording is there. And the truth is that we have 5 hours of HFO. And if there's any problem with gas supplies, we are going to lose as much as 370 megawatts in 5 hours' time, which will lead to load shedding. And so as far as I'm concerned, that is a fact. Thank you.
Honorable Shabu, it's now your turn. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me use the opportunity to congratulate my younger brother for this great feat, a position well deserved. Mr. Chairman, I mean, listening to the honorable nominee, the biggest challenge he's coming to face. Of course, let me put on record that the ministry you left 8 years ago, you will not meet the same thing when you get there tomorrow. I mean, you have said it. The energy sector debts alone is so enormous. Now, we've zeroed down to various. Now, in the value chain, you have a very critical player there, which is ECG, which unfortunately is the weakest link. And that's the reason why we have these challenges. To quote your own words, the power is produced and delivered. It is sold, but the revenue is not collected as efficiently as we can. Clearly, it boils down to accountability and efficiency. Now, you have also zeroed down to the fact that you are not averse to privatization. Indeed, His Excellency, when he met the World Bank a week ago, representatives, he made it clear that privatization was the way to go. Would you consider, taking into account, we have been preaching about local content, would you consider looking at institutional investors like SNET, like NAT, and the rest? Would you consider them when you want to do the privatization?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Most taking up shares and getting a technical, competent company, even from outside, it means that there will be a lot of value retention. The main problem with ECG is not just the collection, but even how they spend or administer what they collect. They collect on average about 1.3 billion cedis every month. Only 850 million or 900 million goes into the cash waterfall mechanism. So what it means is that almost 400 million does not find its way into the cash waterfall mechanism because they've signed all kinds of contracts. Yesterday at the meeting, it came to light that they have 2,500 containers sitting at the ports. Contracts worth 9 billion has been signed. And because the containers are sitting at the port, demurrage alone is 1.2 billion. So beyond the collection, we also have to drill down on efficiency and ensure that they stick to the cash waterfall mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I give the floor to Honorable Umar?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the turn of Michael Edu. Edu. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Edu and Edu.
Mr. Chairman, the name is Edu. Thank you very much. A-I-D-O-O.
What's the spelling of Edu?
A-D-U. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Looking at your CV with your experience and vast background in the energy sector, I believe you'll be conversant with the questions I'm going to ask. One of the major challenges...
Are you saying questions?
Yes.
Please, you are entitled to a question.
Okay. One of the major challenges in the downstream petroleum sector is the issue of forex. And on the 11th of January 2023, you published a post on Facebook, which you said that the G4O, that's the good for oil policy, was opaque, clandestine, and a charade. And then you also said that it's going to promote smuggling of gold across Ghana's borders. And then in the same post, you said from our analysis, it is obvious this policy is not well thought through. Now, Mr. Nominee, I believe after your nomination, you've had cause to meet the management from Boston and MP and other stakeholders in the industry. Upon hindsight, do you still hold the same opinion? And then if you are giving the nod to lead the ministry, what will be your position on the good for oil? Taking into consideration that most of the importers who are bringing fuel to Ghana, one of the issues they look at is the issue
Honorable member, his position on gold for oil. Is that not the question?
I'm not done, Chairman. I'm not done. Chairman, I'm rounding up. Chairman, respectfully, I'm rounding up.
Is that the question I'm asking?
No,
is
I'm
that
not
the
done.
question?
The question is coming.
So, what do you mean by what is your position on gold for oil?
It's the same question. So let me round up. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I will forgive you because you are a first timer.
Importers consider the issue of forex as an issue when dealing with bust. And the Gold for Oil came to mitigate that issue. And there is scarcity of forex. And in a month, we need about 400 million US.
You are not just a walking encyclopedia on all information relating to the energy sector, but that your capacity to think on your feet and devise solutions to the numerous challenges confronting our energy sector is unsurpassed by anyone.
Chairman, with respect, I have observed that there are some people who are sitting behind the nominee. It happened when we were taking Honorable Atufos, and it's happening again. Please, Chair, let them know that we are not here to be clapping. If they are full soldiers who are here as cheerleaders, no, if I didn't say NDC full soldiers, no, it's not. There are full soldiers. I see full soldiers behind, not the chiefs. I'm not referring to the chiefs. I'm referring to some full soldiers behind. I've seen them. So please, let them not do that.
Honorable Leader,
Chairman, I rest my case.
They are not here as foot soldiers, but they are here to support and give moral support.
But they shouldn't be clapping.
Let us see. So it's
Chairman, they shouldn't be doing that.
So all you need to do is to inform them that here we don't clap, but
Okay,
we say
here we don't clap.
Here.
No, they can't even say here because they are not part. They are not part of us. They are not. They cannot even say here.
Honourable members, the word foot soldier should be expunged from the records. Can we make progress, honourable members? It's expunged from the record with the apology from the chair. Thank you very much. Can we have some order? Order. Let's have order. It's now the turn of Honorable Charles Forson. Charles Forson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair.
What? We finish. I thought we finished. Well, may you continue. Please conclude.
So, on the basis of my observations, I have no questions for you because I know you will answer all the questions satisfactorily. I can only wish you well and assure you of the support of this House. And I believe that you definitely will make a mark in the energy sector of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Charles Forson. One question, please.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable nominee, my good friend, this is from the good people of Tamacentra and the management and staff of TOR. A direct question. What is there for TOR? And also, we do extract crude, but yet we have refining corporations here, and they are begging for certain parcels to be given to them while they go out to struggle for $1. What is the way forward? Thank you.
Well, honorable member, is your question saying what is there for TOR or what he intends to do for TOR?
The plan. He understands it.
Honorable nominee, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable members, you may be aware there's a Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And when you take crude within a stipulated period of time, you have to pay the money into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So for a refinery to take that refinery must satisfy that condition. TOR is a hydra-headed problem. It's a 45,000 barrel capacity refinery. The norm is that these days people are moving to huge refineries. If you take Gamnaja, it's I think 1.2 million. Dangote is 650,000, and it's even number 7. So 45 is quite small, but our objective is to seek a strategic partner, ring-fence the liabilities, and then use the assets as our capital injection, look for a strategic partner who is prepared to also inject money. We need a staff of about 250 for a refinery. Currently, the staff are over 700. So these are issues that we would have to sit and see how we can deal with them so that we bring the refinery back. Because since 2021, 4 years now, the refinery has not been working, and something must be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Yao Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much. Let me congratulate my very, very, very good brother, JJ. Congratulations. JJ, a lot of questions have been asked of you on the downstream. Let me take you to the upstream sector. And I'm sure, as a man who grew up in Mampong, you know about the Voltairean Basin program. I know you've been briefed by the ministry and officials from GMPC about the program around Mampong, Agogo area. What do you know of the Voltairean Basin program, and how do you intend to add value to what your predecessors did, and how you intend to ensure that it comes on full stream to add to the revenue base of the country in the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right, because in the upstream sector, crude oil volumes are declining rapidly. From a peak of 71 million barrels in 2019, 2023, we did only 48 million. So there's a sharp decline of 32%. And if nothing is done, the upstream sector will collapse. In the Voltairean Basin, I'm told they've shot or shoot some 2D seismic data. I'm also told that they've done some parcels of allocation, which ought to come to Parliament. I intend that we'll review that immediately, within days or weeks. If I get your nod and I'm sworn in. If we review them and we find those agreements satisfactory, we'll immediately come to Parliament. But I hold the view that we should relook at 919. All our neighbors, their current and participating interest is 10%. And as we move through the energy transition, you must quickly tap your stranded assets. So we will do a stakeholder engagement and get a buy-in of Ghanaians and incentivize the upstream players to invest, because it's very expensive. And that is something that we intend to pursue aggressively, even as we go through the energy transition. Thank you.
Very much. Any further question?
Yes, Minister, this is also on the upstream sector, which has seen some little or no investment in the sector. I want you to tell Ghanaians some of the strategies you want to put in place to attract some of the big players in the upstream sector, like ExxonMobil. They came in and left to Guyana. We all know the issues around it. So what are some of the steps that your good self will be putting in place? You just mentioned that you are going to Dubai to meet with Letasco. And we want to find out what strategies you are going to put in place to attract some of the big players, since investment in that sector has gone down a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So first is the incentives. We have a standard incentives for all the fields. That cannot work, because you have deep water, you have ultra deep, and you have shallow water. It's more expensive and technologically demanding to do deep water. So the incentives for deep water should be different from that for shallow water. Then the acreage, the size. Our information is that it's too small, so we need to increase it. And some other incentives, but more importantly, is the posturing of government. These legal cases that we are losing in court, it hurts us a lot. The first option should be to negotiate. E&I went to court, we lost. Talo went to court, we lost. GPGC went to court, we lost. Sahara went to court, we lost.
Arbitration issues in the power sector. What do you want Ghanaians to remember you for within the next 4 years as one of the youngest ministers of energy in the Republic of Ghana? I wish you the very best, my good friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Your answer to the completed question.
Reminded that I'm stepping into a very, very difficult job. I want you to remember as a young minister who insists on discipline. And I tell you, I will insist on discipline. I know we'll step on some toes, but we'll step on those toes gently. More importantly, honesty. And then I want to approach this work with integrity, hard work, but with humility. I'll do my best. I know it's difficult, but I'm confident that given the array of people around, including those of you on this table, I'll consult all of you and do what is right and proper. But let me make it clear that we'll ensure that there's discipline in that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Governor Kwame Abuja.
Chairman, thank you very much. I want to take the opportunity to also congratulate my good friend, our principal voice on energy-related matters. I must say the caucus is proud of you. You have been an excellent choice for our caucus on energy, and I have no doubt the president got that right by nominating you. I don't have a question for you. All I have to say is that those of us who dwell in the villages, in the past 4 years particularly, many of us anticipated extension of electricity to cover many of our villages, to take advantage of the new ICT revolution in the world. We never got it because we don't have power. So if you were to give us laptops, those laptops in many of our communities are not used in the schools because we can't charge them. And so I also noticed that a colleague has already raised it. Many communities we all share have problems where a whole half of the town uses 1 meter, and they don't benefit from the thresholds you build to support vulnerable people because their consumptions have gone beyond what was anticipated, not because they are individually consuming more than they are consuming, but because they are clustering around 1 meter. I just want to remind you of this and say that the rural people have trust that you can make an intervention that brings electricity to their communities, and also those who have electricity also can have the meters they deserve, so everybody can take responsibility for whatever he consumes and pay rightly for it, so we can mitigate these unreasonable distribution loss, which is piling up the debt that we all have. So I wish you very well, and I have no doubt you will excel with the support of the caucus, the parliament, and the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the compliment. It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Leader.
Very much, Honorable Jinapo, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you for your nomination as the Minister Designate for Energy. I'd like to commence this interrogation by going through your CV on item number 6, V, item number 6V. On item number 6, V, item number 6V. And notice that you've been the chairman for Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization. As a minister designate, I know that you have been adequately informed about the progress so far made in trying to introduce the use of nuclear power in the country. If you don't mind, if you can apprise us as other people in the country are listening to you of where we are with the promotion of the use of nuclear power, and what will be your commitment to ensure that the future in the next 4 years will be commencing the implementation of the nuclear power. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, to answer the question.
Please provide answer to the question.
Thank you.
Follow-up question. Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, it's true, I chaired NEPIO. At my last briefing, they have identified 2 sites. They've also identified 2 countries, China and the USA, and they've identified 2 technologies. The bigger nuclear plant, which can give you about 1,200 to 1,400 megawatts, and the modular plants, which gives you just 100, 100, 100, 100. And so in South Africa, they use what they call pebble bed. So the option is to look at the smaller ones. They are easier to manage, they are modular, and they can deal with them. But like you said, I asked them a specific question. Can we switch power on before we leave office? And nuclear has serious milestones. And so the information I have is that the earliest we can get power from nuclear
Watch your favorite TV show in your pan. TV on the go. Download the Weasel TV app for Android on Play Store or for iOS on the Apple Store. TV made easier. Weasel TV, we go all out for you.
Tick all the boxes. It's on our table, except that our approach is different. Hard work, but with humility. My best. I know it's difficult, but I'm confident. Those of you on this table, I'll consult all of you and do what is right and proper. But let me make it clear.
Your flight is ready to leave.
Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
I don't have a question for you. All I have to say is that those of us who dwell in the villages, in the past 4 years particularly, many of us anticipated extension.
All the renewable people under one umbrella so that their expertise under one umbrella so that their expertise economic section, that is, i.e. Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, would have to work very hard to anchor the currency. Because ECG alone has a forex loss of 1.5 billion. Somebody has to pay for that. So we have to ensure that we anchor the currency. Then on our side, from the technical side, we have to ensure that we bring about efficiency. Because if you increase the collections, then there will be no need to increase tariffs, but there will be more in the pot. So it has to be a two-pronged approach. The economic side has to anchor the currency, and then from where we are, we have to improve efficiency, consume more gas, reduce the losses, and increase the resilience of the grid. When you do that, you make a lot of savings, and as you make the savings, you can pass it on to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you. Honorable Leader has one supplementary question.
Yes, Honorable Nominee, this is not really a question. You had made a point earlier that ENI Vitol dispute, Ghana lost the case. I just wanted to get a clarification whether perhaps you slipped or I didn't hear you correctly. Because I know for a fact that in that international arbitration, the tribunal dismissed the 950 million claim against GMPC and Ghana. So I just wanted, for the records, maybe I didn't hear you right in your earlier response.
Chairman, ENI went for two reliefs. There was an order of unitization from government. ENI went to the Court of Arbitration that government did not follow due process. Two, ENI then asked for compensation in terms of monetary compensation. So the first issue of government issuing that directive, the Court of Arbitration agreed with ENI and disagreed with government. So that directive, which is the substantive issue, as far as I'm concerned, ENI had its way, is the next leg, which is to say compensate me, that the Court of Arbitration thought that there was no need to compensate them. But the substantive issue of the directive, the Court of Arbitration has insisted. And because of that, Springfield has now drilled a well, and we are waiting for the results of the appraisal to determine the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are bringing out an important matter. Are you saying that in the issue one, where the Court of Arbitration, the tribunal agreed with the issue raised by ENI, it resulted in any financial loss to the state? Or it resulted in any... No,
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee never said that.
No, wait.
He explained
Chairman, let me put...
the two legs of the decision.
Chairman, wait. The public is listening and watching. So I just want us to have clarity. According to you, the compensation bit, their claim was dismissed, which is a matter of public record. But then you are also telling us that there was an issue as to decisions that government are taking and whether or not those decisions were right. You are saying that their question on those decisions was upheld by the tribunal. My question then to you is this: was there any costs to government as a result of that relief? Was there any loss to the state as a result of that relief? That is what I wanted to know.
So in simple terms, the only loss would be that the state was directed to make some payments in respect of legal matters. So, for instance, if you go to court, the cost of arbitration, the cost for legal services, the state was directed to pay that. Whether that is cost or not, I'll leave it for you, the lawyers. But I'm saying that this is what the court decided. I don't want to put interpretation on whether those payments constitute costs or not, because I'm not a lawyer and I do not want to step into that arena. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, I will land on this very important point. You see, we are talking about a ruling of a tribunal, a judgment, the outcome of a case. I don't want us to be rhetorical about it or be hypothetical or whatever. What is a fact remains a fact. Was there any order made against government in that arbitration? And if so, and you have reference to that, can you tell us exactly the orders that were made against the government of Ghana and GMPC? Respectfully, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nominee.
Thank you. So, government of Ghana issued an order that two parties unitize. So let's put it in single terms. It says that male and female marry. That's the order from the father. Then one party goes to court and says that no, government is wrong. You can't just ask us to marry. You are jumping the gun. And arbitration upheld that and says the government was wrong in asking the two parties to marry or unitize. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. It's now the
Chairman, please let me read.
Honorable
question. I'm giving
Honorable Leader.
Chairman, please. This is a legal
taking
matter.
your words.
Yes,
that
I'm not asking
you have
a question.
asked.
Chairman, it's not
the last question.
Yes, I have. Chairman, please. It's for all of us. Please. Yes, it's for all of us, colleagues. Let's get this. I would read.
Where are you even reading from in the first place?
Chairman, with respect, I'll provide you.
Where are you reading from?
Chairman, I'm reading from the website of. Yes, I know. I am reading from the website of City FM, which
so
website
that is your authentic source from which you can pick a judgment.
Wait, it is hosting the ruling. Website hosts the ruling and it's quoting the full ruling. It's not their write-up. I just want to read out. The tribunal denied the claimant, ENI and Vitor, their monetary damages, which initially stood at $7 billion, but were later reduced to $950 million plus interest by the end of the proceedings. The tribunal dismissed all claims against GMPC entirely. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directive. The tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement. I mean, this is a matter that I'm lifting directly from the ruling. I just want to bring it to our collective attention. So I'm just saying that there was no such claim, such order made against any of the respondents from the ruling.
Well, we'll take your words. Be brief. Be brief.
I'm putting it out as a fact.
Be brief, Honorable Nominee.
Honorable Fanyabaka, it does appear that maybe because you were in a hurry to read, you jumped one line. Let me just read that for you.
Please go about.
However, the tribunal find that in the circumstance in which they were issued, the unitization directive breached the petroleum agreement. Simple. It's on the City FM thing. It's there. The very one you are reading is there. I didn't
colleague, I will not want to. Which is a legal matter. The last I will do. The last I will do is to trade my profession. I will not. I will not. I am reading up to the end. I am reading up to the end. Respectfully, it reads that the tribunal dismissed all claims against the GMPC entirely. In the minimum, my law is okay. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached the petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directives. The last paragraph. And I'm not running away from any paragraph. I wouldn't want to put my reputation on the line on this. The last paragraph reads, the tribunal also dismissed the claimant's requests for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the petroleum agreement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the education. Once you give me the nomination, I'll consult the Attorney General. The Attorney General will guide me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. In the midst of the disagreement, I'll give the opportunity to Honorable Ayariga to read what he's also having. Please go ahead and read.
No, it's not about opening the Pandora's box. Why? He's read something he claims to be the outcome of the litigation. This is the report. It says that Ghana has suffered a setback in an international arbitration case concerning its attempts to unitize offshore oil fields, but avoided potentially significant financial damages. So there were two issues. Ghana sought to get them to unitize, and in that respect, Ghana suffered a loss because the court did not agree with Ghana. But then Ghana avoided financial loss, that is payment of damages or any compensation. And that is exactly what he has reported. So please, why? You can read from a website, I cannot read from a website. Please, it's here.
They are both reading from the website.
We're all reading from the website.
Yes.
It's here. You can.
So, honorable members,
I'm giving it to you. Take it.
We can allow the contradictions.
If you have any doubts, just you can take it and read it
in the publications at the website. So we make progress. Honorable Deputy
Chairman,
Majority Leader, you have your turn.
Chairman,
Minority Leader, I plead
Chairman,
with you.
yes,
with all
Chairman,
due
I'm
respect.
pleading with
Let
you.
us not argue
Chairman,
the veracity or other words of the various publications that you are relying upon.
Chairman, please oblige me.
Honorable Leader, let us be guided by the provisions of the Constitution in Article 78 and 94. I beg you.
Chairman,
I've given the floor to Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have given the floor to Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. I may come back to you. So please, please, I may come back to you.
Okay, Chairman.
I may come back to you.
Chairman,
please,
with that said, I will rest my case to allow you to come back and deal with this matter. Thank you.
Yes, what is?
Chairman, people are watching us. Right from the beginning, the respected minority leader kept asking to be indulged. He would end his presentation and ask for just a small opportunity to make one point, and then that becomes a whole new presentation. And he keeps insisting, indulge me, indulge me. And even when you give opportunity to somebody to speak, he will make sure that you give him the opportunity. Right now, his turn has passed. I didn't expect you to say that when the Honorable Boa finished, you're going to give him another opportunity. He will start
Remember, I know what I am doing. So please, it's now the turn of Honorable Boa.
Today, we beg you.
Honorable Boa, you have the floor.
Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo, congratulations. You first work in the Ministry of Energy as my deputy, and I am very, very proud of you. I think that you are sitting in that chair because you were dedicated, you focused on humility and worked your way up. You became our ranking and you led a team very, very well. And so there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to be a very successful energy minister. I have three things that I want to guide you. You may not even answer them. But you know that the upstream sector is in complete disarray. With all the big players gone, oil production has declined over 37% and continuing. The last 8 years, the 3 producing fields that we brought on stream, nothing has been added. You talked a lot about the challenges and the court cases you've lost. And so I hope that will really engage your attention and the strategies to increase oil production and bring the big boys back. And I know that you've talked about that. We need to really get to gas efficiency and make sure we get gas security. That is the key to the energy sector. And I'm very sure that you focus on that as well. I think you've talked about the indebtedness. I'm sure you will tell us that when we were leaving power, how much we left in debt, and whether or not it's true that we left $5 billion. The issue of renewable energy in an energy transition is critical, and that's probably why the energy sector is now energy and then the transition. And so I believe that you really add the issue of renewable energy as well. The last point is the issue of SML and all the issue of transparency that came up. I believe that we will look into that issue and address it so it doesn't happen again. On that note, I wish you all the best, and there's no doubt that you'll be successful.
Thank you. Any short response?
I cannot but thank Honorable Boa. I stepped into that ministry knowing nothing about energy, but he's been very, very useful as a mentor, and I can only thank him. The only thing I've learned from him is hard work, and so I thank him very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing remark from the minority? We've come to the end.
Chairman, we experience ups and downs. We experience ups and downs in this. I believe that the matter that came up, we would have another opportunity to discuss it on the floor. And I would also want to plead with colleagues that if you didn't get opportunity to raise any issue by way of question, the next stage of this pre-approval process would be the debate on the report of the committee. So you would have the opportunity to raise all other issues for Hansard to capture your views. On that note, Chairman, I would want to thank you for indulging us on these two nominees, and we see what next to be done. Thank you so much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Let me use the opportunity to sincerely thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions posed, and to say that, Honorable Minister Designate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
Well, then you are discharged. We then acknowledge them already.
No, wait before. Don't call him.
And you just watched the Energy Minister Designate, John Abdullahi Jinapor, being vetted by the members of the Appointment Committee. You're still here on TV3. Let me just run you through some of the things he said. Very pivotal information he gave the vetting committee. He started talking about the fact that ECG is able to collect over $1 billion every month from consumers, and yet just a little over 800 million goes to the cash waterfall mechanism, which is a system which was established somewhere in 2020 to ensure that all the power sector players were able to get fair revenue after they've done their job at the end of every month. And so he touched on that. He also went on to talk about the gold for oil policy, and of course maintained the stance of the then minority in Parliament and the position now the majority in Parliament and the governing.
Zaya Aine Esquire, son of the nominee. We have Mr. Tony Lita Esquire, partner, Lita Brew and Co., law firm, friends. We have Miss Charlene Maxwell, businesswoman, a friend to the nominee. We have constituency executives of Bologantanga East constituency, led by the chairman, Mr. Azik Ayalato Azuri. We have a commissioner of police, Patrick Akolgo, senior brother of the nominee. We have lawyers from Ayene and partners, led by lawyer Godwin Aduji Kojo Tamaklo, the nominee's partner in chamber. We have Chief of Bare, Nab Nyakora Manti, and Chief of Dagari, Nab Kangampuya. We also have Suebutu Adam, Chief Director, Attorney General's Office. We have Chief of Kantia. Honorable guests, you are most welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm talking about the guests.
Oh, the guests, thank you.
Yes. Oh, other, the wise man, former member of parliament for Zebila, and a member of the Constituent Assembly, Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Somebody will ask you, what is Constituent Assembly? What is Constituent Assembly? That's the net.
Well, they want me to say they drafted the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, I welcome the nominee for the position of the Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice. I will now give the floor to the minority leader and the ranking member, whether he has some preliminary observations. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, thank you for being here. I think I'm hearing from colleagues that they want you to take the oath before we make the comment. If it pleases the chairman, I may want to yield to that. So you take the oath, and then after that.
Please go ahead, make your comment. We'll take the oath and proceed with the questions.
Well,
this is
Chairman, thank you. I note from the letter that, and just help with the proper designation. The undated letter, the unreferenced letter from the Jubilee House has your name as a third person, Dr. Dominic Akuritinga, MP, and it says that Minister Designate, Attorney General, and Ministry of Justice. I thought, I'm not too clear. Is it supposed to be Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the designation in the Constitution, the Constitution says that there shall be an Attorney General who shall be a Minister of State. And so the correct designation is Attorney General
and Minister of Justice, not Minister of Justice. I think that was a mistake.
But in the opening, it says Minister Designate, comma, Attorney General and Minister of Justice. So I'm asking that the Minister Designate, comma, should it have been Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Honorable members, preliminary comment doesn't take the form of questions to nominee. So I would plead with the Honorable Minority Leader that if his preliminary comment is in the form of a question, then you can hold it. When we get to question time, then you look at the document and pose a question to the nominee. Thank you very much. Apart from the Minority Leader, no member of the committee or a friend to the committee has a right to make a preliminary comment. Can we proceed to swear the witness in?
Chairman, if you don't want it that way, I think I would go by that for you. So it's an observation. Learned Attorney General, I'm sure as your colleagues, we know what you stand for, and we want to assure you that the exercise we will undertake this evening will be done in utmost good faith and with utmost respect to you. Please, your practice has taught you that when you get an adversary, a witness in the witness box, you do all you can, but it's not to be taken personal. That you're already aware. So I just want you to take your emotions out of the exercise we are going to do and see yourself as a witness in the box that we are cross-examining you. And we as counsel would not mean any ill fate for you. We don't mean any harm, but to do our work and do it well. So I just want you to bear that in mind, even before you take your oath for us to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader will always warn me that we should not take a witness in a box to answer questions by way of vetting or inquiry. As a witness under cross-examination and at the trial, committee clerk, please swear the witness in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I hereby leave you to take the oath.
I, Dominic Akuritenga Ayine,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Minister Designate for Attorney General and Minister for Justice. As usual, we'll start the questions from the subject matter committee members from the minority. Menchia South, Bafo, Honorable Bafo.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You have
Chairman.
the floor.
Dr. Ayini, welcome to the committee, and I'd like to congratulate you for your nomination. As for the approval, it's yet to be done, so I'm constrained. We know ourselves from practice, even though you are my senior at the bar. all sorts in the case of the Henry Nana Boakye versus Attorney General, when you were the Deputy Attorney General. And subsequently, we found ourselves in the same aisle in the case of the Republic versus Dr. Kwabena 4 and 8 others, when you were the initial attorney. So welcome. Doc, of particular concern to me is what I find in the your party's manifesto, which is titled Resetting Ghana 2024. At page 142, you have stated that you will establish the regional tribunals provided under Article 142 of the Constitution and pass a law to reintroduce the community and circuit tribunals, first established under the Courts Act 1993, Act 459, but abolished under the Courts Amendment Act 2002, Act 620. It is of concern to me because we all know what the tribunals did. In fact, the literature which captures the footprints of the tribunals is in abundance. And I have in my hand the African Watch report on human rights. African Watch report, volume 4, issue number 1. This is what it says about the tribunal. Dated 31st of January, 1992. This is what it says of the tribunal, that
the literature that we are quoting, what is the source of it? Who is the writer?
It is the report of Human Rights Watch, a human rights organization.
Human Rights Watch?
Yes.
From Human Rights Organization?
Yes, please. I have copies
proceed.
here. I can give the committee copies if my...
Well, I just want to know the source. Have you mentioned the source? Proceed to ask your question.
Okay. So, it was abundantly clear that during one of the problems with the tribunal system was its disregard for human rights, such as refusing accused persons the right to even call witnesses sometimes. By the way, the jurisdiction of the tribunals was criminal jurisdiction. It was also noted for delays. It was also noted for delays. It had no regard whatsoever for the laws of this country, to the extent that as a result of the decisions of tribunals, our mothers were punished through caning.
Honorable member, question.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable member, you are a lawyer.
It is very important.
Honorable member, I am asking a question. You are a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, both of us practice at the bar.
Yes.
And so the question, Mr.
So,
Chairman, is...
So you know very well that the literature that you are reading doesn't take primacy over the constitutional provision relating to the tribunal.
Mr. Chairman, the constitutional provision relating to tribunal, Article 142, has to do with just regional tribunals. It is not related to district and community tribunals. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to give context to my question. So if you allow me, very respectfully, it's in the interest of the public.
Let's proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, so what the tribunal did, we are all aware. Indeed, when you look at the National Reconciliation Report, it captured extensively.
With all due respect, go straight and ask your question. You have laid enough foundation for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that if you allow me, the nation will be interested.
You don't argue with the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is not an argument, Mr. Chair. I'm only asking that you indulge me so I lay the right foundation and ask the right
You've been
question.
directed by the chair to proceed to ask your question, so do exactly the same.
In fact, in 2002, when the bill to abolish the district and regional tribunals was laid, one of the things that were captured in the Hansard, dated 18th March 2002, was that it was being abolished because of the breaches of human rights and also the cost associated with it. Honorable nominee, the question I want to ask you is that why do you want to reintroduce something which is associated with the dark past of this country? Why do you want to reintroduce it? What is it that our ordinary courts, regular courts, cannot provide in terms of the criminal jurisdiction of this country that you want to revisit and bring back the tribunals? Why?
Your microphone should be one of. But honorable member, did the nominee said anywhere that he wants to abolish the tribunal system? Because your question is, why are you saying?
No, I'm referring to the NDC's manifesto.
Very well, very well.
I refer to it.
Because what I heard was, why are you saying?
No, you means the NDC.
So you are now saying, why is the NDC having in the manifesto to do ABCD? Then we'll all be clear.
Mr. Chair, unless you want to separate the nominee from the NDC.
No, he's here as
the nominee is in the belly of the NDC.
If you're asking a question in relation to his party's manifesto, you said so. Leader asked a lot of questions in relation to the manifesto. He expressly stated that, according to your manifesto, this is what you are saying. But if you said, why are you saying this, then we are referring to the nominee before us.
Chair, I'm guided. Very respectfully.
Nominee, may you provide your answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member is right that the strategic trust of the President's manifesto, or the NDC's manifesto, which is an expression of intent regarding what we will do, the set of policies, and measures that we will implement when we are in power, is one to reset Ghana. Now, resetting Ghana doesn't mean taking Ghana back to factory settings. It means correcting the things that, in our experience as a nation, we've come to realize that they are deficient and they are not auguring well for our development as a country. Now, talking about the public tribunals, the honorable member will note that in terms of Article 25(1), it is provided that justice emanates from the people and will be administered in their name, in accordance by the judiciary and in accordance with the Constitution. The internal logic or internal morality.
Leonard, with respect, which article were you referring to, please?
Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
May you read. It's, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to...
Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee, you are asked to read something without a permission coming from the chair. Please.
Very well, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader has opened that particular provision, so I believe he will read it and satisfy himself. Proceed with your answer.
Okay. I believe he wants to lay the context for a question. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Nominee, please follow the instructions of the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Chairman, I don't know if Honorable Boa wants to usurp your powers. You are in the chair.
Chairman of the committee, if, in case you do not know.
Chairman, Chairman, when we try to push, we get calls from your own side, we are in this together. I do not want to also get a certain impression that chairman, in an attempt to assert himself, would want to do things to undermine this very process. In all humility, since morning, I keep using the word, I beg you, I beg you. The nominee made reference to a constitutional provision to make a point. And I'm saying that not all of us are lawyers. Not everybody here is a lawyer. And I say, can you read the provisions and explain your point? Then you come and say, yeah, but I am here with him.
Honorable members, the question is coming from Honorable Bafo, and answers are being provided by Honorable Bafo. If Minority Leader wants to ask a supplementary question, at least he should allow the witness to complete the answer, but not to interject to say that read the constitutional provision without even the attention of the chair.
Chairman, with your leave, I pray that the nominee, as he references Article 125, he should read it in full to situate the argument rightly. Thank you so much.
Well, the nominee even quoted the 1251 verbatim, but you may go ahead and read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 1251 of the Constitution, that is clause 1 of the Constitution, says that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary, who shall be independent and subject only to this Constitution. I think I paraphrased it very accurately. And I was on the point that the internal logic of the laws, the PNDC laws establishing the public tribunals, was to ensure the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And that aligns fully with the substantive content of Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution, because it says justice emanates from the people. In the context of Article 125, 1, the judiciary is the organ of state vested with the power to administer justice. And if the honorable nominee who asked the question, the honorable member who asked the question would care to look at Article 142 of the Constitution, which he referenced, all right? In that context, in the peculiar context of Article 142, the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals. What he left out is Article 142, I think, Clause 3, who says, and such other courts and tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. All right? So, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is, inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay? Now, to the question why we want to bring back the public tribunals, we want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and two who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and two, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows, ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system. Now, you referenced a report by Africa Watch. Of course, I am familiar with Africa Watch. If you go back to my CV, you realize that I was executive director of the Center for Public Interest Law, a human rights organization that I founded and ran for 10 good years, that conducted public interest litigation and represented persons whose human rights were being violated. So if you remember the famous case of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was a lawyer for the thousands of persons in Sodom and Gomorrah using the Center for Public Interest Law. And so we are very much aware of what Africa Watch stands for, right? But look carefully at the report, the date of the report. It will let you know that the empirical evidence for the statements that were being made, if at all, was gathered not from the era of the coming into force of the Constitution, but the era prior to the coming into force of the Constitution. Now, when it comes to our...
With your leave, the document you referred to, was it Africa Watch? Human Rights.
No, but he said Africa Watch.
No, let there be clarity.
What? Yeah.
No. Mr. Bafo, please. Let's repeat again the full document you referred to, because we don't want a situation whereby Africa Watch will say that they have not made any publication. What is the name?
Mr. Chair, this is not Africa Watch, the newspaper. It is Africa Watch, a human rights watch group. And he's aware. It's not a newspaper.
Wait. The document, is it an organization's report, or you are quoting from a publication?
It's an organization's report.
And what is the name of the organization?
The organization is Africa Watch, Human Rights Watch Group.
Okay, Leonard, then in reference to that, please quote it well. Respect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very much aware of the fact that it's the human rights wing of the Africa Watch, but I was just referring to it in the manner that the honourable member stated. So if you look at the date, okay, my hunch is that the empirical evidence for, a report dated very close to the first quarter of 1992 would have been from the pre-constitutional, era, when the public tribunals were administering revolutionary justice in the context of PNDC Law 1. Now, if you look at PNDC Law 1, there was no human rights chapter. That was the Grundnorm. That was the constitution, the fundamental law of the land at the time. There was no human rights chapter. In resetting Ghana, we will reset it in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. And the 1992 Constitution it's very clear, that the sovereign power of Ghana rests in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government should be exercised in accordance with this constitution. Governmental powers includes the powers exercised by the judiciary of our land. That includes the public tribunals. I believe that it is not your view, honorable member, that the public tribunals would not or are not part of the judiciary. They are part of the chapter on the judiciary. And so they will be bound by Chapter 5, the human rights provisions, and the entire constitution, guided by the directive principles of state policy in Chapter 6. And so the proposal in our manifesto is to re-establish the regional tribunals with criminal jurisdiction that is, coordinate jurisdiction with the High Court. And then we will have the circuit tribunals in all the districts, in all the, the regions, and then also the district tribunals that will also dispense justice in the various districts of our country. And I believe that if they are being regulated, and my proposal or my thinking going into this office is that we will enact a Public Tribunals Act. That will be comprehensive, and that will, contain restrictions in terms of the conduct, of the affairs of the tribunals and the human rights violations that are, referenced in the Africa Watch Human Rights report will hopefully not occur. Not under my watch as the Attorney General of this Republic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bafo. Before you proceed with your second question, Honorable Mahama Yariga has a follow-up.
Attorney General nominee, do you intend to establish tribunals that will use caning and lashing of people as one of the punishments? Do you intend?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, and that will not be permitted by the Constitution of the Republic. In fact, that will be inhuman and degrading treatment of our citizens.
Minority Leader also has a follow-up, so you may wait for your second question.
Honorable nominee, have you become aware of the establishment of the ORA?
Honorable Minority Leader, a follow-up question must relate to the preliminary questions or the substantive question asked. But this is completely unrelated to the substantive question asked. So hold it. When it comes to your turn, you can pose these questions. Honorable
Chairman, with respect, please hold your horses. Let me make a point. We are dealing with matters of public tribunal. We are talking about issues that go complementary, okay? As far as possible from all that you've said. I am trying to appreciate the point you made in response to the question he asked, that would you set up a tribunal which would carry canes to be, chasing people here and there? You responded that no, because it will not be in accordance with law. Correct? In the same spirit, I am asking you that the ORA, that committee, which we've been told is to receive information from the public regarding supposed looting and all that. If you become aware of it, do you think that its establishment is in accordance with the Constitution?
Honorable Minority Leader, I believe the question asked relates substantially to Article 1261B. This oral that we are bringing in is not related to the establishment of the tribunal as stated in the NDC manifesto. So I reiterate the point that you can hold it when it gets to your turn. You ask a substantive question, but this cannot be accepted as a follow-up question. Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. Honorable Bafo, proceed with your second question.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
So, Minority Leader,
Chairman,
I cannot ask a member to proceed with a question, and then you ask that he should hold on. This is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. So, Honorable Bafo, proceed to ask your second question.
Chairman, take it easy.
Would you want to forfeit asking your second question?
Chairman, take it easy. 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 The nominee, in response to a question as to whether there will be an establishment of a tribunal which will carry canes to lash people, responded that that would be unconstitutional. I am premising my follow-up question on the constitutional issue he has raised. You may disagree with me, Chairman. We are being cooperative, but please, he has raised a constitutional matter that if he establishes a tribunal with canes lashing people for the purpose of ensuring justice, it will be unconstitutional. Now, it is in that spirit that I am asking him, because he has raised a constitutional matter, that there are things that if you do, it will be outside of the Constitution, and he as AG won't do it. So I am asking whether or not he's become aware of the aura, and if he has become aware of the aura, its mandate is within the ambit of the Constitution because he has raised it. So it is flowing from the very answer he gave on the constitutionality of the functions of a publicly established body, such as a tribunal. So, Chairman, I do not see why we should be locking horns on this matter. But however, if you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress. If you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress.
Honorable members, I insist that the question is unrelated to the question posed to the nominee relating to the establishment of the tribunal as contained in the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress. Honorable Bafo, may you proceed to ask your second question.
Honorable nominee, the question was, what is it that the high courts, regular high courts, are not doing that you need the tribunals to cure? That, Honorable nominee, I didn't hear anything. But more importantly, on the question of the promise that you are not going to set up a tribunal that will cane people. Honorable nominee, are you aware that there is the criminal practice and procedure of this country is regulated by statute. And that statute does not include private citizens called oral, gathering evidence which will be handed over to the Attorney General to prosecute. Are you aware that there's nothing like that in the criminal, in the statutes of this country? Are you aware? Yes or no?
Honorable members, I know the nominee is capable of answering the question. But in our Criminal and Other Offences Act, as well as the Procedure Act, committees are not stated. But Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I'm sure the honorable member himself well knows that Act 30, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, does not create bodies, organizations, agencies, or entities that are mandated to operationalize criminal procedure. It merely lays out the procedure relating to criminal trials, whether summary trials, trial on indictment, and so on and so forth, and then relating to how you treat evidence in criminal matters. So it does not create bodies. So I would not, to your answer, there is nothing about oral in in Act 30. Now, the question whether oral is legal has been raised, by various people within the media, right? Oral is the Operation Recover All Loot. If you look at the preamble to the Constitution, it is very, very clear about what are the fundamental values underpinning the Constitution. The value of accountability is one of the preambular commitments in our Constitution. It's a primary value. Oral is supposed to exact accountability from persons either politically exposed or persons holding public office who used or misused their office to loot public resources by way of property, money, and other intangible resources. So oral is constitutional. Oral is legal. In fact, the fact that it is a non-legal body doesn't mean that it is illegal. There's a distinction between non-legality and illegality.
Mr. Chair, please, if I may be allowed a follow-up.
Yes, you have my discretion. Before then, let me hear from Honorable Layerga.
Mr. Chair.
He's coming in on a point of information.
Mr. Chairman, if you open the Constitution to Article 41, Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. Please, everybody, listen to this. Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. 41F says one of the duties of every citizen of this country is to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So if somebody forms a committee to elicit information about instances of looting of public property and waste and resources, is it not to provide an avenue for compliance with this constitutional provision? Is that not what it is?
No, we are.
And how different is this campaign from the campaign that took place recently? See something, say something. If you see looting, say it. If you see stealing, say it.
Mr. Chair,
Honourable members. Honourable Ayerga, you are even not supposed to react. So observe the proceedings in silence. Honourable Ayerga, we are grateful for the point of information.
Okay,
you want to ask a follow-up question?
Before my last main question.
You are permitted to ask the follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, it is very interesting to note that notwithstanding Article 41F, the Criminal Offences and Procedure Act, Act 30, provided or has made provision for investigations, arrest, and prosecution of criminal offences. And it still doesn't include oral or private individuals acting. But my follow-up is this. My follow-up is this. My follow-up is this.
What you've just said was a preliminary comment, but not a follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, I plead with you to indulge me in the interest of Ghana. Roxanne, you promised to protect.
Please go ahead with your last question.
Okay. So, in the year 2010, the NDC administration under Professor Mills commissioned the Constitution Review Commission that presented its report in the year 2012, for which a white paper was issued in June 2012. Hope you remember. Good. Now, you spoke extensively seeking to justify tribunals, the establishment of tribunals. At page 21 of the report of the Commission of Inquiry, of the white paper, on the report of the Constitution Review Commission, at page 21, the white paper stated as follows: maintenance of regional tribunal in court structure. Government accepts the recommendation that regional tribunal be abolished and matters handled by them incorporated into the regular court schedule. Government, however, holds the view that the chairman of the regional tribunal, if any, should be absorbed into the judiciary as high court judges. This is by an NDC government. The question is that when you had previously accepted the commission's report to abolish the Commission of Inquiry, to abolish tribunals, and now you say you are bringing it back, is it not double speaking? Especially when you have also failed to provide before us what the High Court is not doing that you want to correct with the tribunal. Is it not double speaking without any justification? Dated 2012, yes.
So what is the exact date on the report?
The report...
You are referring to the white paper?
I'm referring to the white paper.
The report of the Constitutional Review Commission?
I'm referring to the government white paper stating its position
Very well.
on the report.
Very well. Honorable nominee, your response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much aware of the position stated by the honorable member. I was very intimately involved in the work of the Fiajo Constitutional Review Commission, which was headed by my own good friend and former colleague, whose secretary was my own good friend and former colleague, the current dean of the University of Ghana Law School, Professor Raymond Atuguba. I am also keenly aware of the fact that the government white paper accepted to abolish the recommendation of the commission to abolish the regional tribunals. However, an American justice of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Supreme Court of the US, very famous, Oliver Wendell Holmes, he once said that the life of the law has not been logic, but experience. When experience has taught us that there are deficiencies in our justice system. In fact, when the honorable nominee was talking about the honorable member, I'm sorry, I have been here since 9:30, you have to forgive me. When the honorable member was talking about delays, he's a legal practitioner and he knows that the traditional court system is also plagued with a lot of delays. You also know that sometimes they disregard the fundamental human rights of citizens. During the tenure of your own government, Afoko, Gregory, when a court of law ordered that he should be granted bail, you still callously detained him, and he's in detention now. That's a violation of the right of Gregory Afoko to liberty. So these things occur whether you are dealing with the traditional court system or a tribunal system. Okay? The good thing is to have men and women of integrity who will administer the law or administer justice in accordance with law. And that is what we are seeking to do with the re-establishment of the public tribunals. I think that our experience has taught us that the participation of ordinary citizens in the justice system is a good thing. And that is why, having thought about it, we are re-establishing it. But of course, we are governed, as I said, by a constitution, and I believe that there will be limitations to the powers of the tribunal as far as respect for the rights of persons appearing before them is concerned.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafamapo for a supplementary question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Professor Aini, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You taught me, and you taught me well, and I'm very happy that you got this nomination. Now, you're also my chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and I second chair you. And I know the quality that you put into your work. So you also taught me legal system. So let me clarify this. Are you actually saying that you are going to establish or create these tribunal courts, or you are going to implement the law? Because Article 142, Prof, is very clear in the establishment of tribunals. And it says, Chairman, with your leave, Article 142.1 says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. Now, the Courts Act, 1993, variously amended in 202 and 203, actually imported Article 142 into the Courts Act and actually added more in terms of the creation of the regional tribunals. So when the impression is created that you are going to create these court systems, I got confused. So I want to find out from you, are you going to rather implement the law, asking that regional tribunals be established, shall be established, or is going to be your creature by policy? Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, he said that the Courts Act.
You don't have the floor.
He says.
You do not have the floor. Even at point of order, I need to give you the floor. Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I agree with my former student that I taught him well. He's drawn a distinction that I glossed over. The tribunals are actually established by the Constitution under Article 142. Now, the Courts Act was variously amended, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't have the amendments here, but I do remember vaguely there was an attempt to delete provisions relating to the tribunals by the VCRAC committee. So if you take the compendium, the green compendium, I think that was where it was done, and the idea was to take them out. In terms of the statutory implementation. So what I would do, if Parliament gives me the nod, is to overhaul the law relating to the public tribunals by bringing a new bill that I will introduce rapidly, because the President has hit the road running, and we, his nominees and his appointees, are his, supplementary wheels. We have to help him, to run as fast as possible. So I will bring a bill that will comprehensively deal with the implementation of the letter and spirit of Article 142 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, you want a point of order. Is the point of order relating to the answer or the question being asked?
Mr. Chair, both. It made reference
but
to an
under the rules, you cannot take a point of order on a question being asked.
Mr. Chair, on the answer. On the answer.
Now, tell me what exactly is the answer that you are taking the point of order on?
Mr.
And what
Chair,
is your point of order?
Very respectfully. The Courts Amendment Act of 2002 amended the Courts Act of 1993 to abolish the district and community tribunals. So the only tribunal which remains on our statute book is the regional tribunal, which the Constitutional Review, government has accepted the Constitutional Review Committee's report to abolish. So that is the only tribunal which is on our statute book.
So how different is that from the answer provided by the nominee, that he doesn't have the Court Act here, but he believes of an attempt to take it off from the Court Act?
So
it's not different.
Mr. Chair, very respectfully, this is a committee of record, so it is important that records are set, so that listeners will know that it doesn't exist anymore.
Then pose a question is John Dako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you are aware of a company called Cassius Mining. That company obtained a grant of prospecting license from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources sometime in 2016. Actually, 14 days after the Mahama administration had lost power. The company at the time did not comply with the prospecting license, and they had made an application for renewal of the prospecting license. Following that, Honorable nominee, you became the counsel for
Honorable Member,
Cassius Mining.
Do you have the evidence that the company did not comply? And in any case, that particular company is not before us. So you know the rules relating to speaking about persons who are not before us and will not have the opportunity to defend themselves. So be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following that, Mr. Nominee, you became the counsel for Cassius Mining and made demands on the government for renewal of the company's prospecting license. In fact, Mr. Nominee, you, as a lawyer for the company, you wrote a letter dated 21st February 2020, attention the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. You stated variously, but in particular, clause 4 of your letter to the Chief Executive of Minerals Commission, you stated that the fact that the two shareholders of the company prior convictions cannot vitiate the license, it is not a relevant consideration. You stated, Mr. Nominee, that it is spurious and disingenuous for you to suggest that the minister can, on this basis, refuse to grant the license renewal. But even if it were so, damages will still flow and the government of Ghana will remain liable. Mr. Nominee, it will interest you to know that about 2 weeks ago, this company, Cassius Mining, for which you were once their legal counsel, has filed an arbitration against the government of Ghana, claiming in excess of 440 million United States dollars at the London Center of International Arbitration. The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana is supposed to defend the Republic against all claims, including one such as this. Now, you were once the lawyer of this company. You believed in their claim against the government of Ghana. Mr. Nominee, are you going to ensure that when the Republic goes to defend this claim, the Republic of Ghana will not be burdened with this $441 million? And I'm saying this because of the appearance of conflict of interest.
I recognize Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Leader, the procedures here will all encourage our first-timers to participate fully in this. Indeed, that is why our side and the side of the minority brought in first-time MPs. But in this committee, you can lay preamble to ask your question, but not to make, endless statements. And I sit here and ask myself, when is the question going to come? So, Chairman, can you direct that it is not against the procedures here to lay a preamble, but that must be brief, then you go to your question. Because I get lost as to whether somebody is making a statement or asking a question.
You see, Chairman, people, Honorable Whip, people sit outside and sometimes they bash the members of the committee. Being outside and having the opportunity to ask the question are two different things. We now have the opportunity, pose the question, but I will allow the nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. I have been instructed previously by Cassius Mining. I filed pleadings in the High Court in Bolgatanga together with my junior partner, Mr. Gorin Tamaklo. We litigated, various applications before the courts. I want to put it on record that I'm no longer Cassius Mining's lawyer. However, I'm keenly aware of the fact that the Constitution prohibits a situation where a public officer puts himself in a position where his private interest conflicts with the performance of his public duties. As Attorney General of the Republic, I will be the Republic's lawyer. As the Republic's lawyer, I am supposed to act in the best interest of the Republic, in accordance with the best traditions and ethics of the legal profession. I will not, in any manner whatsoever, compromise the interests of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Member, if you care to know, and I'm sure you are very well aware, that I was Deputy Attorney General under the former Attorney General, Honorable Marietta Brew. And for 4 years, we handled that ministry in such a way that the US government described the Attorney General's office as a corruption-free zone. We handled the ministry in such a way.
You are not supposed to take part in the proceedings. So remain silent and observe the proceedings. You are only here to observe.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we were in office, you can go back and check the records. There was no single incident, except the Wyoming matter that came before we assumed office. There was no single incident of questionable judgment debts arising out of or in connection with the performance of the obligations of the Republic in any contract or legal transaction. So I can assure the House that I will take measures if they are before the London Court of International Arbitration. I'm quite familiar with that tribunal. I've appeared before that tribunal several times, and I can assure you that I put in the measures that will ensure that the interest of the Republic is not compromised.
Thank you very much.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, do you believe in the propriety of their case against the Republic?
With all due respect, I believe you have indicated the matter is before the court. Is that not so?
Mr. Chair, I think
and
it's a fair
he
question.
is no longer the lawyer for the company. So in vetting the nominee, you cannot be soliciting for his opinion on that particular matter. So ask another question.
Okay, no. I never said I don't have any. Okay.
Please, have you finished asking the question?
No, since you didn't allow him to answer that question, I'll move on to another one.
Well, I have the right, if I feel the question is soliciting the opinion of the nominee, I can overrule you.
Even if he can answer, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
The question is overruled. If you are done, let me give the opportunity to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe you are done. I will then give the opportunity to Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not
Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Chairman, with all due respect, please allow him to conclude. Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your understanding. Mr. Nominee, your firm is on record as having acted for a number of companies which have gone on to make huge claims against the government. In some of these cases, the companies were formed between the year 2013 to 2017. Your firm was the law firm which acted as lawyers for the firm, for the firm. At the same time, you were the Deputy Attorney General. After you left office, the companies proceeded to go on international arbitration against the Republic, claiming millions of dollars. We have an example in GPGC, which was the claimant in the Trafigura arbitration case. Mr. Nominee, your law firm's address, Ayeni Feli & Co., is
Honorable John Dako, the nominee told the whole world that he is mindful of the conflict of interest situation. when he was a Deputy Attorney General, nothing of that nature happened. He's now before us to be vetted for the position of the substantive Attorney General. Why do you keep on asking questions relating to his law firm?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important. The honorable nominee, which I know very well, is going to be the chief enforcer of our laws. And so, Mr. Chairman, and he's capable, I know him very capable of answering any question posed to him.
It is not the capability.
Mr. Chairman,
it's not the capability of answering the question, but we need to be guided by the rules. You know, the law firm Ayine and Associates is different from Honorable Dr. Akuditinga Ayine.
Yes. Yes.
So
it doesn't mean that he cannot answer. When there is a conflict of interest, I think that it will be in his own interest to answer that question, to clear the minds of all of us.
Honourable members, do you have any further question?
Mr. Chairman.
I ask the nominee not to answer such a question. I will now give the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I think you've been unfair to me. Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you believe that, for instance, this question...
Did you say I'm being unfair to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Why do you say so?
Because, Mr. Chairman, you are not allowing me to ask the questions I'm supposed to ask.
But I have the right to overrule you.
We represent.
We are guided by rules.
And the people need
but
to
we
know.
are guided by rules.
The people must hear.
Are you aware we are guided by rules?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I don't
you cannot even ask incriminating questions.
I don't think at this point I have violated any rules of this House. Mr. Chairman, I haven't.
Why lies the question of conflict of interest when the nominee has already provided the answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable John Dako, you are out of order. I give the floor to Ahmed Shaibu.
Order, Chairman.
I give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu.
Chairman, order. Chairman, I want to intervene.
We have Ahmed Shaibu and Muhammad Shaibu.
Chairman, colleagues.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, before I go into colleagues, please, let's resolve matters. Chairman, I am making this point. If you check our rules book, you have the chairman of the committee, and you have the vice chair, and you have the ranking, and you have deputy ranking. In principle, what our standing orders is trying to say is that there is a presumption of a co-chairing of this exercise. To allow, otherwise, if you will never, you would always want to have your say, but you don't want others to speak. That is your problem, NDC. That is your problem. Yes, we don't. Okay, if that is what you want to do, you're right. No problem. You will listen to me, Chairman. You can't say out of. You can say you've said that to my members. If you now want to extend it to mean that I'm out of order and order, let's have.
If the standing orders,
can the vice chair leave?
If the standing orders has,
can I finish? Can I finish, my respected vice chair? Can I finish? Chairman, we are here. We are here to work as a team. The rule talks about the chair and vice chair. If this committee is to deal with a sole chair without anybody to work to express a view, it would have limited it to chairman and vice chair and nothing else. In Parliament, whenever there is a chair, there is a ranking. It is not to checkmate, but to work together and to express views of the House. When we try to put issues across, we have some of your senior colleagues who reach out quietly to say, oh, please, you are going too much. We listen to them. We want to work together. But Chairman, with the greatest respect, I have observed consistently the way you go at my members, especially the young ones, the new ones. It's not the right way. I've been quiet watching, and I will just be pinching you, the Chairman. Please, you take it easy. Take it easy. But the way it is going, I think it is not too right. To the extent that, as your co-chair, and I want to state this on record, well, don't worry. If you give it a purposive interpretation, it will lead you to that conclusion. Please, let's understand each other. This vetting should have taken place tomorrow, all three of them. We mean well, and I want to state that on record. We mean well as a minority. We cooperated to have days, 21 days or 15 days notice to be waived so that you can form your government as quickly as possible. I am pleading with you, Chairman. Chairman, I am pleading with you. I am pleading with you. I do not. Can I finish? No, I'm not done. I want to be Honorable Mahama Yerga. I need to be done. I would have to be done. I do not like this situation whereby your side is still behaving as though you are in the minority. You are not in the minority. You are now in government. Please, we mean well. It is the reason why we are here. Stop the approach you are adopting. I am pleading with you. I am humbly pleading with you, Chairman. We plead with you. The approach will not help all of us. You
see, honorable members, I will give the floor to...
Chairman, he did not finish. Please. No. Chairman. Chairman. No, he didn't finish. He had called somebody. Chairman, all my plea is... Chairman, I beg you, allow him. Chairman, please.
You see, honorable members, we don't sit here to gag any member, but we rather give you directions. The fact that we are guiding and giving you directions as an honorable member of parliament, you should take a cue and proceed. If I want to apply the rules strictly, as the former First Deputy Speaker have been doing, what happened today, we may not be experiencing some of those things. According to him, you are asked to ask a question, you ask the question, but we have allowed you to run commentaries, sometimes to read write-ups before asking the question. So I would urge all of you, particularly the new members, to take guidance from the chair. We are here to guide you. We are to guide you. So if you still have one more question, you may proceed to ask the question. I beg you. I'll give you the floor after that. I'll give you the floor after that. Oh, hold on with your question. Let me give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agbodza.
Chairman, you see, nothing happening today.
Please, let's have order. Order.
Chairman, what the minority leader said about NDC being intolerant or they have been more cooperative is totally untrue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we've had situation when the president nominated people on Friday and we came here on Saturday to fetch the people. No advertisement or anything. So what is the minority leader talking about? That they have been more cooperative than us? That is not true. What we are saying is that, yes, indeed, we've had first-timers in the house, indeed, in the chamber. We've seen first-timers from both sides walking across the maze because they were not yet gone through orientation. So when, unfortunately, they haven't gone through full orientation, they come to committee, and instead of asking questions, coming to read statement, it is appropriate we put them right. That should not be a situation anybody could interpret to mean that somebody is being gagged. And let it be known, as a matter of fact, at the appointment committee, we never allow friends or non-members to ask questions. It's because we wanted to carry everybody along that we give them the opportunity. So, Chairman, I would encourage you once again, stick to the rules. When you give an opportunity to somebody to ask question, let that person ask the question and let's move on. This endless rhetoric of trying to quote things and never relate it will not help anybody. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let's make progress, but let everybody who gets opportunity ask the question and let answer the question. Chairman, I also noticed, anyway, you go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naomomo Latte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I am very much concerned about what is happening here. And in as much as we don't want it to look like newcomers are being gagged, I think that parliamentary practice and procedures transcends the presence of this parliament. If we want to do it, we have to do it right, because you'll be going out there meeting other parliaments. So in the name of supporting first-timers or newcomers, all of us are still learning. But if we refuse to learn the right way, we will go out there and embarrass not just ourselves, but the Parliament of Ghana. So I'll plead with us, in as much as we want everybody to have the freedom to express himself or herself, let us do it within the laws, so that when we go out there, we'll have the confidence to operate. Leadership will not be there all the time to protect us. Even leader might not be on the floor of parliament every time we have to rise and talk. So if we don't learn it the right way, we are the ones who are going to suffer. So I'll plead with you. Let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've been patient the whole day. Sometimes you get up and put on the microphone without being given the floor. We've been tolerant. It doesn't happen anywhere that you get up and then you put on the microphone. Somebody is asking a question. Then you said you are on a point of order. How do you take point of order on a question being asked? Well, you said we have one question more. May you proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to believe that everything is being done from a good place.
Can you proceed with your question? Can you proceed with your question?
Yes, leader, thank you. So, Honorable Nominee, my question is, have you filed your asset declaration?
He's asking whether you have filed for asset declaration.
Yes, I have. I'm always complying with asset declaration, the filing of asset declaration. I've done that. Not for 2025, but for the last parliament, I filed my asset declaration.
Which is 2020, ending 2024?
Yes.
Okay. But I don't think the committee has a copy or evidence of filing. Well, I'm looking at the Constitution. If you look at the Constitution, Article 286, yes.
If you have a follow-up, please go ahead with your question, the follow-up.
Before you come in to ask the question, I want us to be guided by the constitutional imperative in Article 78, which states that for you to qualify as a minister, you must qualify to be a member of parliament. The nominee before us has just gone through election and was elected the 4th time as a member of parliament and sworn in as a member of parliament. So let us be guided by the constitutional imperative in Article 78 and 94.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Nominee, your law firm, that is Ayeni, Feli & Co., is on record to have been used as a registered address for a company called GPGC. Now, my question is, did you advise on the agreement between GPGC and the government of Ghana, of which you were the Deputy Attorney General then, and which led to a judgment debt of $134 million against the state?
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, it is important to set the record straight because this is a house of record. This is a committee of record. I became Deputy Attorney General, I think, in April 2018. When I was nominated, because I did not have the right to practice, my firm, or the firm of lawyers to which I belonged, was being run by Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba. And when GPGC came into Ghana, he was a lawyer who was approached to help them navigate the process of company registration. And he was the one who registered the company for them. And he had the right to do so to earn a living. He wasn't banned from practicing because I was Deputy Attorney General. Subsequently, Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba left Ayene and Fele, now Ayene and Partners, and when he was leaving, because GPGC was his client, he took them along. Okay? At the time of their PPA, he was no longer a member of my law firm, and I had no dealings whatsoever with GPGC in my private capacity prior to being nominated and appointed Deputy Attorney General of the Republic. And my former boss, the Honorable Marietta Brew, was very gracious to me because I came from academia. And one of the things the subjects that I taught, and I'm sure you took my natural resources law course, I was the head of the natural resources law department that included, petroleum. So she, subject to reporting to her, I was in charge of the petroleum and energy aspects, of any transaction that came to the department. Yes, so I issued a legal opinion on GPGC, all right, which was, because the PPAs are standard, the provisions are standard. You can take any normal PPA, the variations are not many. So I issued a legal opinion for them. I signed it for and on behalf of the Attorney General. So technically speaking, it was Honorable Maretepri's opinion, not mine. But whatever the case, when the dispute started because of the actions and omissions of your government, I was no longer in office, and I never acted as a private legal practitioner in any of the disputes. Mr. Chairman, that's all I can say for now.
I believe you have exhausted your questions. It is now the turn of
thank you.
Jerry Ahmed Shaibu.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The name is Shaib, S-H-A-I-B, with all due deference. Dr. Ine, congratulations.
Thank you.
Doc, in 2021, during the hearing of the election petition, you were cited by the Supreme Court of Ghana for scandalizing the court. The matter was referred to the General Legal Counsel. The matter is still pending. My view and my question is that, are you, with all due deference, not in the position to have the matter resolved before you take up this high office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable member, before you come in, the matter is pending quasi-judicial decision. I believe we have a lot of members of parliament who have been sworn in with the matter pending judicial decision. To what extent does a member's involvement in a pending lawsuit disqualify him from being a member of parliament, let alone a disciplinary proceedings against a member? So, with all due respect, we need to be fair to all manner of people, and we ask very fair questions to the nominees. So, ask another question with all due respect.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'm not too sure if I can respond to your question before going to the other question.
See, that is why I've indicated that the practice in the House is that you are guided by the chair. You are guided by the speaker. So you take the guidance and proceed accordingly to ask another question.
Very well, Mr. Chair. I take a cue. Dr. Ine, during the Mills Mahama government, in which you served as the Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitration cases and local ones as well. And to a larger extent, some amounts of monies involved were quite humongous. My question is that, how do we prevent the recurrence of such situations? And the case that comes to mind is the Balkan case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Nominee, your answer, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is never a perfect government, and so sometimes public officers act in a manner that incurs liability for the Republic. But as I said, when we were in office, we did very well in trying to prevent such situations. The Balkan situation arose before I took office as Deputy Attorney General. And in fact, by the time I was Deputy Attorney General, the arbitration was at an advanced stage. In fact, I think they were awaiting the award. And the award came down in favor of Balkan. I think it was about $12.5 million or something to that effect. $13 million in favor of Balkan. For us to be able to prevent such situations, state actors, I mean the ministries, departments, and agencies, and the public officers must make sure that they do the right thing. So, for instance, one of the things that I want to emphasize, which we started briefly before we left office, was for us to is for us to conduct legal due diligence, of all companies that are seeking to do business with the government, especially where the stakes financially are very high. And so we will attach the legal due diligence report, even if we ourselves cannot do it. We'll get private law firms to conduct the legal due diligence so that we do the right thing by the law. Mr. Chairman, I think we're all in this country when a certain huge transaction came before Parliament, and then when the company was being traced to London, we realized it was a hairdressing salon, CNTC, and it was not President Mills who was in power. It was not His Excellency John Dramani Mahama who was in power. It was His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, a man that I respect very much, whose government was in power. It was a hairdressing salon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up question?
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ayene, so my last question is, what are the kinds of agreements that ought to receive parliamentary approval under Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution?
I'm surprised my former student is asking me this fundamental question. Where there are loans, loans and, international economic or business transactions in which the government of Ghana is party, or to which the government of Ghana is party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Samia Uku.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for emphasizing that a question. Congratulations, nominee. Doc, I want to refer you to an interesting case, a case of a company called Eland International. And I want to believe that you are familiar with the company Eland International. And in laying the foundation, just for a minute before my question, Eland International, sometime in our history, had a case and made a claim subsequently to the international arbitration, where, as we speak, since 2005, they only waited to file these arbitration claims of $320 million against the government and the state of Ghana. I'm also reliably informed, and I stand to be corrected, that sometime 2014, 2015, when you happened to be the Deputy Attorney General, you tried to settle this matter somewhere in India and Dubai. Said I stand to be corrected on that. But there was somewhere in 2014, 2015, in your capacity as a Deputy Attorney General. Now that they have filed these claims of $320 million, and being a company that you are familiar with in terms of the history of this case, what assurances can you give the people of Ghana, and for me, my constituents in Akuapem North, that our incoming principal legal advisor to government will be fair in handling this matter so we do not lose revenue? And I'm asking this because, respectfully, if you will just observe, many of the questions hovers around judgment debt. And I'm not taking a partisan position on this matter. And it's because the state, over several decades, we have lost significant revenue through some of these claims, whether under government A or government B. So it's become an industry for some people, an element that some operate across these political parties. And also, lastly, for the record, it's not just Woyome case that preceded you, but also under the same Mills Mahama government, you had Isofoton and the rest as well, just as a matter of record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May you proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to put it on record that I have never served as counsel for Elan. Yes, I was involved in two aspects. One was the case, the famous promissory note case that was brought by Standard Bank Offshore Trust against NIB. And then I served as the lawyer for NIB. As the first defendant, Elan was the second defendant, but had a completely separate legal representation. So I've never served as their lawyer, so I'm not conflicted in any way. I also want to put it on record that I am not aware of this arbitration that you have referred to. And Mr. Chairman, I believe we are a committee of parliament, but there are certain rules and practices and conventions of the legal profession that we need to abide by very, very carefully. When a matter is pending before arbitration, you are not even supposed to discuss it. That's what is the position. Even when an award has been granted, especially when it is before bodies like the London Court of International Arbitration, the International, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, etc., you are not supposed, to discuss them. But as Attorney General, I will take all the steps that are necessary, as I said, to protect the interests of the Republic. Because once I'm sworn in, the Republic is my is the only client that I have. And I must act in the best interest of the client in accordance with the ethics of the profession. So I will do everything in my power to ensure that we defend vigorously the interests of the Republic in this arbitration that you are referring to.
Thank you very much for your answer. I will allow you one follow-up question, if any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your generosity this evening. Mr. Chairman, I think it will also be hugely unfair for the Parliament of Ghana to be precluded from discussing a matter because it's also pending before the arbitration, because it has significant bearing on our finances. And as we all know, we are not in normal times as far as revenue is concerned. The matter that I raised was to draw your attention. Once you are not aware that they have filed an arbitration claim of $320 million, I'm only informing you in advance, so that God willing, when you are gifted with that opportunity, it should be one of the issues before you. Because once they have made that claim, it is clear that they are taking steps to extract that from our very dry pocket as well. Thank you.
Is that matter still pending?
Yes. Because in fact, they have filed a claim in November, and that's why I'm informing the incoming Attorney General about it.
Well, be guided of the fact that we cannot be commenting on the matters of this.
I take you from the Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is done the last question. No, it was not really a question. You are just seeking the indulgence of the nominee. Is that not so?
Exactly.
Then I came in to say that, is that matter pending a judicial decision? We cannot be seen to be commenting on the matter sub judice, and you take a cue from it. Is that not so? So I am most grateful for you taking a cue from it. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yao Buama.
Honorable Adongo, you are here for the finance minister, so you can leave. Why are you questioning the chairman? Thank you very much, Chairman, and the opportunity. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my lecturer and senior brother and a firm believer of the Mischief School. And I'm sure Professor Kumadu will be very happy to see you in the chair. Congratulations, Doc. Doc, we've been talking about aura, special prosecutor, and what have you. People want to find a very quick way in administering criminal trials in this country. The immediate past Attorney General came to the floor, introduced an amendment to Act 30. It went through first reading, second reading, and consideration stage. But it could not see the light of day because we could not take it through the clause by clause and also the third reading. Would you consider reintroducing the bill to enable your office take the necessary steps in the reforms proposed therein in our criminal justice system? Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If the honorable member is seeking to know from me whether in terms of the scope and substantive content of that bill, it will be introduced as it was, my answer is no. The reason I disagree fundamentally with some of its logic. The whole idea that preliminary applications are being used to delay and stymie the conclusion of trials, I disagree with fundamentally. I think that lawyers should be allowed, if there are technical issues that judges have overlooked, they should bring applications, as many applications as they can. It is incumbent upon the judiciary to dispose of those in an expeditious manner so that the substantive trial can proceed. To bring statute, to basically try to constrain lawyers, from filing preliminary applications. Some of them are, fundamental in terms of seeking to do right by the law and procedure under Act 29 and Act 30. So I disagree fundamentally with it. I will take a critical look at it. I took part in the consideration, but I had fundamental issues with it. I'll take a look at it and see if it should be ever tabled at all, or that the status quo ante remains.
Thank you very much. Your submission is in tandem with the views of the Constitutional Legal Committee at the material moment. Why should we be in a hurry to convict people? I think anybody accused should be given all the opportunities to defend himself.
Yeah, Chairman, you and Honorable Ayimedu were very key on this bill. Let me go ahead and ask my question. I'm very satisfied with his answer. Honorable nominee, your office, your former office, and I believe, God willing, this House will approve your nomination to be AG, used the staff and the resources available at the AG's department to fight some arbitration cases. They did not hire any external or foreign counsel to assist their office, and they were successful in most of the cases. I'm sure you're aware of it. The ADR Center has been activated and set up in accordance with law, for which I believe that the forum for some of these arbitration proceedings ought to be Ghana, to save cost and to use the capacity. You are going to occupy the biggest chamber in the country. Are you going to assure the country that you will not expend so much money in the hiring of foreign counsel and you situate arbitration within the confines of the country so that lawyers and practitioners and the big staff that you have at the AG's department will have access to the ADR Center and practice their profession? Thank you.
I will otherwise term your question, the bar must prosper. Honorable nominee, you may proceed to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you very much. The use of in-house expertise is not new, but sometimes it may be the case that certain matters are specialized areas. There's no in-house expertise, to handle them. And sometimes they are also complex. And if the jurisdiction is not Ghana, and you're not familiar with the law and practice of the seat of the arbitration, you have to be careful that you have to be careful in not disregarding any advice to bring in lawyers from that jurisdiction in order to be able to conduct the case very well. So yes, I will consider the use of in-house expertise, but it's not exactly true that they use in-house lawyers throughout. The Attorney General kept saying that, but during the transition, we had evidence that they consistently paid foreign lawyers millions of dollars to do cases for this republic.
Honorable Boma, you have a chance to answer.
It's a very important question, and I want to elicit the views of my respected senior on the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Very wide. I ask this question every year, and I want to hear from my senior. You know the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide. From appellate, you know everything. I need not go over it. Do you think the current composition of the Supreme Court ought to be augmented with some new appointments? And what do you think must be the ceiling, given the fact that some people don't even understand the workings of the courts? And do you think they have the capacity, as we sit here now, to adjudicate on all the matters pending before them, from chieftaincy to appellate to whatever, a lot of them, about 7 of the jurisdiction?
Honorable Boma, if you said some people, who are those people?
Not every person understands that the Supreme Court handles a lot of matters, apart from what they perceive to be only political or constitutional matters. Some may be appellate matters. They have jurisdiction over chieftaincy matters originating from the House of Chiefs or the judicial councils, judicial review matters, and what have you, invoking the original jurisdiction of the court under Article 130. A lot more, about 7 or so. Election petition. And you have only 11 people handling all these matters. That's why I'm asking him. That's the gravamen of my question.
Very, very well. Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the Honorable Member that the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide, and he has already enumerated them, so I don't need to repeat them. But you can deal with the issue of the caseload in 2 ways, in 2 broad ways. One is dealing with them through the adoption of very efficient mechanisms of deciding cases. All right, so I'll give you an example. In the United States Supreme Court, which has only 9 members, okay, and they have operated with 9 members for over hundreds of years. The United States of America is bigger than this country. Cases come from the district court all the way through the various circuits, okay, and their circuit, because like, the 9th circuit, the 6th circuit, and so on, are very big. And sometimes, if there's a federal element in a state matter, it can emanate from a state Supreme Court to the United States Supreme Court. And yet they still have only 9. You know how they deal with the cases efficiently? The judges, for every case that is coming, they look at the brief, and if they have already decided the matter, they simply let the registrar write a brief note, and it says set denied. All right? Set denied means that the justices are not interested in looking at this matter. And it's a very well-known procedure. So if you are a practitioner before the United States Supreme Court, you have to be very, very good at distinguishing cases to be able to convince them, to take up, your matter. So if it comes to them and they let their research, what they call them the clerks will review, they'll go to conference, and then they tell the registrar, right, set denied. That is it. You're not going to waste the time of the court by coming to appear before the court and call, for the case to be called and so on. I think that we should adopt very efficient, procedures like that. Because sometimes people take very frivolous cases, frivolous appeals to the Supreme Court, for instance. I remember once I was before the court, and then somebody brought an appeal that had to do with the fact that he, the lawyer, was not there when a decision was granted against him. So he took this appeal all the way from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and then to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was empaneled to hear him. It was so frivolous. So they gave it to him by way of speaking. They gave it to him that morning in front of all of us. So we should have procedural mechanisms that will sieve out all the frivolous appeals so that the justices are not burdened. One way is also to increase the numbers. But then the court itself, through the administrative, the exercise of the administrative powers of the CJ, should divide itself into specialized divisions. All right? So you can have the Supreme Court Constitutional Division, and you have 5 justices very specialized in constitutional law who will quickly deal with these matters, okay, and so on and so forth. Of course, you have some of them who are experts in criminal law, like my former teacher, Justice Henrietta Mensah-Bonsu. She could lead a panel of justices who will be dealing with criminal appeals. So specialization may make the court more efficient, and then the burden on the court will be reduced. But that would mean, for instance, that instead of 11, we may have 15, so that 5 each, could deal with, because the court is properly constituted with the Chief Justice and 4 other justices, of the court. That is what I would say for now.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Ine,
much.
and congratulations. I wish you the very best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to congratulate the nominee. It's a very good associate of mine. We've been to several programs together, and I've listened to him, to his lectures, and I must say that I don't even have the locus to be asking any question, but something is very dear to my heart, and which I must pursue. I remember in the previous Mills Mahama NDC administration, in which you served as a Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitrations and local cases at huge cost of the state. An example is the Balkan arbitration, in which about 13.5 million was awarded against the state. My only question is, how are you going to avoid the occurrences of these situations? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have previously answered this question, but I think I would indulge and then say maybe as closely as possible to the answer that I gave, which is that, we will do our best in the department to ensure that we negotiate well as far as the agreements are concerned. We do not take steps to abrogate when we know that the state will incur liability. We make sure that public officers, who are involved in in these transactions, do right by the law. So when we act right, we will win at the arbitration. It is the arbitrary termination or wrongful terminations, sometimes because the public officer that is engaged, in that conduct, that is a public officer issuing the letter of termination, does not or is not mindful of the financial liability that will accrue to the Republic as a result of his or her conduct. I think that we should begin to also punish, such people when they, misconduct themselves. That is all that I'll say for now. So when they know the legal consequences will be adverse, they will be careful not to arbitrarily terminate and then bring about judgment debt.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes, thank you very much. What would you do in your capacity as a Attorney General to continue the tradition of a zealous defense of the state's interest in international arbitrations? What specifically will you do? Yeah.
Thank you. Any answer to the question?
We definitely will be putting our best foot forward by getting lawyers, either local or international, that are knowledgeable, that are skillful, and that have integrity to represent the Republic and defend its interests, before these arbitral tribunals.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now the turn of the minority.
Professor Yene, congratulations. Your academic credentials and prowess is well known, but I know you as a man of fashion. And I've always admired you for that. And I'm sure that as Attorney General, I don't know whether your fashion will change, but congratulations. But I have one important question for you. Ghana ranks 72 out of 180 countries in the 2023 Corruption Perception Index, indicating persistent challenges with the issue of corruption. What innovative measures will you champion to strengthen the capacity of anti-corruption institutions in the country?
Thank you for your question. Any answer?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Just to let the nominee know that my fashion taste will not change as Attorney General. The Honorable Member, I'm so tired. I'm reversing the cut. Yes. When it comes to the issue of corruption, as a country, we've tried various mechanisms. We've tried various institutional measures. We formed commissions of inquiry. If you go back to our history, the Olenu Commission of Inquiry was into the sale of import licenses and the bribery associated, therewith at the Ministry of Trade. For the lawyers around the table, you remember the case of Kenya versus the Republic. That case, arose out of the Olenu Commission of Inquiry report. So using commissions of inquiry has been one of the things that we've used to fight corruption. Of course, constitutionally, you remember that SRAJ is also another institution that has an anti-corruption mandate. And at the beginning of the Fourth Republic, you remember very, very well the work that its first chairman, Emil Schott, did with, high public officials appearing before the SRAJ. Some of it went to the Supreme Court in challenges, and there are decided cases dealing with the procedures that were adopted and so on. We've had, various other bodies that we've used and institutional measures that we've used to fight corruption. So, Mr. Chairman, there is no shortage of institutional measures, all right? When you set up institutions or you create institutions, and by the way, institutions are the rules in the society. So, the norms, the practices, the hardcore statutes and so on are all, institutions. So there's no shortage of institutions in this country. But sometimes implementing the measures is where the problem is. So I'm going to give you one example. So we have the Whistleblowers Act, right? The Whistleblowers Act is supposed to, give whistleblowers who may be near the action as far as corruption, bribery and corruption is concerned, to provide the requisite information to law enforcement agencies to take action. Okay, and when I was Deputy Attorney General, we had situations where a whistleblower, gave us information, and then we did the investigation, and eventually we recovered over $30 million Ghana cedis. That is the record that is not being talked about. We recovered over 30 million Ghana cedis, which was which was paid by those who were involved. But because of confidentiality reasons, I cannot mention those who was involved. So, for instance, the plan, which I have discussed informally with His Excellency, is for us to have a whistleblower agency in every district. And then to publicize the procedures, create a hotline where if there is wrongdoing that is happening, okay, we will, that hotline can it can be the regional chief, the chief state attorney, being called and, a report being made so that he can then, with the police and the other investigative bodies, investigate and then, ensure that the wrongdoing which is being reported, the evidence of it is gathered and so on. So in every district, we'll implement it and then have a hotline that can be used to report, information about corruption. So the anti-corruption institutions, okay, should not be thin on the ground or centered in Accra and, depriving ordinary people of the opportunity to report, acts of corruption. Well, of course, under the Whistleblowers Act, when you report and there's a recovery, you are entitled to 10%, a percentage. And I remember that in this case that I've cited, the whistleblower was actually paid. The Honorable Atachia, eventually, if you want to, cross-check what I'm saying, you can ask him. The Honorable Atachia represented the whistleblower in his pursuit of the 10%. We agreed to pay when MPP took over. There was some hanky-panky, and then the whistleblower had to go to court. So that is an incentive, for whistleblowers to report. So, Mr. Chairman, we need to operationalize and make sure that the anti-corruption institutions, the anti-corruption measures permeate all the way to the local level. That, during the revolution, of course, there were excesses, but during the revolution, the Honorable Cletus Avoka is here. Those days when we were young men in Bolga, they were the revolutionary lawyers. And of course, the reports, they caught many people, civil servants, public servants, engaged in bribery and embezzlement. And they were tried by the tribunals and in some cases by the courts. In some cases, they were sacked. I think that those radical measures need to be reintroduced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There were no further questions. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Minority Leader.
Council, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, I want to take my respected colleague and learned colleague to his CV, page 1. The page 1 of your CV has no biodata of you, so can you graciously provide us with your biodata?
Okay, so for the record, my name is Dominic Akuritenga Ayene, and I was born on the 6th of January, 1966. To Mr. Ayene Atenga and Madam Ateni.
What's your address, please? Your residential address?
My residential address is number 3 Kofi Annan Avenue, North Legon, Accra.
Your postal address?
P.O. Box LG 70, Legon, Accra. I still use my address, the address that I was using when I was a lecturer. It's allowed because I'm still associated with the University of Ghana.
Now, have you paid all your taxes to date, or have you made arrangement to meet those obligations to the state?
Mr. Chairman, actually I have a credit of 470 cedis that the Republic owes me. In other words, I've overpaid. On my tax, clearance certificate, which I can present to the committee.
Do you immediately remember how much tax you paid to the state last year, for which you have gained this credit?
No, please.
If given the opportunity, would you be able to furnish this committee with the amount of tax you paid to the state in the year 2024?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I can furnish the committee with all my tax record, including those from my law firm. I'm very, very, very up to date with my taxes. I don't joke with it at all.
Chair, I'm very specific in my dealings with my respected colleague. I'm asking about your 2024. I'm not talking about other matters.
Yes, yes, 2024. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chair, may I know from the nominee whether he ever represented Fidelity Bank as its external solicitor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've represented, and in fact, I'm still representing Fidelity Bank as its external solicitor in a case that I filed in the High Court for damages for defamation.
Are you on retention?
No, I'm not on retention.
Are you also a solicitor for the Electricity Company of Ghana?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been a solicitor for the Electricity Company of Ghana?
Yes, I have been before. I've represented them, the ECG, in one matter, which was before the High Court, which case has been disposed of. And then also, I was actually hired by an English law firm called Omnia LLP. That was hired by ECG as their lawyers before the London Court of International Arbitration, and I was hired as the Ghanaian law expert, and I appeared before the tribunal on behalf of ECG.
Very well. Was that case in respect of the PDS matter?
Yes, please.
Very well. Leonard, so how was the outcome? What was the outcome of the PDS trial?
Mr. Chairman, let me make it clear. I was lawyer for ECG, that is Electricity Company of Ghana, not PDS. But a dispute was brought by PDS. I want to make it clear. I mean, I know why I'm saying
Chairman, so let's help ourselves with respect. So PDS sued the Electricity Company of Ghana.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So ECG then became a respondent in the matter.
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So for the records, you were one of the attorneys for ECG.
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. So having landed on that point, I shall proceed to ask you, what was the outcome of the said arbitration of which you were counsel for ECG, please?
Mr. Chairman, we are expecting the award in May. Everything that I was supposed to do as counsel has been done, except that my fees are outstanding.
You mean part of your fees? You mean part of your fees is outstanding?
Yes, part of my fees.
Yes. So because you were paid some, and your later invoices are outstanding. That is true.
That is so.
Yes.
Yes, but let me put it on record that I was on the side of the Republic. I want to put this on record, that I'm on the side of the Republic. The Republic is the sole shareholder of PDS, of ECG, and I sided with the Republic. I was invited by PDS to be their lawyers. I declined for ethical and political reasons. I want to put that on record.
Chairman, I would want to plead with the nominee that much as it is his desire to provide additional information, I would plead with him to limit himself to my question, because I do not want to prolong matters. If you bring in other matters, then you would lead me into asking. So I want to make it as short as possible. Is that okay?
That is okay, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Honorable Nominee, can you tell this committee the period within which you acted as solicitor for ECG?
You mean in respect of the...
Respect of the arbitration, the PDS
the arbitration has been going on for... Mr. Chairman, the arbitration has been going on for the last, I think, 1.5 years. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
We are in 2025.
That is so.
Is it your case?
It started way before 2024.
Yes. So that's the clarification I wanted to provide. Were you hired in 2018?
Now, in 2018, maybe, Mr. Chairman, he's confusing two matters. There was another matter, that is ASG versus ECG. That is all, that's the short name of the company is ASG, All Services Group. All Services Group and, ECG, okay? So that arbitration was the first time that Omnia LLP requested my services, and then they hired me. And because I performed, to their satisfaction, in the second, the PDS matter, they came back for me.
So when did the PDS sue ECG?
Mr. Chairman, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can provide a committee with the accurate information.
I can give you the opportunity with the leave of chair. I know you did a case with your respected junior, whom you've trained so well. I watched him at the Supreme Court with a lot of admiration, and one must compliment him for his great advocacy. He's right behind you. since most times he was holding your brief, can you, with Mr. Chairman's leave, take the date from him? He's behind you. If Chairman will grant leave.
No, I think the witness is under oath. We cannot allow another person to interfere. So he promised when given the opportunity, he will let you have the date. So we take the witness words.
So, thank you, Chairman. Thank you. So, Ned, in taking up the case, Electricity Company of Ghana being their counsel, you believed in their case, didn't you?
Very well, Mr. Chairman. I would never take a case. My juniors know that I won't take a case unless I believe in the merits of the case.
And you believe that your client had done nothing untoward in its decisions leading to the termination of its contract with PDS?
Mr. Chairman, the witness really provided the answer that he will never take a case unless he believed in.
And additionally, we are still expecting the award. So I wouldn't be permitted ethically to start discussing the merits of the case.
Chairman, you and I are practitioners, and you know I will respect those barriers. I'm not going to ask you to narrate to us those details of the case. All I want to ask you is that you believed in the merit of your client's case to the effect that, in your view, your client had not done anything wrong in the handling of its contract.
That is correct. That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, by the indication from the nominee, the case is pending award. Is that not so? So
that is so, Mr. Chairman.
So it is a matter under determination, and by law, can we be going into the merit of that particular matter, whether you believe or you don't believe in it, since it is pending a judicial determination?
Chairman, I appreciate your intervention. I would humbly plead with you one more time to allow me to flow. I would not cross the barrier, and I believe that you've heard me loud and clear. Now, Honorable Nominee, and let me say to you that though we have political differences, I respect you for your stance in a lot of matters of national discourse. And without prejudice to any member of the majority caucus or any member of the NDC, you know that you are the only person who has a picture with me, and that picture is in my office. It's there on a purpose. You know that. So I laid that foundation to ask you this other question that is coming up. You took this case with ECG, well aware of the politics of the country at the time, weren't you?
That is so, Mr. Chairman. I operate within the political, legal context of this country, and I'm always aware of the political dynamics, and I consult widely before I do what I do.
So the point I want to make is that you were aware that where you stood in the political space, you were against the tide in taking up the ECG case.
I didn't think of any tide. I thought about the interests of the state of Ghana.
I agree. And that is why I'm celebrating you for that which you did. That politically, the tide was against the government of the day. But here you were, because of your professional stature. And I was happy you made reference to a third-party legal firm that actually spotted you and pulled you out of the lot to be the representation, the attorney for ECG. So that's what the point I want to make, that politically the tide was against you. Would you agree?
I was not conscious of any tide. I wasn't swimming against any tide. I just took a professional decision to agree to serve as counsel in this matter. And the ECG is owned by the Republic, owned by the state. It's a limited liability company with its own board of directors and so on. I didn't think about the political implications of representing ECG, but I knew that the politics around PDS was not, because I also believed in the fact that there was wrongdoing on the part of PDS, and I wouldn't accept a brief, from a company that I believe was in the wrong in respect of a transaction.
So you are saying that ECG is a limited liability company with its own board. So it's a separate corporate entity from the state, though the state is a sole shareholder.
Yes, Solomon versus Solomon.
No. Yeah. I just want to ask that for emphasis.
Yes.
Therefore, the conduct of its board is completely independent from the state, correct?
That is correct.
So if, as Attorney General, you are to advise the states in a situation where the minister, the sector minister, wants to, through a public statement, dissolve the board, would you find that to be appropriate?
Yes. Yes.
Kindly explain.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because the appointing authority has changed.
Get my statement in question, in context, so that you don't have... What I'm saying, the question is...
Yes.
Since you acknowledged through Solomon versus Solomon, they're saying that the body, the company is an independent, institution separate with its own board. I'm asking whether a sector minister will be right in issuing a statement to dissolve a properly constituted board of that entity which you acknowledge as a corporate body with all its rights engraved in law.
Well, we can haggle with the form that it has taken, but that is notionally equivalent to a resolution of the shareholder dissolving the board.
So let's go a bit into company law, since you are introducing that. So my basic understanding of corporate law is that the shareholders have such rights to take decisions on the appointment of the directors of the firm. And once those directors are appointed, they assume their independence, of course, subject to the articles of incorporation and what the shareholders will so direct. They may have their own vision. Are you saying, therefore, that by virtue of the state being the sole shareholder, without convening an AGM, the sole shareholder, as represented by a sector minister, can sit in an office and issue a public statement to dissolve the board, and that would be sufficient in law? I just want to know from you.
Mr. Chairman, that is why I said we can quibble about the form that this has taken, but a sole shareholder cannot hold a meeting with any other person but itself or himself, right? That's what it is meant by sole shareholder, right? So if I were to advise the minister you're talking about, I would have drawn up the resolution, right, and served it on the members of the board. That by this resolution dated the 13th day of January 2025, the board is hereby dissolved. And that would have been very, very appropriate. Okay, so the form that it took is probably what you are quarreling with. Maybe if it is in the form of a letter, without any reference to the shareholders' rights and so on and so forth. That is the, but I mean, that is what you are quarreling about. But as Attorney General, I'll advise that the right thing be done.
Chairman, I think one of the things for which the nominee has earned the respect of many colleagues is his position on the law. And let me say, I appreciate your very candid view on this. And I pray that you will walk the talk and ensuring sanity as we get along, because this our politics. It is party go, party come. And we need to assure those who take up responsibility in running state institutions. Now, I will proceed to my next observation about you. None of us here can be perfect. There are times that we lose it, and there are times that we get it all well. Have you ever felt frustrated as a lawyer in any matter that you've handled, whether in your private practice or in being a lawyer for the states in your previous life as a Deputy Attorney General? Was there any point that you felt very frustrated in any brief that you handled?
Well, as professional lawyers, we get frustrated and exasperated on a daily basis. Sometimes it may be coming from the clients. Sometimes it may be coming from the courts or tribunals that we appear before, and so on. Yes, so I have been frustrated before. But that is normal. It's part of, it's part of life.
So, have you ever felt disappointed in an outcome of a case, whereupon that led you into some public outbursts?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the honorable member is driving at, but if you realize, okay, I don't run public commentaries on cases that are handled. As a matter of, the practice and tradition of my firm, we don't run public commentary unless the matter is political in nature and there's a need for some clarification because of the politics inherent in the matter. But as far as my commercial practice is concerned, yes, sometimes I lose cases, but I don't run commentary on them publicly.
Chairman, please, I claim your attention for the specific language I'm using for my question. My question is, have you ever been disappointed in the outcome of a case, meaning a final judgment in a case you did, whereupon you made some public statement? I'm not talking about running commentaries on a case you do. I am asking whether you recall any public outburst emanating from a judgment in a case that you did.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot recollect. So if I cannot recollect.
Honorable Dominic Ayini, in the Woyome case, where my Lord Ajet Nasem presided, you, the media, reported you to have said, that is the submission of no case, where the judge ruled in favor of Mr. Woyome. In other words, his application that there was no case to answer was upheld, and your opposition to that application was rejected by the court. The media reported you to have said that the judge had made up his mind even before the case. If that report by the media is correct, on hindsight, do you think that you were right?
Well, Honorable Minority Leader, the witness indicated clearly that he doesn't run commentary. He cannot remember. But you keep on asking about. So the witness will want to answer. Proceed and answer.
Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, hold on a second. Chairman, I've used the word plead with you for the umpteenth time. Chairman, please, stop it. Some of our colleagues are expecting a certain level of conduct from us. I beg of you, let him proceed. Let him proceed, please. Let him proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think context is very important. Context is very important. I do recall that when the ruling on the submission of no case was granted in favor of Mr. Woyome, I was not directly handling the matter. I was actually supervising the current DPP and a team of lawyers to handle the matter. But then the judge, in his ruling, took a swipe at the Attorney General. That is my boss. He took a swipe at the Attorney General because this was a case between the Republic and Mr. Woyome. So he took a swipe at the Attorney General. We read the ruling in chambers. We wanted to ignore it, but then lawyers were called who were then running adverse commentary against us in the matter. And so we took a decision in chambers that we needed to respond and to explain. And, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot that I know about a judge that you don't know. So don't open a Pandora's box.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman. Of course, I recall former U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld come up with this saying that there are known unknowns and there are unknown knowns. I'm sure that is the area you're trying to venture into. However, the unknown knowns which you want to refer to are not a matter that the public became aware of, because you did not want to put the unknown knowns out there. That is why you didn't put it out there. I am only interested in the fact that the ones that you decided to put out there, and that is where I seek to ask you a question on. You've explained that it was in context, and I think that's fair enough. I wouldn't belabor. But let's also move to another point. The Supreme Court. There came a time where the Supreme Court made certain pronouncements, which I'm sure you were not too pleased with said pronouncement, and that resulted in some comments by you, and the Supreme Court was not happy, and eventually the gentleman in you, as we all know, you conceded and put matters to a peaceful rest. What have you to say to young practitioners who will be dissatisfied with Superior Court decisions, given your own experience?
Она читает газету.
What happened?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the question. Once I am approved and sworn in, I will be the leader of the bar. And I'll set a very good example. I think even in private practice, you would admit that I am an example. I've never been engaged in any unethical conduct in my practice. So I will lead by example, and that will be from day one. So I wouldn't encourage any young lawyer to, out of frustration, take the judiciary to the cleaners. Because remember that I am not only Attorney General, Principal Legal Advisor to the President, but I'm also the Minister of Justice. I will be the Minister of Justice, meaning that the justice sector will be under my ministry. That will be the principal, apart from the Attorney General's Department, to be the principal sector in terms of policy and in terms of law that I will be superintending. And so I would want to have, a very good relationship with the judiciary, a good and respectful relationship with the judiciary.
Chairman, we have become aware of an executive instrument dated the 9th of January 2025. And this executive instrument takes its strength from Section 11.3 of PNDC Law 327. It lists a number of ministries. Conspicuously missing is the Ministry of National Security. Now, in the Securities and Intelligence Act, there is a provision for the creation of the Ministry of National Security. Going in as the Attorney General, would you advise the President to amend this EI to reflect this new enactment that Parliament has passed, because it appears that His Excellency solely relied on the PND's Law 327 without paying due attention to the Securities and Intelligence Act, which Parliament passed recently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have, previously had to have, discussions on this matter. But in terms of the hierarchy of laws, of course, the Act supersedes the executive instrument. And once the Act provides for a ministry of national security, and the principle of law is that Parliament does not speak in vain. We will, take a second look at it and then advise the President accordingly.
Thank you very much.
Honorable colleague.
And you have a long way to go, Honorable Leader.
Chairman, kindly stop this act.
I'm just asking.
Chairman, kindly stop this act.
Because
Chairman,
seems to be taking the whole day.
Chairman, kindly stop this act.
Well, honorable members, I think there should be a ceiling on a number of questions that the leadership is also supposed to ask, so that we don't go to town. We go straight to the point. So at our meeting, we need to take a decision as to the number of questions that leaders are entitled to ask.
Chairman, indulge me. Chairman, indulge me. Chairman. Chairman. He's not even listening. Chairman. Recognize me. Recognize me. Recognize me. Chairman.
Chairman.
Listen to you. Huh?
We should allow a free flow of proceedings. Okay? I beg of you. Honorable nominee, in Article 181, 5 of the Constitution, that provision in the Constitution received some judicial pronouncement. The very first one, I believe, the Clomega case, Clomega versus the Ghana Ports and Harbors, where the Supreme Court had an opportunity to make some pronouncement. I believe that the court made some consequential orders to the effect that Parliament would have to ensure certainty in that provision of the Constitution by enacting a law to regulate 1815. It's been long overdue. We don't have a law yet. In the Sebe Yabwa case, the Supreme Court even distinguished the law further, made a clear path, and said that even in situations where the transactions involve state entities with its own board, it wouldn't be considered as part of 1815. However, they still felt that Parliament has failed in enacting a law to regulate 1815. Now you have the opportunity. Can you assure the country that
he has the opportunity, or is going to have the opportunity? Or if he gets the opportunity?
Yeah.
Chairman, I think this question on Article 181
leader is speaking.
I sought leave from the chairman.
And what about?
I sought leave.
In relation to what I am saying, that now you have the opportunity, or now you are going to have the opportunity.
I'm bringing a very important
Is that,
matter to
is
your
it, is
attention.
it on that issue?
I'm bringing a very important matter to your attention. That the Speaker set up a committee on Article 181(5). And that report and bill is ready. That's for your information.
Very much. So, leader,
and Mr. Chairman,
your wedding, now you have the opportunity. Do you still stand by it?
Mr.
Or
Chairman,
now that he's going to be given the opportunity?
Yeah, just to add to what the Honorable Patrick Boma has
Honorable nominee, hold on a second. Let me handle the matter with the chairman. Chairman, let me flow, okay?
You have been flowing on and on.
Let me
but
finish
your statement is as if he has been approved. He's now the Attorney General. Meanwhile, we are in the vetting process.
Chairman, back to the question. Honorable nominee, now you have an opportunity back to the Attorney General's chambers. Will you assure us that steps will be taken to enact a law to regulate 1815?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to what the Honorable Patrick Boma has said in answer to your question, Mr. Speaker set up on the side of the then minority. I was a member with the Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atufosin and then the Honorable Elizabeth Ofosajari. And we came up with a bill. I'm a co-author of that bill with the Honorable Joe Gatti. And the bill was supposed to be laid in Parliament before we rose. But because of certain developments that took place, the bill has not been laid. I'm very satisfied being an author of the bill. We took, the Honorable Patrick Boma and I took part. We even had a stakeholder consultation, and the bill is ready. So it was Parliament's bill and was being sponsored by the members of Parliament from both sides. If Mr. Speaker still has that intent, I will allow that process to flow to its logical conclusion. Otherwise, I will adopt it as Attorney General, and with the backing of the Minister of Finance, Dr. Atufosin, we'll bring the bill back to Parliament, and then it will start the process of first reading through to passage. So that is what I can assure the country.
Very well. So, Honorable nominee, you have become aware of the aura. You've become aware of the aura.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In your view,
oral was an integral part of our campaign message.
Right.
And our campaign, I was a surrogate campaigner for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and he's committed to oral, and I'm committed to it as well.
Right. So, good. In your view, do you see this committee as a constitutionally empowered committee? You think that it has a constitutional backing or any statutory backing to have this committee in place?
Well, if by constitutional backing, there are two ways by which the Constitution would have backed oral. That is, if it was specifically stated in the Constitution, such as the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, which is not the case, or if the Constitution provided the framework, the constitutional framework for the establishment of a body called the Operation Recover All Loot. But I think I stated quite, clearly, and I don't know whether you were in the room when I gave the answer, that one of the fundamental principles of the Constitution is the principle of accountability. And oral is about exacting accountability. And I think that my colleague, senior colleague, and partner, the Honorable Mahama Yarga, added substantive, sense to what I did, with the answer I gave, by making a reference to Article 41F of the Constitution, and the obligation on all citizens, to take steps, to protect public property and to avoid waste of public, funds. So I think that oral is not unconstitutional. Oral is not illegal. Just because it was not set up by an act of parliament does not necessarily make it an illegal body. So it has constitutional backing in terms of the fundamental values of the Constitution.
Chairman.
Well, before you come in, I recognize Roxanne Tafamopo on point of information.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, the minority leader in submitting just a minute or two ago in respect of the Act 1030. Act 1030 does not provide for the establishment of national security. It provides for the functions of the minister. That's what it provides. And so there are two markedly different issues.
Thank you very much for the information. Honorable
Chairman,
take note.
I would want to beg my respected colleague to get the law, open the provision that he is relying on, upon which he disagrees with me. He should open the provision, because the Act provides for certain ministries and provides for minister responsible for national security, minister responsible for finance and all. If he's saying that there's no such provision, no, please. Yes. Honorable.
So
Chairman,
Honorable Member, I recognize Honorable Ayariga to read the Act.
Chairman.
I recognize Honorable Ayariga to read the Act.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, few minutes ago you said that he should read the Act. And Honorable Ayariga quickly wants to read the provision. So why are you not
Chairman.
comfortable with the Act being read? Honorable Ayariga, go ahead and read that.
Mr. Chairman, the Act severally makes reference to a minister. And then it goes to the definition section, and then it says minister means the minister responsible for national security. So it could be any minister of the president that he has assigned responsibility for national security. It doesn't command the establishment or continuing existence of a ministry